Sweet Cohabitation Romcom with My Senior Girlfriend and Alcohol starts at 20. Volume 1 by Cohabitation, translated by Ethereal at Heroith Translations. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 1, Can Legally Drink Alcohol and Live Together After Turning 20. Hey, Takashi-kun. Now that you've finally turned 20, don't you think it's about time we start living together or something? Important decisions always seem to come out of the blue, and they never seem to give you time to think. There she is, a woman wafting a mature air around her, luring me with her sweet voice. A beautiful woman with crimson hair tied to the side of her head, wearing a loose t-shirt that generously reveals the cleavage of her chest. She doesn't seem to care that her black underwear is faintly visible through her thin shirt. With her lips slightly moistened and a mischievous smile on her face, several empty cans lie beside her. There are well-known brands of alcohol cans scattered around, like Asahi Super Dry, and in her hand, a can of lemon sour. Kura-senpai, how about we switch from alcohol to juice? Look, there's your favorite Mr. Pepper. I take the half-finished can of lemon haul from the crimson-haired beauty, Otani Kura-senpai, and hand her favorite drink instead. But it seems like a big mistake to take away the alcohol from Kura-senpai even if it's her favorite. Which one is more important to you, living together or alcohol? Suddenly, Kura-senpai blurts out some nonsense. It's not about which is more important. If I have to say, it's senpai who's important. That's all there is to it. I don't want to give a careless answer and hurt her. Listen, Kura-senpai. We're still kids. We're not in a position to just decide to live together. I'm 21. You, as of today, are 20. We're both adults. Yay, we're grown-ups. Let's live together. Are you really 21, senpai? Your thinking is quite childish. What? Are you saying it's bad that I'm drunk? Your usual state is bad enough, but today is particularly awful. You always say I'm cute though. Why don't we just get married quickly? No, we won't. I truly care about senpai from the bottom of my heart. Yet, my intentions never seem to get through to Kura-senpai. I'm not saying she's bad, and just because we've turned 20 doesn't mean we're adults. At least, a university senpai who proposes something beyond living together on a drunken whim doesn't seem like an adult to me. Moreover, she's not joking at all. She asks, "Shall we get married?" with a serious face, which makes her seem even further from being an adult. Listen, senpai, it's not that I don't want to live with you. I'm just worried about whether your parents would approve. Don't worry. I've already told them that maybe I'll move in when my boyfriend turns 20. Isn't your family a bit too laid back, senpai? While I feel happy that Kura-senpai introduces me as her boyfriend to her family, I can't help but worry because the content of what she's telling them is not okay at all. HMPH, the key to my heart isn't that easy to turn. It is easy. Way too easy. The padlock on your heart melted into a puddle the moment we started dating. That's because Takashi-kun's heart is too hot. This senpai is hopeless. I need to do something about her soon. I can't help but worry about senpai's inability to communicate. Did you start to dislike me? I wouldn't be putting up with your comedy act if I did, senpai. Yay. Just as I expected from the man I chose. Go, Junon Boy. TV show. Isn't that taking Junon Boy too lightly? From a smitten, melted expression to a teary, anxious one, and then back to being smitten again. Instead of hating her, Kura-senpai's constantly changing moods make me fall for her even more. She's a drunkard that totally dependent on her Kuhai, Junior, like me, yet in front of others, she's a beautiful woman who shows no weakness, but behind the scenes, she's messaging me, "I want to see you, I want to see you." I'm utterly captivated by Kura-senpai, who has me wrapped around her finger. Even today, I was secretly happy when Kura-senpai said she wanted to celebrate my 20th birthday. I never imagined that she would bring up living together after getting drunk by herself. I had been hoping that there might be a chance, and I want a little bit of my feelings back that I had put in that hope. To end up in a bed on the anniversary of turning 20, no, it's no good. It's even more embarrassing when I think about it. No matter how much I like senpai, There are things that are okay to think about and things that are not. What I was thinking just now is definitely one of the things that's not okay. I'm writhing at the alluring expression of senpai that I had conjured up in my mind, and writhing in shame at my own greed for letting my desires take over and go further than I should have. Writhing and writhing, I'm consumed by embarrassment until I can no longer see senpai who is right beside me. What's wrong? Don't tell me. You've come to seriously dislike me? Don't Amy. You've been holding your head in your hands. And I thought maybe I went too far and you hated me. I never imagined that I would make senpai worry about me. Senpai's face, peering into mine as I held my head, was filled with a sense of sorrow that was almost terrifying. Hate? The words of my lover, spoken with such a sad expression, squeezed my heart tightly. What am I doing? I thought. No, that's not it. I haven't come to dislike you at all. I was just thinking that I might have jumped to conclusions. That's all. While pushing away the pain that almost made my initial words choke, I denied senpai's words. Dislike? Why? Why would I have to dislike senpai? I love the time I spend with senpai more than anything else. Really? You really haven't come to dislike me? I haven't come to dislike you at all. I confessed because I find it fun when senpai teases me. And I wanted to joke around with you even more, senpai. Is that so? Then, I'm glad. Kura-senpai, relieved, returned to her usual gentle expression. Seeing my lover like that, I too felt relieved. I'm glad. If even a little of my feelings got through, that was enough for me. Satisfied, I let my guard down, not even realizing that I had given senpai an opening. By the way, Takashi-kun, can I ask you something? What is it? You mentioned earlier that we were being too hasty, and I've been wondering, what kind of misunderstanding was it? Senpai hadn't missed that. Even while feeling down, she was diligently searching for material to tease me with. I'm no match for her. Truly, I'm no match for this senpai. Her smile, now back to its usual mischief, is something I simply can't contend with today. It especially seems impossible to compete. Unlike any other day, today is special. It's my 20th birthday, and it's also the day she proposed we move in together. That's why I'm more nervous than ever, because times like these invariably lead to something going wrong. I'm sorry, but I can't talk about that. The more curious I get if you say that. No, it's not okay. You must have one or two secrets you wouldn't want to be known to me too, right, senpai? If Takashi-kun really wants to know, I can talk about them as much as you'd like. That's, ahaha. Your face is all red. You're really cute, Takashi-kun. See, just as I thought. She overwhelms me with her incredibly sweet voice if I try to fight back even a little. Cute, she says that while gently stroking the edge of my face with the back of her index finger. With a half-finished lemonade in one hand, she continues to dote on me. This is unbearably pleasant, and it's a real problem. It makes me fall for senpai even more when what I really want is for senpai to fall for me more. Anyway, please double-check with your family again. That's where the conversation should start. Okay, I'll ask them right now. Yes, please do that. Anyway, I'm going to get scolded by my parents in the end. That's what I've resigned myself to when Kura-senpai makes a call to her family. The senpai who was just now overwhelmed with a sense of tragedy is nowhere to be seen. Nor is the senpai who loves to tease me. It's just a seriously attractive woman, Otani Kura, sitting beside me. Hello mom. You know, about the living together thing we talked about the other day. Is it okay to talk about it now? Yeah, that's right, about the boyfriend I mentioned before. The person senpai is calling is her mother. I can hear her mother's relaxed voice leaking through. I can't make out the words, but judging by senpai's expression, they must be kind to her. I feel relieved seeing the seemingly good relationship between senpai and her mother. That aside, it seems they really had talked about living together before, which makes me worry about their family relationship. While I'm lost in thought watching senpai on the phone, Kura-senpai gives me a sweet look and lightly tugs at the hem of my shirt. Phone. Her lips, wet from the alcohol, move to convey that word to me. They open, close for a moment, and then open again. When they open the second time, I think I hear a small popping sound, but it's probably just my imagination. Senpai's lips are so glossy. I can't help but wish she would make a mwah sound. It must be just a weird desire because I'm a little bit indulgent today. While aware of my excitement about spending my birthday with my lover, I nod vigorously. Got it. Just wait a second. Takashi-kun. My mum says she has something she wants to tell you at the end. She hands me the smartphone that's still on the call. The screen reads Mum. Hello, I've taken over the phone, Suzuki Takashi speaking. I've been in a relationship with Kura-san for about a year now. I greet her cautiously, pressing the phone to my ear. I try to be as polite as possible, to be worthy of being Senpai's boyfriend. Oh, you're quite proper, aren't you? I thought you'd be more. Well, more? Is there something wrong? No, it's nothing. It's not something to bring up now, anyway. Is that so? The first impression I had when I heard her mother's voice was one of warmth. It reminded me of Kura-senpai's laid-back way of speaking. But it wasn't just that. I could also sense a mother's firmness. That was the impression I got, and that impression continued even as we got to the main topic. Right. About the living together matter. If Kura is okay with it, I don't mind at all. That easily? I've given it some thought, you know. Even though she's an adult, she's still my dear daughter. Silence. I found myself unable to speak. No, it felt like I shouldn't speak. I didn't have the words to interject into her serious conversation. It was clear how much she cared for Kura-senpai, even in her relaxed manner. But, if my daughter prefers to be with you, with Takashi-san, then I'm happy to send her off. Thank you so much. You're welcome. I couldn't help but feel grateful. Grateful for her mother's decision to acknowledge the relationship between Kura-senpai and me. But do be careful, okay? Be careful. About what exactly? If anything happens to Kura, you know how her father will become. I think you're sensible enough to understand what I mean by that. Yes, I swallowed hard. Her father. Kura-senpai's father. The man Senpai herself often complained about as being strict. I couldn't afford to make a mistake. Instantly, I realized I was being warned. By the way, I'm all for the relationship, just so you know. Even as her mother's words of approval were spoken, I was struck by the enormity of the warning she had just given. Well then, please take good care of Kura. The call ended abruptly, yet her voice remained calm and carefree. What was Mom talking about? Take care of her daughter. Classic Mum. Quick and to the point and makes things easier for me. I handed back the smartphone, and there was Senpai, looking anxious, asking about the outcome. Upon closer inspection, I noticed she was tightly gripping the hem of my shirt. Even if the family had been informed, it didn't guarantee a favorable outcome. This uncertainty was casting a shadow over Senpai's expression. Of course, her face brightened up immediately after I shared the good news. It wasn't so much a transformation as a return to her usual self. I always want Senpai to be happy and energetic. I like you, Senpai. I love you. I love you too, Senpai. Really? Really? I know that. I know very well. Today was my sweet 20th birthday, a day I had hoped would be special. And on this day, I received parental approval for us to live together. It was too much of a surprise for someone like me who couldn't even drink alcohol yesterday yet. So, from tomorrow, we'll be living together, okay? What do you mean? So? It's way too soon to start living together from tomorrow. And what about your stuff? Surely you can't be ready to move in today or tomorrow. No problem there. I've been preparing everything for today. That's a huge problem. And what were you planning to do if I said no? I'll get you drunk if I have to, but I'll make sure to get a marriage promise from you. Even if I can legally drink from today, isn't that a little underhanded? But I just want to spend more time with you. Kura-senpai pleads with me with her cute face and a sexy pose that doesn't quite match. I couldn't help but be shaken by her. One moment she's giggling, the next, she's confidently smirking. Then she leans forward in her loose t-shirt, a mischievous look on her face, and with slightly puffed cheeks, she sends a love call, saying, I want to be with you. Could anyone stay calm in the face of such an overwhelming assault? Could anyone's heart not race? I certainly couldn't, especially since just a moment ago, I had seen a vulnerable side of her. You're so cute when you're embarrassed, Takashi-kun. It's because you're teasing me, senpai. My feelings for Kura-senpai spill over onto my face, and she notices. No, even if it wasn't obvious, my feelings must have been clear to senpai all along, because she knows, senpai teases me even more. She's Otani Kura, a troublesome person who is 1 year my senior, and I'm hopelessly in love with such a senpai. I'm serious about everything I'm saying, you know. About the promise? Serious. Getting drunk? Of course, also serious. I could seriously marry you. Don't worry. Rather, I can't help but worry about you, senpai, who's already concerned about marriage. She answered my questions smoothly, as if she knew what I wanted to ask without me having to say a word. Moreover, she provided an answer when I was hesitating about whether to ask that question, and the look in senpai's eyes was dead serious. It was all happening too fast. So, you don't want to? Kura-senpai appealed to me again with those teary eyes. I have an undeniable weakness for that look. I can't help it. My true feelings are slipping out. It's not that I don't want to. It's just not that easy, isn't it? Even though I think it's too soon, my feelings are honest, and I find myself dreaming about sharing both the good times and the bad with Kura-senpai. Despite neglecting my work, not being sure if I can graduate, and not even knowing if Kura-senpai's feelings will change, I still dream about it and then fall into a state of self-loathing, thinking, isn't it too soon to be considering this? It's precisely because of these strong feelings that I can't remain unfazed by Kura-senpai's serious gaze. However, as inexperienced as I am, I still can't fully grasp how serious Kura-senpai is. It's because you worry about me like that I end up wanting to marry you. And as a preliminary step to that, living together? Correct. That's just too sudden. Her expressions change rapidly. In between, the beautiful woman with crimson hair sips her lemon sour. Her lips, damp from the drink, look more seductive than usual. Yet the content of our conversation is anything but seductive. I thought it through quite thoroughly on my part. But maybe I should have consulted you first. I would have appreciated a heads up for the sake of mental preparation. To be honest, to suddenly start living together from today or tomorrow is just too abrupt. The idea of living together might be senpai's version of a birthday surprise, but it's definitely beyond the scale of a regular surprise. Of course, it's not that I'm not happy about it. I've even dreamed of marrying senpai, so there's no point in trying to deceive myself now. And in front of senpai, I don't have the luxury of pretending otherwise. However, as a male college student, there was one issue with welcoming her into my place. Like I said before, it's not that I don't want to live with senpai, okay? It's just that there are things I need to tidy up. Don't worry, I'll help you. That's exactly what I'm worried about. Why is that, I wonder? Seeing me fumble with my words, Kura-senpai seemed a bit puzzled. I hoped she wouldn't notice, but that hope was fleeting. It seemed she had caught on. No, not yet. If senpai didn't actually say it out loud, I could still claim she hadn't noticed anything. Yes, let's go with that. Please let it be so. Don't worry. I won't be put off, no matter how abnormal the books you have are, Takashi-kun. My wishful thinking was shattered by the words that came with Kura-senpai's beaming smile. And to think that she would even find out where I kept those kinds of books. Section, breast special? Okay, and girls collection? No, thigh heaven? Well, that's fine. Right now, senpai is in the midst of checking my erotic magazines, and all I can do is silently watch this unfold. How miserable am I? To prevent this from happening, I had hidden my erotic magazines very carefully indeed. Knowing that it would be dangerous to show my erotic magazines to a teasing senpai, I had meticulously checked and prepared the perfect hiding spot for them, anticipating her visit today. And where was that? Behind the hollow space under my bed. Of course, I didn't just put them there. I created a fake wall to make it look like there was no hollow space at all. It was so well crafted that at first glance, no one would suspect there was a hollow space behind the bed. I had entrusted all the details to a friend from the architecture department, so the craftsmanship was guaranteed. Furthermore, I placed a box filled with unused cables under the bed and squeezed more reference books behind the reference book area on the bookshelf to create a decoy, all in an effort to divert Kura-senpai's attention from the fake wall behind the bed. Without even glancing at either side, she immediately reached behind the bed to the disguised wall. Really, there's no need to hide it. It's because you're setting traps so weirdly that I'm tempted to find them. Kura-senpai then started sorting through my treasured stash of erotic magazines that were hidden behind the fake wall. On her left side, she placed the ones she reacted positively to, and on the right, the ones she didn't like. Shall we have fun with the red-haired heroine? Sure. That's fine. The blue-haired heroine? No, absolutely not, she said, reading the titles of the erotic magazines one by one and sorting them to the left or right. I sat there in proper sea-eyes, watching her work. That was all I could do, being someone who easily found satisfaction in erotic magazines despite having a beautiful red-haired girlfriend like Kura-senpai. All right, I guess that's it. Takashi-kun, look this way. It seemed she had finished sorting the erotic magazines, as Kura-senpai called my name. Slowly, I raised my head to look at her, trying to gauge her mood. Why are you smiling? I asked, surprised to see a content Kura-senpai in front of me. I had assumed she would be angry, so her demeanor instilled a bit of fear in me. But there she was, unmistakably the usual Kura-senpai. Takashi-kun, did you really want to do naughty things with me that badly? Who else could it be saying such outrageous things if not the usual Kura-senpai? What are you talking about? Well, it's usually the breasts and thighs you're always looking at. No. What are you talking about? I have absolutely no idea what senpai is talking about. Is she suggesting that me looking at her chest and thighs is connected to the naughty stuff she's talking about in erotic magazines? Indeed, I can't deny that my gaze does wander to senpai's cleavage and her thighs, but that's a different matter entirely. I find myself internally swayed by the usual outrageous senpai, and here she goes saying strange things again. I mean, you were consoling yourself with this book as a substitute for me, weren't you? No comment. You don't have the right to remain silent, so please answer properly. It seems there's no escape. Could this be retribution for being satisfied with erotic magazines despite having a girlfriend like her? Even so, it's not like I could have just abstained from the magazines and approached her directly. That would be impossible. Well, I'd probably just be teased and skillfully brushed off. After all, it's been almost a year since we started dating and we've still not gone beyond almost kissing. Even when the mood was right, she'd say, "Not yet," and disrupt the moment by placing her index finger between our lips. I could never tell her, "I can't stand erotic magazines anymore. Please do something naughty with me." Of course, I couldn't possibly tell her that I've been consoling myself alone with the magazines as a substitute for her. By the way, maybe I'll do some of the things depicted in the book for you if you answer properly. Don't worry, I won't make you throw them away or anything. I did it almost every day. I've been comforting myself. I like that honest side of you too. Thank you. If she herself is offering to do naughty things, that's a different story. I've cleared my mind in the face of sexual desire. That's right. It's a natural physiological response. I'm a healthy male college student, after all. What's wrong with relying on erotic magazines? Especially when I have permission from my lover, that's even better. So, about the remaining books. Yes. The conversation up to now was about the book on the left, and now, Kura-senpai is pointing to the books on the right. The ones she reacted unfavorably to. But, I'm sure the good-natured senpai I see now would forgive even an undesirable book. I'm confident about that. After all, the senpai before me is unusually smiley today. Shall we burn it on the stove now? What did you just say? Didn't you hear? I said to burn the book that has no resemblance to me right now. Could it be that you're actually quite angry? Kura-senpai continues to smile sweetly. Her reaction says it all, and yet, it's the scariest I've ever seen her. Okay, as you wish. Today is my birthday. It's also the day my collection of erotic magazines was reduced by half. Section. Well, now that the cleaning is done, Happy birthday once again. Ahaha. Thank you. After gathering the remnants of the erotic magazines that burned and scattered on the stove, Kura-senpai and I sit down on the living room cushions, looking exhausted. Senpai had thought they would burn nicely, never expecting the wind from the stove's burner to blow them away. Her flustered figure was a bit cute, and I almost burst out laughing. However, the shock of burning the erotic magazines with my own hands was huge, and it seemed like I wouldn't recover from it for a while. With a solemn expression, I could only respond to Senpai's birthday wishes with a wry smile. Even in front of such Amy, Senpai remained herself, her carefree voice echoing in the heavy atmosphere. It's okay. It's okay. I'm not that much of a demon. I'll prepare something to apologize. An apology, like what, for example? How about a naughty photo book of myself? You can't be serious. Your own creation? I'll even get it properly printed and bound by a printing service. I don't think you need to go that far. I still can't read Senpai's thoughts at all, but I at least understood that I shouldn't dwell on anything that doesn't remind me of Senpai. I understand Senpai's anxiety. I wouldn't like it either if Senpai was fantasizing about other men besides me. The erotic magazines that we ended up burning were a small price to pay if it helped ease Senpai's worries. It wouldn't be a big deal if I just stopped being distracted by girls with tan or blue hair and did something more with Senpai. Yeah, if Senpai would let me have some physical contact without teasing, it wouldn't be an issue at all. While I understand Senpai's insecurities, I start to feel anxious myself. Does Senpai really like me? I know Senpai isn't the type to casually suggest living together with someone she doesn't like, but since we haven't even kissed yet, I can't help but worry, is Senpai's like not really love? In addition to these concerns, the idea of hiring a printing service doesn't sit well with me. If we use a service to print a book, at least the workers there would end up seeing Senpai's self-eyes. Senpai's naughty self-eyes. That's something I want to prevent at all costs. I don't want anyone else to see Kura-senpai's naughty selfie photos. It's enough that only I know about Senpai's slightly wild side. Still, I can't bring myself to tell her directly. Why don't you try drinking some alcohol, Takashi-kun? I've bought some that even beginners can enjoy. Yes. Please go easy on me. Before I knew it, I was handed a glass and had cheerfully replied, it's a bad habit of mine. I can't break the flow and end up letting my thoughts and feelings slide without expressing what I really want to say. Everything's just sliding by. I can't confirm whether Senpai truly likes me. I can't express my desire to kiss her, and naturally, anything beyond that. It's my birthday, and yet I'm starting to dislike myself a little. It's my first birthday with a girlfriend, but my mood just keeps sinking. To break out of this state, I decided to drink the alcohol Senpai recommended without hesitation, hoping to lift my spirits a little. First, try the Calpico Sour. It's low in alcohol content and has an easy-to-drink sweetness, so it's recommended for your first drink. It's kind of like Calpico soda. Well, it's basically that soda with alcohol in it. The sweet tartness spread through my mouth, followed by a faint sense of discomfort. Surely, this aftertaste must be the flavor of alcohol. It wasn't as bad as I thought. On the contrary, I felt my spirits lifting. The gloominess that weighed on me seemed to lighten. Encouraged, I grabbed the next drink after Senpai introduced it and took a big gulp. Next up, Shonamashu. It's a classic among classics, so it's worth remembering the taste. It kinda tastes like those plum juice drinks you see in vending machines. Pretty good. Well, it's plum, after all. The intense aroma of plum hit my nose directly, and the delicious taste spread across my tongue. Unlike when I drank the Calpico Sour, there was no discomfort, just the pure deliciousness of the plum itself. However, what I was drinking was definitely alcohol, and I could feel a tingling sensation throbbing at the back of my throat. Still, the high I wanted to feel was far off. In the end, I didn't hesitate to reach for the last drink that was prepared. Finally, this one. You've got to try it at least once. Asahi Super Dry. Bitter, but there's a subtle taste. This could become addictive. Good job. You might be ready to drink outside soon. Despite Senpai's happy reaction, I was filled with joy inside. My head felt light and airy, yet my excitement was rising. I was quietly delighted to have reached the high I had been seeking, but my self-satisfied joy was short-lived as my vision suddenly distorted. "Hey, senpai, did you learn mag tricks? Everything's looking really wobbly." "Ah, it's because you're drunk." "I'm not drunk at all. People who insist they're not drunk are usually the worst off. Just wait here, I'll go get you some water." Saying that, Kura-senpai tried to step away from me for a moment. Without realizing it, I had grabbed onto the hem of senpai's shirt. Takashi-kun. "Senpai, I want to ask, do you really like me?" Even though I was supposed to be feeling high-spirited, word that sounded not so manly slipped out of my mouth. My head felt light and fluffy, yet my emotions were heavy and oppressive. "Of course I like you." "Really? It's not some kind of joke, is it?" "There's no way. I truly like only you. I'm seriously in love with you." "Then, please kiss me." I wanted to stop myself, but the words I had been thinking in my heart kept spilling out of my mouth regardless of my will. The shackles I had been holding back fell from my eyes, and the overflowing anxiety reached senpai's ears. Kura-senpai just stared at me intently with serious eyes. Her expression, so different from the frivolous one she had earlier, became serious. With her lips moistened by alcohol, she slightly opened them and asked softly, "Do you want to?" "I want to kiss you, Kura-senpai. Don't you feel the same?" More of my true feelings spilled out. My anxiety spilled out. My desire to become more intimate with senpai grew. It's a bit pathetic that it's only about a kiss, which seems like me. But I can't do something irresponsible. Just because I turned 20 doesn't mean I can take responsibility for everything. If anything happens to Kura, you know how her father will become. The voice of senpai's mother echoed in my mind. Even though I had her blessing, the fear of that something would happen prevented me from moving forward. I had heard several times from senpai herself that her father was strict, but still, a kiss should be okay for now, right? I wait for senpai's reply with anticipation. Anticipating what answer she will give me. Anticipating those lips touching my skin. But it's times like these that senpai can be so mean. "Of course, I want to, but maybe not right now." "Is it because you don't really like me?" "That's not it. I just don't want to give away something important in the heat of the moment when you're drunk." Senpai sits down next to me again, takes a half-finished bottle of tea from her bag, and presses it to my mouth. The tea that was suddenly poured into my mouth tasted several times stronger and more bitter than usual, almost unrecognizable from senpai's preferred sweet tea. "So, wait for the kiss until morning, okay? I'll stay right by your side until then." "All right." Defeated by the alcohol, I close my eyes as if sinking down, and thus my birthday comes to an end. Far from the birthday I had fantasized about, I savor the bitterness. Section. My head hurts. The brightness of the sun peeking through the gap in the curtains wakes my consciousness that had sunk to the depths. In stark contrast to the refreshing morning sunlight, my head throbs with a dull pain. It's a different kind of headache, one that urges reflection. It seems I'm not quite ready for alcohol yet. When did I fall asleep? I don't even remember getting into bed. I scratch my head, trying to distract myself from the pain as I attempt to recall the events of the previous day. But there's a gap in my memory right around the time I started drinking. I remember downing one drink after another, recommended by senpai, in an attempt to drown out my anxious feelings towards them, but I can't remember what we talked about or how I felt after that. Wait, this smell? Is it coming from the kitchen? As I focus on the source of the nostalgic scent that's faintly wafting through the room, I see Kura-senpai, who is completely different from yesterday, standing there, the very picture of reliability. Even though she's wearing the same thin t-shirt as the day before, just standing in the kitchen makes her seem like a completely different person. "Senpai, what are you doing?" "What do you mean?" "I'm making breakfast." "Especially after drinking. Miso soup in the morning is the best." "It's not that." "Didn't you go home?" "How could I leave someone who got drunk for the first time on his own and just go home?" "Well, that might be true, but you'd take care of me if I were completely smashed, wouldn't you?" "Takashi-kun, Of course, there's no way I could just leave you like that. And that's what I did. Even though senpai is usually sloppy, she's still responsible at the important moments. It makes my heart skip a beat. It's even more striking because she's turning only her face towards me while her back is still turned. When I look down, I see her thighs revealed by her short pants, and my heart races again at the sight of her backside pushing against the thin blue denim fabric. And we made a promise, remember? A promise? Never mind then, that's another story. Senpai turns around again with that mature expression, and the glimpse of her neat ears beneath her tidy crimson hair makes my heart race even faster. But life with senpai isn't always sweet enough to let me feel this excited for long. Why don't you go wash your face or something? Your bedhead is pretty wild. I hurriedly pressed down my hair, but it was already too late. I could tell just by touching it how messy it looked. While I was getting all worked up over senpai's gestures, she must have been chuckling at my crazy hair. With that thought, I couldn't help but blush. There's no need to hide it. You won't be able to hide it anyway once we start living together. We're not living together yet. I got to note Akashi-kun's cute side before anyone else. Lucky me. What a deal. Bed hair is cute. I really don't understand your standards of cuteness, senpai. It's not the bed hair that's cute. It's your flustered look that's adorable. Unaware of my feelings, Kura-senpai teases me as usual. While feeling a bit relieved that the topic of living together senpai mentioned yesterday hadn't disappeared, I also countered her teasing in my usual way. But, as always, I never seem to win against senpai's teasing. I'll fix it right away. Take your time. I'll fix it super fast. In the end, I found myself rushing to the washroom. With senpai's carefree voice behind me, I realize I'm grinning as usual. Even though I know this is why she keeps teasing me. In front of the mirror stands a black-haired male university student. In his mind was a red-haired beautiful female student. I don't think I'm a good match for her. I feel my insecurities smoldering as I compare my appearance with that of my girlfriend, who was always by my side. My features are well defined, and I'm not what you'd call ugly, but I can't help comparing myself to Kura-senpai. Do I really match up with her? Even though I believe senpai isn't the kind of person to judge others solely by their looks, there's a part of me that's still concerned. It's because I'm weak. I'm afraid that the reality of senpai liking me might one day shatter and become a dream. Maybe it's easier to think from the start that we're not a match. That's what I thought until yesterday, when I heard about living together and marriage from senpai's own lips nearly a year later. I've got to pull myself together. Senpai genuinely likes me. Whether her talk of marriage is serious or a joke, I can't be sure, but I know she cares for me. I can't afford to keep looking backward when she's right in front of me and showing me such affection. I must strengthen my weak self, my fragile heart, even if it's just a little at a time. I need to start now and continue even after we move in together. With that firm resolve, I finished fixing my hair and made my way to the living room where senpai was waiting. The room was filled with the delicious aroma of food, and the dishes laid out seemed to embody that enticing smell. Fried eggs, sausages, shredded cabbage, and tofu miso soup. A typical Japanese breakfast spread across the table. The one who prepared it was undoubtedly my girlfriend, Kura-senpai. As I began to eat, I recalled the image of her in the kitchen this morning. You really looked the part doing the housework, senpai. Really? If so, then it was worth the effort. Did you often help out at home? My mom taught me all the household chores so that I could prepare a breakfast like this. Oh, is that so? It must have been preparation with our cohabitation in mind. That thought made me a bit unsure of how to react. The prospect of seeing a scene like this every single day, not just every morning, once we start living together filled me with an indescribable joy. At the same time, I held back my excitement, expecting to be teased about it, but it seemed she had anticipated even that. Seeing my reaction, she leaned in with a mischievous smile and teased me. Are you embarrassed? I'm not embarrassed. Really not embarrassed? I said I'm not embarrassed. Then look at me. I can't do that right now. You're blushing, aren't you? Under senpai's relentless charm, I finally fell. No, seriously, Is there any guy who wouldn't blush when questioned by Kura-senpai, who perfectly balances cuteness and beauty while she's peering into his face? At least, I can't help it. Even if I try to act like I'm not embarrassed, my face naturally breaks into a grin, and when she tells me to look at her, I just can't. Surely, or rather, undoubtedly, I'd just grin even more and end up being teased by senpai again. Even when I try to look away, I still end up being teased in the end. Kura-senpai never stopped teasing me, so I decided to try a different approach. By the way, about the promise you mentioned earlier? You're changing the subject. You don't have to hide your embarrassment like that. Well, I like that about you, Takashi-kun. Instead of successfully changing the subject, I'm completely seen through and teased even more. I realize that I will probably continue to be teased by senpai in the future. Strangely, I find that I don't dislike it at all, something I'm only now coming to terms with. Just as I come to this realization, a serious voice from senpai breaks through. You don't remember what happened last night when you were drunk? I'm sorry. No, don't apologize. If anything, I should be the one saying sorry. It seems I've made you endure it quite a bit. Sorry for teasing you and causing you so much trouble. Does that mean that's what you told me last night in your drunken state? I apologized reflexively, but despite her serious tone, senpai's expression was very gentle. What intrigued me even more were the last words she said. That's what you told me last night in your drunken state. What did I do yesterday? I wonder what I said to senpai while I was drunk. How much of my inner anxieties did I end up revealing? I feel embarrassed for having explained things I didn't want to be known using my own words. At the same time, I can't help but feel affection for senpai, who worries about me. I probably won't be able to stop teasing you, but I really do like you from the bottom of my heart. That's why I've been holding back all this time. What if you hate me? What if you think I'm easy? There's no way I would think like that. Right. I knew it. That's why I like you. You're just that kind of person. For a different reason than before, I now find it impossible to look at Kuro-senpai's face. It's not because I'm trying to hide my embarrassment. Senpai just looks so dear to me that I feel if I keep looking at her, I might lose all my reason, and that's why I can't face her. But when it comes to making important decisions, she always seemed to come suddenly, without giving you any time to think. Hey, shall we do it? Do what? Kiss. Without waiting for my response, senpai stands up and gently cradles my face in her hands from across the table. Are you going to stop at the last minute again? No, I won't. Are we talking about an indirect kiss? It's a direct kiss, nose to nose, mouth to mouth. While I hesitantly ask questions, senpai playfully presses my lips with her thumb. When I sneak a glance at senpai's face, her lips look moist, her eyes feverish. The teasing senpai is nowhere to be found. Instead, a love-struck maiden is present. I fall in love with senpai yet again. Are you done with your questions? I'm new to this, so please go easy on me. Hee. Understood. I'll be gentle for your first time. Senpai's lips, which curved into a smile, quickly drew closer to mine, and soon they gently touched. It was just a gentle kiss, but it felt more intense than any fantasy I'd ever had about senpai and about all those things we could do. It doesn't matter even if it was a kiss that tasted like miso soup. Interlude. I finally did it. Stepping out of Takashi-kun's room, I find a secluded spot and blush in agony. I realize, belatedly, that I've given away the kiss I'd been holding back on, not wanting to seem too forward, as a tribute for his 20th birthday. Realizing this and acknowledging it, feeling the warmth spread through my body, I come to recognize, yet again, how much I truly like Takashi-kun. Every time I think of him, the desire to kiss him again becomes unbearable. This is the third time now. Right after leaving his room, near the intersection close to his apartment, and then, in the back alley of the station's shopping district, I can't help but confirm my feelings over and over. The answer my heart comes to is always the same. It hasn't changed. I can't help it because I like him. Even if the kiss was fueled by alcohol, the feelings I have for him won't change or fade. No, maybe it was precisely because of the alcohol that I was finally able to kiss him. Thinking about it that way, maybe it's not so bad to rely on the liquid confidence from a drink. Yeah, thinking about it won't change anything. Time to head home. I've got to start preparing for us to live together. With a renewed sense of determination, I undo my side tail and return to my usual look for going out. Heading home at this hour, a beauty all alone. Maybe there's a chance? Idiot. There's no way she'd be at the station at this time without someone waiting for her. Yeah, you're right. TCH, I'm jealous of the guy. I couldn't care less about the murmuring around me. I have no interest in men who look at me with such base thoughts. I don't find them attractive at all. What I like are men who are serious but sometimes show a cute side. That's the kind of man I'm into. Actually, I've felt this way for the past year. Ever since I saw him at a club's welcome event. I wish I could live with Takashi-kun quickly. A wishful thought slips out. Living together, waking up together, and heading to university together. Whoever gets home first prepares dinner and waits. Of course, we'd eat together too, but it's not just about meals. From evening to morning, we could be all lovey-dovey. What happened last night and today could happen every day from now on. It's impossible to stop right now. My feelings only continue to speed up. The day after tomorrow, or maybe a week from now. With anticipation in my heart and looking forward to our next kiss, I boarded the train home. Chapter 2, Gradually Losing Places to Escape. A few days after my birthday, I cleaned my room and waited to welcome Senpai, who had sent her usual message, saying, "I'm coming over today." Then the doorbell rang. "Takashi-kun, can you unlock the door for me?" "Sure, but is something wrong?" "I just felt like having Takashi-kun open the door for me today." "Oh, so you have days like that?" "Yep, I do." Feeling a bit odd about Senpai's unusual behavior since she usually had a spare key to my room, I nonetheless unlocked the door. Waiting outside was the usual Kura-senpai, along with some unfamiliar large luggage. Senpai. What's all this?" "Why are you asking?" "This is, of course, the set for moving in with you. You say it with such a isn't that obvious attitude." Senpai had brought 2 large pieces of luggage. One contained her clothes, makeup, and other personal items. The other held a set of matching dishes and a letter from Senpai's mother. "Isn't today a bit too sudden?" "That's how life is. Couldn't you at least tell me the date?" "I'm completely unprepared mentally." "Blame God for not bestowing humans with the ability to foresee the future." "I'm complaining about you, Senpai." "What on earth did I do?" "You didn't give me any time to prepare. Even yesterday, you came over to hang out and didn't say anything about today, and then you teased me about the kiss before leaving." Senpai is always so unpredictable. She brings up the idea of living together, keeps hiding the various things she's dealing with, continues to refuse kisses, and then, out of the blue, she kisses me during breakfast the other day. Today is no different. Even though I knew about the plans to move in together, I was never told when it would start. Whenever I asked, I was just brushed off with a vague, "I wonder when will that be?" Moreover, Senpai just gives me this smug look or plays dumb despite my annoyance, and I can't shake the feeling that she's not really taking my words to heart. Was it a jab at me for saying that moving in immediately was impossible on the day the topic was brought up? No, that can't be it. If Senpai were to take a jab at me, it would be something more provocative. Instead, I suspect she might simply be enjoying my frustrated reactions. After all, I can't help it when I remember your reaction to our first kiss. You know, you were melting into the afterglow of the kiss that day and only giving me nothing but absent-minded responses. I couldn't help but recall that moment after seeing Senpai with a slight smile. Senpai was dressed differently than the loose t-shirt she wore around the house. Now she wore a cute yet slightly small white shirt paired with a stylish black leather jacket. Cuteness, coolness, sexiness, and that usual teasing expression. It was a combination that was more than enough to throw me off balance. "Well, that was my first kiss ever, so, and did you find yourself restless after it was over?" "I did not." "There's no need to hide it. I was restless too, you know." "Really?" You're making that naughty face again." "You're such a pervert." Wah! I was teased again, and this time it hit the mark, causing even greater damage than usual. But then again, How could I not be restless after a kiss with Kura-senpai? With just one glance, she could charm a crowd with her stunning appearance, and despite her frequent teasing, she had a bright personality that was somehow endearing to others. If my lover tells me that she felt restless after kissing me, I can't help but blush. It's inevitable. I wonder how senpai, who is usually so laid back, becomes restless. What kind of expressions does she make? What kind of sultry voice do she let out? The more I think about senpai, the deeper I fall into this trap. Well, all joking aside, I didn't say anything until today because I didn't have the courage. Courage? Of course, I'm a girl too. When it comes to living together, I don't want to show you my weird side and have you dislike me, you know. Well, maybe that's true. Senpai suddenly switches to a serious expression as I'm swayed by sweet words. For a moment, I didn't understand what senpai was saying, but then I realized that senpai is indeed also a girl who has her own concerns, and it's not just the erotic magazine from the other day that I'd be embarrassed to be seen with. Senpai must feel the same. It's not just material things but also vulnerabilities and the things deep inside our hearts that we don't want to reveal. I let some of it slip in a drunken moment, and senpai did just before our first kiss. However, I'm convinced that what's at the bottom of our hearts must be the same, but in the end, I couldn't overcome my desire to be with you for a long time. The desire to see your weird side won over my fear of you seeing mine. It wasn't the smile of teasing. It was senpai's genuine affectionate smile directed at me. Faced with such a smile from senpai, I was overwhelmed by a feeling of restlessness greater than that of our first kiss. I really can't compete with you, senpai. I murmured this to myself. Section. Please take care of my selfish daughter for many years to come. This was what was written in the letter from senpai's mother. That's heavy. What would you call it? I can't shake the feeling that I'm being told, don't you dare part with my precious daughter. It's not like I'm planning to break up with senpai or anything, but I can't help worrying that she might get tired of me. After all, Kura-senpai is popular, unlike me. I understand how senpai's mother feels, but since I don't have much confidence in keeping senpai with me, I couldn't just nod along with the content of the letter. Perhaps sensing my feelings, she let out a small complaint. Really, Mum doesn't need to write such unnecessary things. It just shows how much you're loved. I know that, but I can't help worrying that it might pressure Takashi-kun. You know, senpai. I don't dislike senpai when she teases me as usual, but I'm no match for the mature aura she has right now. Far from disliking her, it makes me feel like I have to try harder so that senpai won't get tired of me. In the end, I've just fallen for Kura-senpai even more. I find myself getting thrilled over and over again by every little thing senpai does. Maybe that's why senpai doesn't stop teasing me. Could it be that my lack of resentment towards senpai's teasing is simply because I like her so much? Alright, let's put an end to this gloomy talk. Let's have some drinks. Aren't you switching too quickly? As I'm lost in thought, senpai claps her hands vigorously. The mature senpai from a moment ago is nowhere to be found. She places two big bags at the end of the living room and sits down on the three-seater sofa. She's back to her usual, familiar, slouchy posture. I wish I could get back the heart-pounding feeling I had for senpai just a moment ago. As I'm thinking this, senpai asks me a question with a sly grin forming at her lips. Eh? You want to keep things serious? You don't want to get lovey-dovey with me? When I take a good look at senpai's lips, I see they're glossed with lipstick, matching her leather jacket. Noticing that, I can't help but recall the sensation of our first kiss. Soft and tender, yet slightly moist as we parted lips. Of course, my feelings for senpai aren't so light that they'd end with just a kiss. I found myself wanting to go beyond the softness and the moisture, and after senpai left, I spent my time in restless longing, and even now, I have a strong desire to feel and to seek senpai out. If asked what lies at the core of these feelings, there was only one thing: I want to be lovey-dovey. I thought you'd say something like that, you naughty boy. I'm not naughty. Maybe I'll continue where that kiss left off if you admit you're naughty. Then I am naughty. Yep. I like the honest Takashi-kun best. Whether senpai is being mature or just lazing around, My heart is constantly being swayed, and the fact that I find comfort in this makes me beyond help. Plus, there's the incident with the erotic magazine. It's too late to try to cover that up now. If she's offering to continue where the kiss left off, all the more reason to. Why are you staring at my lips so much? What are you talking about? My lips might get burned by your intense gaze, Takashi-kun. I can't help but notice. Did you hate it being looked at? I knew you were looking. You're naughty. I guess I'll just continue to live my days being shaken by senpai. Morning, noon, and night, and even while I'm sleeping, I must be thoroughly captivated by senpai, thinking that even this is charming. She has dominated my heart completely, my gaze, and even my innocence. Despite my heart being in turmoil, I sit next to senpai. My heart is pounding, even though she hasn't done anything I desire. So, Takashi-kun, what would you like to drink? I've brought a variety from sweet to bitter. Something sweet. Fufu. A sweet kiss is what you wish for? I didn't say that. While being enchanted by the sweet scent of her perfume, I maintain my composure as I continue the conversation. Her mature attire, the pleasant atmosphere, and her sweet scent could melt my brain if I got too close. So, you don't want a sweet kiss? I didn't say I don't. I'll take that as your answer. And then, senpai's mischievous smile is the final blow. My heart is completely melted. Then, maybe I'll have something sweet too. Saying that, senpai gets up from the sofa, takes a kanchuhai from her large bag, and returns. It was only a brief 3-step movement, but even that made me feel lonely. Even though I haven't had any alcohol yet, my vision is wavering. My heart is wavering. Then, to celebrate our living together, cheers. With the clinking sound of our toast, I suppressed the momentary wavering by gulping down the sweet alcohol. Maybe, just maybe, moving in with senpai was too soon for me. I asked myself as I continued to feel restless. All right. I'm feeling the buzz from the alcohol, so maybe it's time to give Takashi-kun the sweet kiss he's been wanting. Are you going to do it now? I'm not mentally prepared yet. What? I've been ready since we toasted. Does that mean you weren't into it, Takashi-kun? That's sad. No, it's not like that. It's just that I can't imagine what a sweet kiss is supposed to be like, so I don't know how to prepare. So, what you're saying is you want me to teach you step by step. It was a night in mid-October. My senior girlfriend had just arrived at my place with her moving boxes, and instead of sorting out her stuff, she started a party right away. The sentimental senior who had been moved by her mother's letter was nowhere to be seen. Instead, as usual, or rather, more than usual, she was affectionately stirring my heart. And the sweet alcohol she brought, the rich peach liquor, only accelerated that. Her lips, painted with a seductive red lipstick, blended with the peach liquor, giving off a faint cherry blossom hue. The atmosphere shifted from mature to dangerously glossy, as if it was about to melt at any moment. Just hearing the words sweet kiss from those lips made my tension skyrocket. It was already hard enough to calm my feelings, but with this, it was utterly impossible. And then she had to add step by step to the mix, leaving me completely at her mercy. Ready? I'll teach you everything. We're going to do this many times from now on, so I need to teach you thoroughly, right? Your whispering tickles my ear. Your ears are sensitive? That's cute. There you go again, making fun of me. But I love all your reactions because they're so cute. I can't help but tease you. Perhaps I had built up some tolerance since this was my second time drinking, as I wasn't getting ahead of myself. However, being drunk made my senses more acute, and any breath on my ear would make me jolt in response. Unable to hide how sharply attuned I was, I once again gave the kind of reaction my senior girlfriend loved. Oh my, your face has gotten even redder, hasn't it? Are you blushing because someone said she loves you? With a grin clearly brimming with joy, Kura-senpai closes in on me as I sit at the end of a 3-seater sofa. She presses her voluptuous body against me, inching closer and closer, clearly enjoying my reactions. Perhaps it's the alcohol, but her physical affection is more intense than usual, and from time to time, I feel the sensation of her chest against my elbow. Her slender fingers are on my thigh. Everything about senpai, from her touch to her presence, is making my face turn red, and I can't even bear to look at the face of the person I adore so much. And yet, senpai won't even allow me to look away. Everything about senpai, from her touch to her presence, is making my face turn red, and I can't even bear to look at the face of the person I adore so much. And yet, senpai won't even allow me to look away. It'd say no, if you turn your face away, you'll miss out on a sweet kiss. Okay, it's not a mischievous smile, nor is it an adult's feigned laughter. It's a bewitching smile filled with affection. Before I knew it, I had responded softly to such an expression from senpai. Hee, you've finally become honest. You're surprisingly a lot more handful than I thought you'd be, you know. Are you one to talk, senpai? Oh, I am? If I don't tempt you strongly, you won't come along. You scaredy cat. That's not true. It was the perfect time to push you down. Huh? Or is it too late if I do it now? I tried to take the initiative following senpai's words, but with my heightened senses, a slight push on my stomach was all it took for her to turn the tables and pin me down instead. She hit the nail on the head, overpowering me with strength, and with my inferior romantic experience, I couldn't win against senpai in any aspect. I'm filled with a sense of shame. However, senpai is not a demon. Well, I don't intend to tease you so much today, so don't be so wary. Since it's the first night of us living together, I'll let you have a very sweet night's sleep. Saying this, senpai brings the peach liquor she had been drinking to my lips. Perhaps this is her way of rewarding me. Without any hesitation, I drank down senpai's peach liquor. There you go. Well done. Senpai slowly stroked my head with a bewitching smile as if to tease me. Unable to bear the anticipation, I found myself asking a question without thinking. You wouldn't call this a sweet kiss, would you? I didn't want to believe that the sweet kiss I had been so eagerly awaiting, after being teased and tantalized, would end with just an indirect kiss through sharing a peach liquor. I am powerless against her, inferior in love experience, and there's not a single thing I can best senpai at. It's pathetic, but like anyone else, I have sexual desires. My expectations have been raised, and it's not like I don't have desires just because it might end with an indirect kiss. In fact, when it comes to sexual desire, I might even be above average, but I don't have the courage to make a move on senpai. Especially since I don't yet have the courage to face senpai's father, who is said to be strict. As these thoughts were swirling in my head, senpai replied, "Of course not. An indirect kiss is just the beginning. It's something I do often with everyone." "That's right," I replied as if I were satisfied. "Senpai is popular without me having to say it. She's undeniably beautiful, friendly, considerate, and has a sexy allure that captivates everyone. It wouldn't be surprising if she had her fun without me knowing. After all, senpai is popular." Even as I tried to convince myself of this, a sense of frustration welled up inside me. I resented myself for not being worthy of senpai. I could feel my face stiffening naturally, but it seemed my worries were unfounded. "Oh, when I say I do it, I mean with my girlfriends, so don't worry. I'm not doing anything that would make you jealous. I'm not jealous. Let's just leave it at that." Saying this, senpai stood up from the sofa and once again walked towards the pile of large bags. Senpai might tease, but she rarely lies, especially not the kind of lie that would hurt me. Besides, the day after my birthday, before that kiss, senpai had shed tears over how our relationship would proceed, telling me to rest assured. If that's the case, I have nothing more to say to senpai, and there's no need for jealousy. I'll just revel in the sweet kiss we shared. But the thing we're about to do, I'm seriously serious. I've never done it with anyone before, so be careful, okay? A sweet kiss that she had never even done it before. That only raises my expectations even more. I might not be able to hold back. That's what senpai said, and I watched her come back with another round of drinks and a certain snack. Pocky. With a refill of rich peach liquor, she brought a box of the famous stick-shaped chocolate snack. Humming a tune almost like a whistle, she returns to the couch where I'm waiting, in high spirits. I have a bad feeling about this. Alcohol, Pocky, and a sweet kiss. The conclusion that this is leading to seems pretty clear. When you talk about sweet kisses with alcohol, it's got to start with the pocky game, right? As I feared, my bad feeling was spot on. Kura-senpai licks her lips, now coated with the taste of peach liquor. In front of such a senpai, my restless feelings only accelerate. Still, I try to maintain my composure and scheme to create a situation that isn't too advantageous for senpai. I've only just learned about alcohol recently. Shall I teach you everything, step by step? You don't need to. You don't have to pretend to be strong. You can say, I want the too cute senpai who's played the pocky game with anyone else before to teach me gently. It's okay to say that, you know? Really. You don't need to. Despite senpai's tantalizing verbal assault, I managed to keep my cool. Or at least, I'm trying to. You hesitated for a moment, didn't you? It seemed that my attempt to appear calm didn't fool senpai. Must be your imagination. As usual, you're trying to cover up the weird parts. It's okay to be a little spoiled, you know. It's not like that at all. Sure. Let's just say that's the case. No matter how hard I tried, senpai saw right through me, but she didn't press the issue any further. Instead, she took a pocky stick out of the bag and held it out to me. Here you go, bite the cookie end, okay? Why yes, I'll bite the chocolate end and wait, so take your time and nibble it away. With that, she implied, we're about to kiss, and flashed a mischievous smile. Even so, I couldn't resist the temptation from senpai, who continued to smile seductively. I bit the pocky and turned the other end towards senpai under her intense gaze. Without hesitation, she bit the chocolate side and chuckled. Hee hee. True to her word, Kura-senpai waited with the chocolate end in her mouth, her eyes holding the usual teasing air as I nibbled my way closer. If I did nothing, I was sure she would tease me with, see, you really are a baby. Having come this far, and with just a little more to go before I could turn the tables on senpai, I couldn't maintain my usual composure. That's right. Nice and steady. Come here, Takashi-kun. Crunch. I nibbled the pocky closer to senpai's lips. With each small step closer, senpai slowly trails her hands along my arms. In response, I place my hands on her slender shoulders and firm waist. As she nibbles on the pocky, her body trembles slightly with each bite. Her lips, which begin to melt the chocolate with their warmth, are coated with a glossy sheen over the rich peach-flavored lipstick. The once bewitching lips transform into a lusciously sweet pear that I yearn to kiss. The pocky we've been eating is now down to the chocolate-covered area. Just a little more, and I'll reach senpai's enticing lips. I'm moments away from the sweet kiss I've longed for when suddenly, I think that's enough. Here, senpai's lips come at me swiftly, and I'm helplessly drawn in. The pocky I was slowly savoring vanishes in an instant, replaced by senpai's tongue, richly coated with chocolate and peach liquor. Say senpai, what is this? Of course, it's a sweet kiss. It was sweet, wasn't it? Senpai grins mischievously, a hint of chocolate at the corner of her mouth. A glimpse of sweetness is revealed, but lurking behind it is a devilish side, ready to drain every ounce of my spirit. I am overwhelmed by the kiss. It's too sweet to entertain any other thoughts. But for senpai, this kiss is just a casual first round. Now it's your turn to be the chocolate side, Takashi-kun. Here, bite this. Are we still going? Of course. Didn't I tell you I don't hold back? There's no chance to linger in the afterglow of the kiss with senpai. Her eyes melted into a sultry gaze. I'm going to give you plenty of sweet kisses until I'm satisfied. With those words, she let me bite the chocolate side this time. Naturally, it was senpai's turn to nibble next. I couldn't escape even if I wanted to, as senpai's hand, which had traveled up my arm to my neck, didn't allow it, and I was sweetly attacked by senpai once again without any means to resist. Maybe I should add a bit more sweetness. The second time was no different. In fact, she dipped the pocky in peach liquor before taking it into her mouth to increase the sweetness. Ready for another one, senpai? Don't you want another sweet kiss? Senpai is really cunning. How could I possibly say no when those melting eyes are gazing at me? Who wouldn't want to touch those lips that glint mischievously? Who could stop the intensified sweetness of her kisses? It's frustrating that my feelings are being weighed against a mere piece of sweet, but that's natural, isn't it? There's no reason to refuse this. I shake my head quietly, insisting on more sweet kisses. Hee. I knew you'd do that, Takashi-kun, Kura-senpai says with a smile. And she starts nibbling. Ah, the sweet, melting voice of my lover echoes through my brain via the pocky. The sound of the cookie being finely nibbled. The sound of the accumulated dough being swallowed. The sound of a dry mouth being moistened with saliva. The information transmitted through the pocky accelerates my heartbeat. I'm eager to taste senpai's sweetness quickly. It's not just the pocky. There's something about senpai herself, right in front of me, that's urging me on. The finely crumbled cookie dough coated my lips, and from the slightly parted corners of my mouth, saliva oozed out lazily. At the end of it all, the deep crimson hair swayed gently to and fro. I couldn't help but quicken my pulse at the sight of the sweaty nape of her neck peeking through the gaps. Takashi-kun, I love you. Me, too. I love you. Hee. I know. The usual exchange, a casual yet affirming ritual, and yet, at this moment, I feel an unusual sense of fulfillment. Surely, it's because senpai looks more beautiful than ever. Senpai, who no one else sees, disheveled, full of openings, and smeared with love, just for me. Senpai, unique and sweet, with the scent of intoxicating liquor. My Kura-senpai, whom I have no intention of sharing with anyone else. The kiss, held back until now, was exceptionally sweet. Senpai, let's calm down for a moment. You're getting a little too drunk. I want more. I want to melt away sweetly with Takashi-kun. It's not that I don't want to, but if we keep going like this, we might do it while being drunk, so let's stop soaking in alcohol, okay? No. That's it for the booze. I'm confiscating it. Since then, we've repeated the pocky game over and over again. Seeking sweetness and savoring the special moments with a lover, we kissed again and again. With each repetition, the peach flavor intensified, unmistakably indicating a rising alcohol content, and gradually even my thoughts began to melt away. Despite the fear of the boundless peach flavor, I had no intention of stopping the pocky game. On the contrary, I found myself wanting to taste more and more of senpai. Surely senpai must feel the same way. So, the part that's missing. Takashi-kun will make up for it? Me, you say? Can you give me a kiss so sweet that I'd be satisfied even without peach liquor? Gulp. The melted expression, the saliva dripping slowly, the softness felt through the leisure jacket. It's impossible not to swallow my saliva at that. Her pleading look with those upturned eyes was that stimulating. Naturally, it gets me in the mood. I want to live up to senpai's expectations. All right. I will. I'll make sure senpai is satisfied. I pull her closer. I tighten my arm around her waist to bring our bodies even closer together. Senpai's body jolts, and a sweet voice escapes her lips. Unable to resist, I caress her damp neck with my other hand. Takashi-kun, don't tease me. Should I stop? I'll continue, okay? She's so cute. She wriggles her body, but she doesn't refuse outright. Even though she utters words of protest as if in lament, her eyes plead for more. I'm at my limit with senpai, who is so endearing, yet her actions and true feelings are completely mismatched. Takashi-kun, I love you. I love you too. I'm seriously in love with you, senpai. From the neck to the throat, along the jaw, and to the lips. As the saliva dripped down, I gathered it with my fingers and brought them closer to my true desire. Takashi-kun, you're so mean. I thought you'd be more aggressive. Senpai, you're always mean to me too. So, this is payback. But you seem to enjoy it, Takashi-kun. That's why I do it, you know? And you, Kura-senpai, seem very happy right now? Of course, because I'm happy with anything Takashi-kun does to me. You're blushing. What can I do? It's only natural to blush when senpai says something like that. That's why I like you, Takashi-kun. Just a little more and I could have seen that flustered expression. Even though I was teasing and poking at her lips, before I knew it, the tables had turned. No matter how much I struggle, I'll always be teased by senpai. And I'll continue to find joy in it. I don't want to change. In fact, I'm fine with the way things are. As long as Kura-senpai stays by my side, that's more than enough. But now, just for now, I want to go a little further. Kura-senpai, can you hold on just a little longer? Are you going to do something else? Didn't I tell you? I said I'd satisfy you. Eh? She must have been caught off guard. She thought she had me figured out and was satisfied, but as my face rapidly approached hers, a look of surprise appeared on senpai's face. I love you. I let out just a little bit of my desire. It was just a kiss, but still a kiss. For me, who hadn't been able to kiss a lover until turning 20, it was a significant step forward. But I should stop here. If I go any further, I won't be able to control myself. Senpai. So, all I can do right now is stop at kissing. Ha ha. Senpai, if Takashi-kun is in the mood, then I too, mmhm. Exclamation mark. No matter how much senpai desires it. It's just kissing. My lips are all sticky. Well, that's what happens when you play the Pocky game all day. In the end, I kept kissing senpai until the Pocky was gone, and before I knew it, we continued kissing even after we ran out of Pocky. We greedily tasted each other's sweetness-coated tongues, and when that wasn't enough, we entwined our bodies and kissed. The kissing finally stopped just before sunrise. We hadn't spent the night packing up stuff. Instead, we just cuddled on the sofa. Should we skip college classes tomorrow? Are you okay with your attendance? I always attend classes seriously. What about you, Takashi-kun? I take them seriously too. Then you should be fine with skipping just for a day. My mouth was still tinged with chocolate, peach liqueur, and the sweet saliva of my beloved. Reluctant to wipe away the lingering aftertaste, I made the choice to skip class for the first time. Strangely, I didn't feel bad about it. On the contrary, I felt like I could say things I normally wouldn't dare to. Seeing a chance to change the me who only ever thought these things in my head, I gathered my courage and voiced the thought that came to mind. Since we're here, why don't we sleep together in bed? Is that an invitation for something naughty? No. I didn't mean it like that. Just kidding, just kidding. Let's lie down together. You're so bad for my heart. You know. Senpai and I, embracing each other on the sofa, let ourselves fall into the bed in the next room, and then, we closed our eyes as if sinking into the depths. Slowly, very slowly, I confirmed the presence of my beloved Kura-senpai before me. Section. On the second day of living together, I learned to skip class, while everyone else was diligently attending their lessons. I was lying in the same bed with the lover I had kissed all night. The lingering sweetness in my mouth stirred a faint restlessness in my heart. The fact that I didn't mind it was probably because I was too happy in the moment. I wanted to believe that this happiness would become my everyday life. Interlude. Last night was too close. I almost got swept away by Takashi-kun. After a brief respite, my heart still racing, I took a shower alone to calm down. Alone, yet beyond 1 or 2 walls is my beloved. The only boy I've ever loved. Just thinking about him makes my heart flutter uncontrollably. There's no time to rest, but still, I wanted some time alone to calm down. If I were with Takashi-kun now, I'd surely want to go beyond just kissing. And yet, I can't bring myself to feel like going to university. I don't want to be away from Takashi-kun. I've really started to think about nothing but Takashi-kun. Huh? I muttered to myself. It's a life now filled with Takashi-kun. Something unimaginable when we first met. It's just a crush, but still a crush. Once you've fallen, you keep falling all the way. It's terrifying and unbearable to fall into the pit of love. But now, there's someone willing to fall with me. Someone to enjoy love with. So, well, maybe that's okay. It can't be helped. I've fallen in love. I voice my conscious feelings. Even as I try to stay calm, my love grows stronger. Yeah, I think I've calmed down a bit. Alright, let's keep the tension moderate and do our best today. I slap my cheeks firmly like preparing for a pep talk. It's my usual routine, a habit to avoid showing any weakness to Takashi-kun. Don't we all want to be a slightly different version of ourselves in front of the one we love? I think to myself as I finish taking a shower and tuck my hair to the right side of my head like I do when I meet him. Chapter 3, Wanting to be lovey-dovey after a day at university. Alright, cleaning complete. It ended up taking quite a bit of time, didn't it? Well, we got to be all lovey-dovey because of it. So it's fine. You enjoyed it too, right? That's true. But it was the third day since Senpai had come to my room, and it was around noon when we finally finished organizing her belongings. I leaned back on the three-seater sofa that was becoming our usual spot. The reason it took 3 days to finish what should have been a day's work was simple. Senpai kept teasing me every chance she got, making it impossible to get any real work done. The first day was lost to alcohol and kisses, and we slept soundly in bed until the next afternoon. That much was unavoidable, but when Senpai started putting her clothes into the empty spaces in my dresser and teasing me, progress halted completely. Of course, it wasn't just any teasing that Kuro-senpai was doing. This might give away that I'm wearing my sexy underwear. Every so often, she'd do something that was bad for my heart, making it impossible not to stop working. And if I didn't stop, there was no telling what more provocative teasing Senpai might unleash. Well, in the end, it wasn't just once but 2 or 3 times that I succumbed to her. Do you want to see it instead? Sometimes she'd even shake her slightly short skirt as if she was about to lift it up. I didn't react to just the underwear talk, but the skirt lifting was a different story, and it satisfied Senpai's desire to tease. I couldn't see under the skirt, and Senpai called me a pervert to my face. Strangely enough, I didn't entirely dislike being called a pervert with her mischievous smile. Before I knew it, I was filled with restless emotions and couldn't look Senpai in the face. Come on, don't look away. Even if you're embarrassed, don't look away from me. We're living together now, so take a good look at me. Senpai grasped my face with both hands, holding it in place. When I looked into her eyes, they were so captivating that I wanted to look away again. My face is really red right now. I don't mind. Senpai will probably tease me. I won't deny that. Shouldn't it be I'll try not to tease instead? Senpai was always unwavering. No matter how much I tried to look away, or even if I confronted her like I did on the first night, Senpai was always fully committed to teasing me. There was only one reason for that. Because I love spending time teasing the person I love. Takashi-kun, don't you feel the same? Do you dislike being teased by me? Because she loves it. Whether that love is for the act of teasing itself or for me, I still don't know. But either way, it doesn't change the fact that I also love her, and her love is undoubtedly directed at me. There's no way I wouldn't be happy that Senpai's feelings are for me, and my pent-up emotions turn into a grin on my face. That way of putting it is a bit unfair. Before I knew it, I had let out a small complaint to Senpai. Of course, there was no way Senpai would miss the perfect opportunity to tease me. Why is that? I wouldn't be dating you if I didn't like it, Senpai. I want to hear it louder. What's with that reaction? I just want to see more of Takashi-kun's good points. My Senpai, who relentlessly shakes me up, is a lover who begs to see my good side. However, I couldn't shake the feeling that there was another motive behind it. Otherwise, there's no reason for her to look at me with such expectant gaze, her cheeks relaxing into a smile. Usually, it's just her mouth that smiles, but this time, even her cheeks are softening. It's a different kind of teasing, and at first, I didn't understand why it was different. The good points you're talking about? No. On second thought, there was one thing that came to mind. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say it was a recent development. That's why it took me so long to realize it. Excitement and anticipation. My seemed to heighten Senpai's expectations. Determined to exceed them, I mustered up my courage and tried once more. If I didn't want to be teased, I wouldn't agree to live together. The scent of sweet perfume grew stronger when I put my feelings into words. LNNGH, I love you. Takashi-kun. I love you too. I know. Before I could say more, Senpai pulled me into an embrace and whispered sweet nothings into my ear. I tried to return the affection, but she easily accepted it. It seemed it would take some time before I could get ahead of Senpai. As I was held by Senpai, I caught a glimpse of the current time, 1:30 p.m. for university students. It's a crucial time that signals the start of afternoon classes. Oops, we can't stay like this forever. I've missed school and need to catch up. Who would have thought we'd end up skipping 3 days? But your friends have been covering for you, right? That's true, but they're definitely going to probe into what I was doing. Just tell them you were being lovey-dovey with your older, beautiful girlfriend. I think that would be fine. I definitely get beaten up. For the past 3 days since the first night I slept in the same bed with Senpai, I had been skipping university classes. Whether it was Senpai not letting me go to university or me not wanting to be apart from Senpai, various reasons led to my continued absence. Of course, as a university student, skipping too much is problematic, and indeed, the friend I'd asked to cover for me had been threatening me with "you owe me more and more. You know that, right?" Even without this incident, I owed that friend for various things, so I couldn't afford to skip any more classes. For instance, the fake wall behind the bed the other time. Well, I guess I have no choice but to go. Cheer up, Takashi-kun. It's like it's none of your business. You're going to university with me, Senpai, eh? Don't eh? Me. I pulled up my reluctant Senpai, and despite being late, we headed to the afternoon classes, hand in hand, making our way to the entrance. By the way, I've already sent a message to my friend saying, I'll be busy flirting with my younger, handsome boyfriend, so please cover for me. Isn't that a bit too strong? While chuckling wryly, I wondered how serious the content of Senpai's message was. Section. Ah, you finally show up, you truant. I was thinking of letting you treat me to yakiniku today after covering for you again, but thanks to you, that plan's gone out of the water. That was close. Yuu's appetite is seriously no joke. Ah, I was actually planning on something other than all you can eat. You're seriously dangerous. As soon as I arrived at the university, I was being scolded by my best friend who had been in the classroom attending the lecture before me. The reason was clear. It was a tacit way of saying you've been skipping too much. No matter how much freedom a university student has to attend or skip classes, there's a limit to how much I can rely on others. And today was the last day of that limit. Next to such a friend called Sonoda Yu, I set out my notebook and writing utensils on the desk beside my reliable female friend, determined to listen to the lecture, even if it was part way through. Contrary to the tomboyish manner of speaking, she was petite, and her oversized hoodie, based in blue and white, was perhaps the only thing that emphasized this. So, why did you skip for 3 days? Depending on the reason, I might let you off the hook. Specifically, I might forgive you if you treat me to desserts in the cafeteria until I'm satisfied. That doesn't sound like being forgiven at all. Just spit it out. Otherwise, I'll force you to treat me to yakiniku. All right, I'll say it. I'll tell you. If you understand, then good. Go ahead. Let's hear it. It seemed that you had no intention of letting me attend the lecture properly, as she kept tugging at my sleeve, eager to find out what I had been doing for the past 3 days. And of course, it was under the assumption that I would be treating her to a meal. As usual, she was hiding her face deep under the hood of her black hoodie, making her expression unreadable, but I was sure she was smirking to herself. Like Kura-senpai, it seems that I'm easily teased by women. Or perhaps I have some sort of fate with women who like to tease people. Section. While pondering my situation, I recalled my current balance. Roughly 5,000 yen. Considering Yuu's deceptive appearance and her voracious appetite, treating her to desserts or yakiniku would stretch my modest funds. Yet, not answering was not an option. Yu would choose yakiniku without hesitation, and not just any yakiniku, but the expensive kind. In a situation where escape was not permitted, I muttered my answer. I skipped because I wanted to be lovey-dovey with Senpai. All right, we're going to the ATM later. You're treating me to yakiniku with your money. Can't you just forgive me with a dessert? I said it depends on the reason. Didn't I? What's this? I've been exploited just so you could be lovey-dovey with your lover. So unreasonable. I had simply answered honestly. Even if I had lied, she would have opted for Yakinaku. Sonoda Yu, my friend who detests lies, had cornered me, and it was truly unreasonable. There was no escape, but it can't be helped. Wanting to be lovey-dovey with Kura-senpai is my true desire. My best friend is that kind of person. She hates lies, is honest with her appetite, and on top of that, she was sharp intuition. She's a person you can't let your guard down around. And she's different from Kura-senpai in that respect. However, even though I thought this, the fact that I had been lovey-dovey didn't change. So, I frantically threw out an excuse to you in an attempt to protect myself even a little. I couldn't help it. Kura-senpai suddenly showed up at my place with her stuff, saying she was moving in. But that was a mistake. The situation wouldn't have gotten worse if I hadn't said anything unnecessary. Wait a minute. What now? What's this about suddenly showing up with her stuff and the moving in? Just like it sounds. I'm currently living with senpai in my room. I haven't heard anything about that. Well, that's because I haven't mentioned it. Yu's voice gradually became heavier as I spoke with my usual tone. At that moment, I was not only oblivious to this change but also completely unaware of the reason behind it. So, Takashi, as usual, you got overwhelmed and just went along with it? You're always so weak. It's not like I was overwhelmed or anything. I've always thought about wanting to spend more time with Kura-senpai. Despite that, you're always being teased. Even now, isn't this just going to end up being a joke where it turns out to be just a sleepover? Senpai isn't the type to play that kind of jokes. I was too busy explaining the living situation with Kura-senpai to notice the shift in Yu's tone. In fact, I was getting heated up because I felt like Kura-senpai was being ridiculed. Senpai truly likes me. After spending 3 days together, I understood that painfully well. Even if it was my best friend Yu, I couldn't forgive her for dismissing our living situation as a joke without really understanding. That's why I raised my voice a bit more than I intended. Naturally, most of the people in the classroom started looking at me and began to murmur. However, Yu and I continued our conversation without caring about the surrounding gazes. So, do you have any proof that you're really living together? Oh, of course. Oh? Then let's hear it. We glared at each other, neither of us backing down. To end this standoff, I blurted out the proof that our living together wasn't a joke or prank. We kissed all night, and I slept in the same bed as Kura-senpai. In an instant, the classroom was filled with a murderous atmosphere. Huh? Kura-senpai, as in Atani Kura-senpai from the Faculty of Liberal Arts? What's he talking about? Sleeping together? No way, that's just wishful thinking. If that's the case, then I'm being held by Otani-senpai in my sleep every night too. Wait, guys, there's also the theory that it's a hug pillow. That's it. What are they talking about? That should be my line. Although I'm not one to talk since I'm the one who declared we slept together. But still, this is quite an accusation. No, rather, it's extremely creepy to think that my girlfriend has been turned into a hug pillow without my knowledge. What do they mean by that's it? No, I knew it. I was well aware of how popular senpai was and how she was often viewed by others. Those words implied I was out of my league. The vile speculation that one could make senpai theirs with just one night. It's too late now. The fact that Kura-senpai and I are dating and causing a stir might not matter anymore. Even so, the possibility of senpai and I breaking up is something that could never happen. All right, quiet down. Save the chit-chat for after class. The professor's reprimand immediately silenced the murderous intent. At the same time, a slight peace returned. At least, nothing else will happen as long as the class continues. Section. The restaurant was bustling with people, a common sight as Yu and I found ourselves amidst the crowd. It was evening, just after classes had ended. And being close to the university, the place was lively with students. No sooner had we taken our seats than I felt compelled to apologize to Yu. I'm sorry about earlier. It's fine. No need to apologize. I share the blame for angering you during class, Takashi. Yu replied while fiddling with her nails and hiding her expression under the deep hood of her black hoodie as usual. It was hard to decipher what Yu was truly thinking, but one thing was clear, She didn't lie. It wasn't in her nature to tolerate dishonesty, not from herself or anyone else. So, you're not mad then? Of course not. I'm not so terrible as to blame Takashi entirely. In that case, even as I peered into Yuu's face, I saw no signs of anger. Instead, her expression was one of a food lover eagerly anticipating the meal, her mouth relaxing into a smile at the thought of what was to come. It was hard not to be exasperated by my friend, whose words and expressions seemed so mismatched. I mean, come on. Why are we at a yakiniku restaurant? There was no reason for us to be here if she wasn't upset. Whoa there. It's not just any yakiniku place. It's a yakiniku izakaya. The drinks here are delicious. It's still yakiniku. I told you the truth, didn't I? I thought we agreed on just having dessert. I said it depended on what you told me, right? If you had said we slept together, then it's only fair I get yakiniku as compensation. That's unreasonable. I couldn't help but sigh at Yuu's eager correction. Given the current situation, the minor difference between a yakiniku restaurant and a yakiniku izakaya was the least of my concerns. True, she hadn't promised dessert if I told the truth. It was more like, I might let you off with just dessert, or something along those lines. But still, I wished she would consider the emotional toll I'd suffered. During class, I was interrogated provocatively, drawing the attention of other students, and even the professor advised me, right now, focus on your studies. I had to endure a lecture from the professor after class, and now, yakiniku on top of all that. If this isn't unreasonable, I don't know what is. Yet, even as I made a sour face, Yuu's hunger remained unchanged. Come on, don't complain so much. For all the trouble I've caused you, the all-you-can-eat meal is enough compensation for what you owe me these past few days. All you can eat as compensation, of course, and it includes all you can drink too. Really? Got a problem with that? No, not at all. Great, then let's start ordering. Despite my feeble resistance, Yuu reached for the order panel beside the table and began selecting drinks and meats one after another. Kalbi, dan salt, human, liver. She chose a variety of standard and more adventurous options to her heart's content. Naturally, the drinks were alcoholic, though petite. Yuu's birthday came earlier than mine, and while she couldn't drink as much as Kura-senpai, she could handle a fair amount. So, I thought it was a good thing that she could drink and eat as much as she wanted. In fact, I had never seen her drunk, no matter how much she drank, which was surprising in itself. As I thought about my best friend's dining preferences, the dishes we ordered started arriving one after another. All right, let's grill 'em up. Okay, you can eat liver and human, right? If not, I can order something else. It's fine. I can eat them. Really? That's good to hear. Yuu didn't hesitate to place the meat on the grill as it arrived. The waitress who brought over the large number of plates was visibly surprised by her actions. It was understandable. The amount we ordered was not typical for just 2 people, and that was true even when the first round of beers arrived for us. Well, yeah, if you go by looks alone, Yuu doesn't really seem like an adult. We've gotten used to each other, so it's not something I think about much anymore. Cheers. Cheers. I finally let loose and clinked my mug enthusiastically with Yuu's section. So, how's it really going? How's what going? I mean, living with Otani-senpai. From what I hear, it sounds like an explosion waiting to happen. Don't say scary things so casually. Come on, it's just my usual teasing. That's taking teasing too far. As the meal started to settle down, Yuu began to grill me about life with Kura-senpai while still munching on meat. She still hadn't taken off her hood, but I could tell she was eager to hear about it. It made me realize that, after all, we've been close since the beginning of university, and because I see Yuu as a best friend before anything else, even though she's of the opposite sex, I can talk to her about more personal things. Well, it's only just started, but it's fun. Kura-senpai is there when I want to see her, and she teases me a lot and clings to me, and then, in your lust, you pounce on her in bed. That hasn't happened yet, you wimp. Shut up. Yuu teased me, and I brushed it off lightly. It's our usual banter. I wondered what all the seriousness in the classroom was about, given how normal things were between us now. It was hard to believe that the irritated Yu was the same person. But not everything was business as usual. Now we were at a Yakinaku drinking session. The conversation was bound to take on a different atmosphere than usual. Well, if Takashi doesn't feel inconvenienced by the current situation, that's fine. But what about that other thing? What other thing? You know, your porn stash. Or rather, your needs in that department. The conversation took a dive into even more dirty territory. Oh, you hadn't thought about it, huh? And knowing the careless Takashi, that fake wall you made will be discovered in no time. Ugh. That's why I told you. I said to place a decoy. Put some erotic magazine that you don't care in front of the fake wall. I was so focused on diverting Senpai's attention away from the fake wall, I didn't remember to do that. Seriously. Talking about erotic magazines with you wasn't a first-time occurrence. In fact, it was usually you who actively brought up the topic. I found a gravure idol you might like. Show me your latest favorite. It felt like chatting with a male friend. That's why I had enlisted Yu's help with the fake wall behind my bed, the obvious reason being to hide my erotic magazines. In the end, it was all too easily discovered. This dynamic made discussions about erotic magazines quite normal between Yu and me. However, we never delved into more personal topics. No matter how much it felt like talking to a male friend, Yu was still a girl. Without being in a romantic relationship, I couldn't bring myself to have deeper conversations, and so, aside from the fake wall being discovered, we didn't talk about much else. Well, if you ever need to talk about something, I'm here to listen. Of course, I'll expect something in return. Without pursuing the matter further, Yu went back to tossing meat onto her small frame section. Kura-senpai, please cheer up soon. After finishing the barbecue with Yu, I returned to my room where Kura-senpai was waiting, finding myself in an unprecedented predicament. The cause, put simply, was having had a barbecue with Yu, just the two of us. HMPH. A boyfriend who goes out for barbecue with another girl without telling me? I don't know such a person. There were some unavoidable circumstances. And you drank alcohol, didn't you? I can tell because your face is slightly red. I only had one drink. I stuck to soft drinks after that. You drank with another girl. Trying to explain the situation to a sullen senpai only made things worse. In hindsight, it was entirely my fault for carelessly returning to my room smelling like barbecue, but I hadn't expected to be found out so quickly just because I had been with you. I never imagined that the slight flush on my face would give it away. After all, senpai knew I wasn't the type to go for barbecue alone, and although Yu was a girl, she was pretty much my only close friend. In a way, it was inevitable that she would find out immediately. Regardless, I was taken aback by senpai's insight into whether I had been drinking. Despite guzzling soft drinks in an attempt to hide the alcohol, she knew just by glancing at my face. Senpai, what can I do to make you forgive me? And so, there I was, sitting in Seizan on the living room carpet, waiting for Kura-senpai's anger to subside. She sat on the sofa with her legs crossed, hugging my favorite cushion while burying her face in it, and pondering whether to drink the unfinished citrus-flavored liquor. As I watched her actions intently, it was hard to tell if she was angry or not. As I contemplated this, senpai made an outrageous declaration. I've decided. Takashi-kun, I won't kiss you until the alcohol wears off. What? Takashi-kun, you have to suffer through the day. No, 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 no way. Please, I'm sorry, I can't stand being tormented all day. Please forgive me. No, you need to reflect properly. I never would have imagined that Kura-senpai, who always sought kisses during our lovey-dovey moments, would suddenly put a stop to it. It seems I've been caught eagerly anticipating kiss every time with senpai. In other words, as far as I can tell from the current situation, am I about to start receiving a rather severe punishment? Despite merely having gone to eat yakiniku and drink with you, and yet, to be punished like this, what else could it be if not utterly unreasonable? However, all my petty complaints vanish with just one gesture from Kura-senpai. You need to be aware that you're my boyfriend. That's all. While saying this, Senpai casually licked her slightly dry lips with her tongue. I couldn't help but feel my heart flutter. My excitement for Senpai was accelerating in an unexpected direction. So, you should endure because I'll just stick close like this for today. Endure? I mean, isn't this the usual? It's completely different because I won't kiss you even if I'm feeling frisky. Is that so? Could this actually be an opportunity to be thoroughly lovey-dovey with Senpai? While entertaining such sweet thoughts, I began to support Senpai. Senpai, isn't this going a bit too far? Do you think you have the right to refuse, Takashi-kun? No, never mind. I was being punished for having eaten yakiniku and drunk alcohol with my best friend Yu without telling Senpai. A unique punishment from my lover, being excessively close to me without kissing. He. You can only be so composed for now. And while I won't kiss you, I'm willing to do other things. What will you do? Shall we try something from that naughty book we read the other time? I could enjoy this as much as I want. Besides, are you sure you'll be okay when you want to kiss, Senpai? I'm not completely confident I can resist, but I'll try to endure it if it means I can punish you. It feels more like a reward. Actually, as usual, Kura-senpai and I continued our exchange on the sofa. Of course, it wasn't exactly the same as usual since we were in the middle of a punishment. Kura-senpai was more devilish and assertive than ever. Despite saying she wouldn't kiss and wasn't sure she could resist, Senpai's expression seemed to be thoroughly enjoying the situation. Her lips, still tinged with the aftertaste of citrus liquor, made the moment even more thrilling than I had imagined, making my heart race many times over. Moreover, she pressed her body against my arms, chest, sides, and thighs as if to say take this. With each contact, I felt Senpai's scent even more strongly. Is this really a punishment? It seems more like a reward. With a melted gaze, Kura-senpai's lips curved into a smile. Ah, she must know. She must have seen through the fact that I'm thrilled by her. I wonder how long you can keep calling it a reward? I'll say it forever. After all, I can be with you as much as I want, Senpai. That's nice to hear. Kura-senpai smiled mischievously. I truly thought of it as a reward, and my desire to be with Senpai as much as possible was genuine. I wanted to stay embraced like this forever, but Senpai's actions were beyond my expectations. Well then, for starters, let's try this. She grabbed my right wrist and, before I knew it, pulled it under her clothes, sandwiching it between something warm and soft. For a moment, I didn't understand what Senpai had done. She had thrust my hand under her clothes and sandwiched it between a warm, soft something, leaving me wondering what she wanted to do. But once I saw the scene before me, I couldn't help but realize what Senpai wanted to do and what Senpai was currently doing to me. I couldn't ignore the fact that Senpai was enveloping my right arm with her chest directly beneath her clothes. Wait, Kura-senpai. My hand. I'm holding it there. Why, you like it, don't you? Having your wrist trapped up in my chest like this. It's not about liking or anything like that. I won't do it anymore if you don't tell me the truth. Well, I like it. Realizing that anything I hid from Senpai would eventually be uncovered, I easily confessed that the current situation was blissful. Rather, I couldn't bear the thought of this moment ending. Today, Senpai was wearing the same shirt and denim shorts she wore on my birthday. As usual, the loose top matched the relaxed atmosphere she always showed me. The shorts below only emphasized Senpai's already strong appeal. As a result, I surrendered myself to her. I experienced a spectacular view with my eyes, Senpai's sweet scent with my nose, Senpai's softness with my right hand, and the closeness to Senpai with my entire body. I'm feeling so happy that my brain seemed to melt. Among the erotic magazines that Senpai allowed me to keep, there were certainly ones that involved hands being trapped between breasts and various other activities. And I had fantasized about replacing the characters with Kura-senpai. However, I never had the courage to act on it. I thought that even if I did, I would just be teased and that would be the end of it, until the day Senpai and I first kissed. That's why the fact that my fantasies were becoming a reality was nothing but happiness, and the fact that Kura-senpai was willingly doing it for me only amplified that happiness. Of course, I had no idea that this was merely the prologue for Kura-senpai. Kura-senpai, who loves to tease and delay gratification and who can still evoke the taste of that rich peach liquor with just a memory of her intense kiss, would never be satisfied with just trapping my arm with her chest. And if you asked me if I could imagine what would come next, the answer would be no. Because, it's good to be honest. So, next is maybe this? Exclamation mark. I was completely caught by surprise, just as Senpai had planned. This, maybe? As she murmured, Senpai picked up a half-drunk bottle of citrus liquor. The rich citrus scent mingled with Senpai's fragrance, creating an almost sensual aroma. Kura-senpai, without any concern for the white t-shirt she was wearing, let a drop of the citrus liquor fall onto my right hand, aimed right at my index finger. Far from being concerned, Senpai began to lick my index finger, where the citrus liquor had fallen. Without hesitation, she licked my finger thoroughly, savoring the remaining citrus liquor while lasciviously flicking her tongue in a way that was almost a show for me. The person I love was persistently licking my finger, yet it seemed as if she was licking something entirely different. As a result, I choked on my words as I tried to call out to her. It was all because my arm was sticking out from between her chest. I was replacing my arm with something else in my mind. Surely, if she had just dripped liquor on my index finger normally, I wouldn't have felt it was sensual. Nor would it have seemed like something else. Nor would I have felt this growing frustration. Senpai, this is really a punishment, right? It's a punishment. Making sure you, have a tough time. Far from a punishment. I'm only having a new happy experience. Then maybe a little more stimulation is necessary. On my second attempt, I finally managed to voice my thoughts aloud, hurling my question at her as if to confirm. The situation seemed so far removed from any form of punishment that I had to ask. But even upon confirmation, Senpai's answer remained unchanged. She insisted that this was indeed a punishment. My right index finger continued to be playfully swirled around by her tongue. As my surprise subsided, my senses sharpened, and I could feel every movement of Senpai's tongue relayed through my finger to my brain. It was a sensation that transcended happiness, a stimulus to my unconscious desires. However, at that moment, I was oblivious to this, intent on savoring the happy experience as if vowing not to let it slip away. Slurp. NNGHH. PFFT. Senpai. Kura-senpai. This isn't a punishment. If you can still talk, maybe the stimulation isn't enough? Maybe I should add more alcohol. Why does it come to that? She would suck on my fingertips, making a watery sound, and when that seemed insufficient, she would pour more citrus liquor onto them before lewdly sucking again. Gradually, not only my fingertips but also the back of my hand and my entire arm became wet with citrus liquor and other fluids. Yet Senpai seemed unconcerned. Even if her white t-shirt became stained, she showed an extraordinary fixation on my index finger. No, perhaps the t-shirt didn't matter at all. Indeed, while she checked the state of my arms trapped beneath her, there was no sign that she cared about her t-shirt. Instead, watching her now, I was reminded of the peach liquor and the Pocky game, the fruit alcohol that kept being added without limit, and something that absorbed it. Now, that something had simply shifted from Pocky to the t-shirt and my arm. Her cheeks were tinged with a faint pink, perhaps from the warmth of her hair. Her lips, too, were glossy with a reddish hue from the sake and saliva. I wonder, Takashi-kun, what do you think about this? What do I think? I've said it many times. It's reward. So, you're saying you're not holding back at all? Holding back, you said. Me? Ahaha. My enchanting lover's smile made me aware of the feelings that had been unconsciously accumulating. These were natural feelings that could build up in the course of life, nothing out of the ordinary, and for a healthy man with sound thoughts, they were even more likely to accumulate. In short, it was sexual desire. Of course, it was obvious when I thought about it. How could I not be filled with restless thoughts when the person I cherished was looking at my finger with such desire, licking and sucking it persistently? I wanted to be overwhelmed not just by a finger but by my entire body, by my beloved Kura-senpai. Those accumulated feelings began to transform into a longing. But of course, I hadn't forgotten what Kura-senpai had declared. "I won't kiss you." Looking back, that was quite a harsh condition for me, who hadn't done anything beyond kissing. This situation was nothing short of torture. I wanted to push her down. I wanted to see Senpai's flustered face right now. I wanted to relieve the feelings that had built up inside me, and a kiss would be the best way to do that. But I didn't have the courage to ask for more than that. That's why, at that moment, the only option left for me was to retreat. Senpai. What's wrong? You're blushing so much. Oh, but you've been red since you hugged me. Please save the teasing for later. I'm serious right now. You look really troubled. What's wrong? Despite the concern in her voice, Kura-senpai was grinning. It was as if she fully understood the situation. Yet, what I had to do remained unchanged. I couldn't think of any other way out but this. I need to use the restroom. Ah, is that so? Need to go to the restroom? Huh? Yes. So, could we maybe postpone the punishment? But is it really the restroom you need? I never imagined that even the excuse of going to the restroom would be blocked. What do you mean by that? Asking if it's really the restroom? As I tried to stand up from the sofa, pulling my right arm away from Kura-senpai's chest, which was soaked with alcohol and her saliva, her casual remark made me sit back down. Is it really the restroom? It was a casual question from Senpai. Under normal circumstances, such a question would be answered with a simple yes. It's the restroom. But I couldn't give that answer now. To do so would be to tell a lie. I didn't want to lie, and even if I did, Senpai would surely see through it immediately. However, revealing the truth was also difficult. It would mean admitting that my desire was building up. In this atmosphere, I sat back down on the sofa and observed Senpai's demeanor. My right hand was still faintly damp with the citrus liquor and Senpai's saliva. Glancing over at Kura-senpai to my left, I saw her usual vibrant red hair hiding a slightly mischievous expression. Noticing my gaze, she deliberately acted with meaningful exaggeration. No. You see, this is just my intuition as a woman, or rather, as your girlfriend. You really want to feel refreshed right now, right? Senpai's guess was spot on, and her intuition was a direct hit. As for me, I couldn't hide my agitation after being struck by the truth. That's because I've had a lot to drink. I tried desperately to mislead Senpai with gestures and words. Of course, Kura-senpai was not so easily swayed by such things. There might be drinks involved, but it feels a bit different. What do you think about that, Takashi-kun? I don't feel anything out of the ordinary. Really? Are you sure? I'm sure. Then, maybe it's just something strange with you? That's. Without focusing on my lower abdomen, which I had been consciously avoiding, Senpai tapped it as if to show it off, drawing my attention there. It was boiling, and I felt so tense that I thought I might go mad. Once my focus shifted there was no way I could pretend anymore. My eyes wandered, unable to control the desire that was too loyal to its own needs, over Senpai's soft chest, her attractive abdomen, and her vulnerable thighs. Not only was I continuously pressed against Senpai, but my arm had also been threaded through her chest, and to top it off, she had been playfully licking my fingers. I had long since surpassed my limit. Precisely because of that, the relentless teasing when one is fully aware can feel almost like overkill. What's wrong, Takashi-kun? Are you so flustered? Could it be that you want to clear your mind? What if I said I wanted to? I almost took the bait of Senpai's obvious provocation. What should I do? After all, you're the boyfriend who went out drinking with another girl. Senpai's deliberately sticky and drawn-out way of speaking struck me painfully in the chest. It was clear that what I had done today was something she disliked. Was it the fact that I had dinner with someone of the opposite sex? Or was it the drinking? There are still things that aren't clear, but either way, it's true that I lacked consideration for Senpai. The weight of Senpai's words bore down on me heavily, yet, Senpai pressed on relentlessly. What's wrong, Takashi-kun? Surely you haven't forgotten that you're being punished and now want to sneak off to the bathroom to clear your mind alone? to cast aside the sweet lovey-dovey time with your cute girlfriend and seek relief by yourself. You wouldn't do such a thing, would you, Takashi-kun? Despite her harsh words, there was a lonely look in the depths of Senpai's eyes. It wasn't her usual aggressive expression but rather one that seemed to be seeking affection. It was the same expression I saw the day after we discussed moving in together. The one full of affection when we first kissed. Faced with such an expression, my resolve was inevitably set. So, what will it be, Takashi-kun? All right, I'll accept my punishment to the end. Until Senpai is satisfied. Until you feel fulfilled, I won't run away. I shouldn't do anything that would seem like running away from the fact that I had made Senpai sad. The painful heat I felt in my lower abdomen was a result of making Senpai sad. I decided to endure pain until Senpai's anger subsided to the very end. With that array of resolutions set in my heart, I sat back deeply into the sofa. Kura-senpai then snuggled up even closer. Really? Then I'll take you up on that offer. But I think I'll end the punishment here. Huh? The expected continuation didn't come. When I looked at Senpai, puzzled, there was my lover with her usual gentle smile. I'm a little satisfied with your serious expression. Takashi-kun, you're really cool just now. So, the punishment is over. From now on, let's just enjoy our lovey-dovey time. Does that mean you've forgiven me? That's right. At Kura-senpai's smile and gesture, all the tension drained from my body. Senpai had forgiven me. So, I couldn't help but feel relieved. At the same time, I vowed in the depths of my heart to never make Senpai sad again. And as if to remind me of my thoughts, Senpai's stern words flew at me. Oh, but it won't be so easy next time, okay? If you really must go out to eat with someone, you must let me know. If not, I'll give you a punishment that's even tougher than today's. Yes, I understand. If you understand, then you can go to the bathroom. You're at your limit, aren't you? Before I could even respond to the casual concern about my lower abdomen, I found myself sprinting to the toilet, shouting as I went. Really? I just can't bring myself to dislike you, Takashi-kun. Engrossed in my dash to the restroom, I failed to hear the words Senpai muttered under her breath. After relieving myself and feeling better, I found it difficult to make eye contact with Senpai, especially after what had happened. The image of Kura-senpai kept coming to mind as I tried to clear my head. Interlude. Maybe I did something a little mean. When I close my eyes, I see my lover, his face contorted in discomfort. Yet, he also seems to be enjoying it. Seeing him make such a pained expression, I can't help but feel a little malicious. But even so, he insisted it was a reward, right up to the limit. Hearing that, I can't help but want to be even more wickedly serious. It still makes me feel guilty even it's the result of a feeling of loneliness left alone in the living room. It must have been tough for him. He must have been panicked when I held him back from going to the restroom. It must have been hard to endure, but I'm sorry, Takashi-kun. Just a little bit. I just wanted you to understand, even if it's just a tiny bit. I still have a long way to go. Just seeing you next to another girl squeezes my heart so tight. Even if it means narrowing your circle of friends, my jealousy gets the better of me. I'm sorry, Takashi-kun. I love you more seriously than you might think. Sigh. I take a deep breath. I need to calm my nerves before Takashi-kun comes back, or I'll end up causing him more distress. I wonder if Takashi-kun is angry. I caress the spot where Takashi-kun was sitting just moments ago, over and over with the palm of my hand. Even as I feel the warmth fading, I can't let go. I don't want to let go. Even if Takashi-kun's warmth is no longer directed at me, I want to stay by his side forever. I can't imagine a life without Takashi-kun anymore. I'm completely addicted to Takashi-kun. I always think about Takashi-kun, wanting to see his troubled face, but the fear of being disliked is unbearable, and when I'm alone like this, the anxiety is overwhelming. When Takashi-kun is by my side, I feel good, but I start thinking about unpleasant things as soon as we're apart. It's been a year since this kind of life began. A year has passed, but my addiction to Takashi-kun has only accelerated. Even though I know he's in the same house, Being together makes me never want to be apart. Really, I still have a long way to go. Thump. I lay my whole body down where the warmth is nearly gone. Faintly, I can smell his scent. Ah, you really were patient with me. With a sense of guilt, I can feel his conscientiousness, having endured to the very limit. I'm no match for your tolerance, Takashi-kun. My heart swells. Even though we're apart, I can feel Takashi-kun and my heartbeat quickens. Ah, I need to take another deep breath. Yet, unlike before, I found myself smiling right now. Chapter 4, The First Bar Visit. That's why Takashi-kun. Let's go to a bar today. One evening, my senpai, who had returned from university classes earlier than me, suddenly proposed something unusual. Kura-senpai, who rarely suggests eating out, was now saying, "Let's go to a bar." I couldn't help but be wary that something was up. What do you mean by that's why? I braced myself for some teasing, ready for whatever she might throw at me. I couldn't always be the other end of senpai's jokes. I had to fight back a little. That's what I was thinking. However, it seemed my wariness was unnecessary as Kura-senpai began to look at me with serious eyes. You know, I've been thinking a little since then about how I could have a good time with Takashi-kun. Since when? Since the day you came back from cheating on me with your best friend, having yakiniku and drinks. Her words dripped out, reminding me of my recent blunder. Despite having Kura-senpai, I had gone out for yakiniku and drinks with a friend of the opposite sex, a grave mistake I should not have made. And then, unavoidably, I remembered the punishment that followed. A stimulating punishment that was 80% reward and 20% hardship, typical of senpai. Even now, just thinking about it brought back the heat of that moment. But I explained that I couldn't refuse, and you understood that, didn't you? I told you that you is just a close friend and there's nothing romantic between us. I vehemently denied senpai's words as if to drive away the sensations that were starting to return. Of course I was entirely at fault, and I had received a fitting punishment, which I had no complaints about. But it was tough to have it dredged up again. I had demonstrated my innocence. I had also clearly stated and demonstrated that I was devoted only to senpai. That's why I thought she had understood. I hadn't expected her to bring it up again, and in my panic, I raised my voice. But, once again, my worries were for naught. Yes, of course I understood that part. I knew how much you love me, Takashi-kun. That, is it not true? You don't love me? I do love you. I love the blushing you, too. Kura-senpai smiled broadly while saying that. There you go again, senpai, doing something like that. No, I just thought you seemed to be having too much fun by yourself. Yes, everything is fun when I'm with Takashi-kun. Although I felt a twinge of frustration at being teased by senpai again, seeing her cheeks flushed with joy and having fun made all my irritation seem trivial. In fact, if my recent blunder had been elevated to a source of teasing for senpai, then perhaps that was something to be happy about. I had vowed not to do anything that would sadden senpai again. By the way, what does what you just said have to do with going to a bar? We could just drink in our room. Having settled the past in my mind, I finally got back to the main topic. Ever since senpai started coming to my room, the collection of alcohol on the side of the kitchen has been steadily growing. There's the sweet liquor that senpai prefers, the obligatory beer, and then the wine. I have more alcohol than the average I drink alcohol kind of person. Of course, it's mainly Kura-senpai who drinks. I can only drink a little, and just seeing senpai enjoy her drinks is enough for me. That's why I'm a bit puzzled by the invitation to go to a bar this time. It's not because I can't drink much. I just don't want to show the slightly tipsy senpai from alcohol to other people. Senpai is already eye-catching enough on a regular day. Add to that a state of drunkenness, and she becomes an even more attractive target. I want to avoid that. I don't want senpai to be the focus of other men's gazes, and I wish only I could look at her that way. Yet, despite all this, there's a part of me that can't resist the allure of a night date with senpai, something we've never done even now that we're already living together. So, you don't want to go on a night date with me? I want to. I love how you answer so honestly and immediately. Behind senpai's beaming smile, I can't shake the feeling that she understands my intentions, and even knowing that, she would still choose to tease me. That's Kura-senpai for you. And I can't help but love her for it, with no complaints whatsoever. We couldn't date at night before because of my house curfew, but now that we're living together, we can fully enjoy our night dates. They easily agreed to living together, but there was actually a strict curfew. Huh? Well, the curfew was set by my father. No matter how I'm his cute daughter, I'm over 20 years old. It's too much to be told to come home by 2100 hours. I've heard several times about the strictness of Senpai's father. Senpai, who never speaks ill of others, only ever has complaints for one person, her father. One of the hardships that made Senpai grimace was the curfew. Having a 2100 hours curfew as a university student is just too unreasonable. Perhaps because of that, we hardly ever went on dates after classes before we started living together. The exception was when she had part-time work. She was allowed to stay out past curfew, but she had to report when she left her job, as if under surveillance. So, the most couple-like things we did before living together were holding hands before the circle activities started or chatting in the cafeteria. Knowing that Senpai stayed over on my birthday made me realize the idea of living together was serious. But the fact that you got permission to live together means that Senpai's seriousness got through, right? I guess. I'm grateful my father was somehow flexible. We'll have to find an opportunity to go greet him properly. That's right, we'll find the right opportunity later. Senpai seems a bit off, but I'm not sure if I should say anything about it. From what I've heard, Senpai's father is strict, and I wonder if I can meet him without any rudeness. As I harbor these anxieties, Senpai tugs at the sleeve of my shirt. Anyway, let's dress up today. It's a bar, after all. Why yes, I'm starting to get nervous. Both of us are filled with our own thoughts about the night at the bar. Section. Takashi-kun, sorry to keep you waiting. No, it's fine. I wasn't waiting at all. Ahaha. I was the one who sent you to the station first, so you should say, I was waiting. But seeing Senpai's lovely appearance made it all worth it. I've been waiting at the station clock tower for 30 minutes. She appears before me, wearing black inner shorts and a high-waisted gray skirt with a slit and a white cardigan draped over her shoulders. She looks more fashionable than usual. That's Kura-senpai, and above all, I couldn't help but feel nervous in the presence of my unfamiliar lover with her long hair let down. The see-through fabric around her neckline only intensified that feeling. Unlike her usual casual attire, Senpai looked a bit more grown-up, and I found myself acting awkwardly as I tried to say the usual cliché, but upon reflection, those words were meaningless. After all, we live in the same room, and Senpai knew that I had left before her. Still, it seemed that Senpai was pleased to hear those cliché words as she smiled warmly at me. Even with a different hairstyle, the person inside was still my beloved Kura-senpai. No, really. I was just thinking about what kind of outfit Senpai would wear, and before I knew it, it was time to go. Really? Really? You always look so good, Senpai. I have to be prepared. So, do you think my outfit lives up to your expectations? How do I look now? Beyond expectations. Yay, victory for me today. When I conveyed how much I had been looking forward to Senpai's fashion and how it exceeded my expectations, Kura-senpai showed a very happy smile again. On the other hand, what about my own outfit? Black jeans, a white shirt with a simple logo, and a plain navy jacket. It's reasonable, but I thought maybe it wasn't enough. It was clear that compared to Senpai, my outfit seemed too simple, and I lost a bit of confidence. It seemed like it would take more time for me to become a man worthy of Senpai. Standing amidst the bustling station front while watching the attractive figure of Senpai, I couldn't help but think so. To escape this situation that was on the verge of self-loathing, I asked Senpai a question. So, where are we going now? You mentioned going to a bar. Is it near the station? At least let's move on from here. I thought that starting our night date was the best option. However, I had forgotten something important. Yeah, it's a bit hard to find, but it's a cozy, hidden spot that's quite fun. Ah, but money. What's about the money? I used up quite a bit during that last Ecchi outing. And it's even worse since I'm before my part-time job's payday. I had completely forgotten that I had spent a lot during the forced Ecchi with you until just now. I could have checked before the date or gone to the ATM, but I was too focused on what senpai might wear, and here we are. Even if I had realized it, given my current financial situation, after accounting for necessary withdrawals, there wouldn't have been much left anyway. As I braced myself for senpai's disappointment, an unexpected response came. "Don't worry about that, Takashi-kun. You don't have to worry about money tonight." For a moment, I didn't understand the meaning of her words. Don't worry about what? Was she not disappointed? Or was it something else? Don't worry about money? Could it be that she knew all along that I didn't have any cash on me? Various speculations raced through my mind. But I really can't just let you treat me. Without fully understanding senpai's intentions, I got carried away with the idea of being treated on our first night date. Of course, I knew well that senpai wasn't a demon. Rather, she was a kind girlfriend who forgave me for making her sad, only temporarily forbidding indulgence in desires. TSK, you're too sweet, Takashi-kun. Yes? I didn't say I was treating you. Of course, I'll pay for today, but it's not going to be for free. You should understand that much, right, Takashi-kun? You're working part-time, after all. So, you're saying I need to prepare something of equivalent value? That's right. You catch on quick, Takashi-kun. I'm impressed. I know that Kura-senpai is a mischievous troublemaker and that I'm her only target. In fact, I'm happy and even proud of being the only one she teases. There's something to be said about senpai's clothing choices too. Inside the room, her chest is dangerously exposed, or her thighs are completely bare. But when we go out for a date, she dresses nicely while making sure to guard herself properly. Whether it's intentional or not, only senpai knows. But currently, I'm the only one who knows her unguarded appearance. What more should I ask? I'm the only one who knows senpai's other side. As her boyfriend, I'm the one who knows the most about senpai. I won't share her with anyone. I'm the only one who knows senpai well, and I'm fine with being the only one she teases. As I think about this, the self-loathing I felt until now vanishes. At the same time, I realize there's a slightly more confident version of myself. I can't miss the chance while I'm feeling collected. So, I casually ask senpai a question. So, what should I do? Just make sure it was something possible for me, okay? Don't worry. I'll have you do something that only Takashi-kun can do. Senpai answers with a smile. And the next moment, she positions herself right beside me, intertwining her arm and interlocking her finger with mine. Let's stay like this until we get back to our place today. The confident me disappeared in an instant. Senpai's arm in mine, the interlocking finger, and her sweet voice, a triple combo, reduced me back to my usual self, the one who's merely teased. Still, if I can continue to feel senpai like this even outside, maybe it's not so bad, I think to myself. What a lucky person I am. We're here. It's really like a secret hideout, isn't it? After about 5 minutes of being guided by Kura-senpai from the station, we arrived in front of a small building emitting a suspicious neon glow in a dark alley. The building's entrance had several shop names, pubs, maid cafes, and other establishments you wouldn't normally see in the bright areas near the station. Among them was the name of the bar we were looking for. The bar's name was Hyde. The name was so fitting that I felt relieved. Seeing my reaction, the pleased Kura-senpai began to lead me into the building without letting go of the arm she had been holding since the station. This place is great, isn't it? It's a hidden gem, so I sometimes come here on my days off. Ah, you can't come after classes because of curfew. That's right. So, actually, this is my first time coming to this place with someone else. Inside the elevator heading to the 3rd floor bar, senpai unexpectedly rests her face on my shoulder. The word first time from her adds to the impact, and all I can do is tremble in body and heart. Of course, such reaction is perfect teasing material for Kura-senpai. Did that make your heart race? It's not. Since we're holding hands, it's easy to tell when you're flustered, you know. She intertwines her fingers with mine more tightly, making me even more aware of Senpai's presence. If that were to happen, I wouldn't be able to look at Senpai's face anymore. I'd just end up staring at Senpai's lips, unable to concentrate on the conversation, my attention alternating between her lips and hands. It's only a matter of time before my desires start to accumulate. Realizing this, I naturally turned my head in the opposite direction of Senpai. Of course, there's no way Senpai would miss the fact that I was looking away. You're turning your face away. There's no need to be shy because I'm feeling thrilled and nervous about this too, Senpai said, placing her free hand on my chin and gently turning my face back towards them. Once again, I was confronted with Senpai's expression, that usual teasing look. It was a devilish smile that seemed to see right through me, shaking my heart and amplifying my affection. Despite not having drunk any alcohol yet, Senpai's lips were slightly moist, which only added to her allure. But it's not that I dislike Senpai's devilish charm, it's just that I hate being one-sidedly attacked. If I could find an opening to counterattack, I'd be able to look at Senpai's face with confidence. This time too, that's the case. Is it true? You're feeling nervous too, Senpai? Of course. Want to check? How would I do that? I'm plotting a counterattack, trying to find Senpai's weakness. Well, obviously, you'd press your palm against my chest to feel it. Just kidding. Did I make your heart race again? Of course you did. You're too much for my heart. If you had just honestly said, I'm nervous, you wouldn't have had to turn your face away and try to escape, right? I'm sorry for that. As long as you understand. Remember, if you don't admit it next time, I'll really do it. I'll say it properly next time. So, please, don't press your chest against my arm. It makes me more restless. Yep, honesty is the best policy. Want a reward? I could press against you even more? No, that's not okay. TSK. Well, in the end, I'm always defeated as usual. And before I know it, the elevator arrives at the 3rd floor, and our first visit to the bar begins. Section. For starters, could we get 2 sweet and easy to drink ones? Certainly. Senpai and I quickly take our seats at the counter. Without even looking at the menu, Senpai orders a sweet drink, and I can't help but feel her sophistication. You're quite experienced, huh? Well, you get used to it if you come twice a month. I can't remember the names of the cocktails though, so I always just tell the bartender my preferences and leave it up to them. You seem like a mature woman, and I think that's great. Really? Then I guess I don't need to bother remembering the names of cocktails. I think you should at least remember your favorite cocktail, I say with a sigh as Senpai declares with a carefree smile and casual tone that she won't bother remembering cocktail names. As always, I'm left in amazement at Senpai's attitude. Despite her mature appearance and gestures, her conversation reveals a childlike nature. This gap in my Senpai's character leaves me both exasperated and unexpectedly thrilled, perhaps because I'm fond of any kind of Senpai. The quiet yet underground vibe of the bar amplifies this feeling. Then, why don't you learn something new today and teach it to me? Me? Because I've decided that from now on, I'll only come here when I'm with you. Right after Senpai's words, a peach cocktail, a fuzzy navel, is silently placed on the counter. The first cocktail I drank after clinking glasses was sweeter than I imagined, and it made me recall a deep kiss shared with Senpai, one that was laced with the taste of alcohol. Come to think of it, we were drinking peach liquor at that time. Muttering this to myself, I took another sip of the sweet cocktail. Next, I'll have a peach fizz, and for this man next to me, a cassis orange, please. Certainly. Kura-senpai and I quickly finished our rich peach cocktails, the fuzzy navels. Unlike me, who was feeling a bit tormented by the memory of our peach liquor-flavored kiss, Senpai, who was accustomed to drinking, ordered the next drink as if it were nothing. Senpai continued with a peach-based cocktail while I was given an orange cocktail with a name I seemed to have heard somewhere before. Honestly, I didn't know what to expect, and at that moment, I didn't really care. This man next to me, Tonari no care. I couldn't help but feel a jolt at the casual way Senpai used that phrase. Was it referring to me as a boyfriend or just as a person next to her? I hoped it was the former. While harboring such greedy thoughts, I gripped Senpai's hand even tighter, conveying my anxious feelings directly. Senpai, is it really okay to drink so quickly? With the alcohol and everything. Are you worried about the money? If that's the case, you don't have to worry. Even if you say so, I'm still worried. Takashi-kun, you're so kind. Is this really the time for teasing? We had been in the bar for only 10 minutes. My glass was still half full, while Senpai's was already empty. No matter how much one likes sweet drinks, drinking at a bar is different from drinking at home. The more you drink, the more money you spend, with no limit. Despite being told before coming that money is no concern, I couldn't help but worry. Yet, Kura-senpai only looked at me with melting eyes while gently stroking my tightly held hand, seemingly without a care in the world. I couldn't understand how she could be so relaxed. Don't worry, it's all good. Nothing like what you're thinking will happen, if you say so. But maybe I should clear things up if you're too worried about money to focus on me. Seeing me still anxious despite her loving gaze, Senpai brought over a menu that had been lying face down on the counter. On it was written, University Students Special. All-you-can-drink cocktails for 2,000 yen. What? All-you-can-drink for 2,000 yen? For cocktails? Yeah. Surprised? It's more than surprising. And it looks like there's no time limit written here either. That's right. The owner decided on this to encourage word of mouth. Well, as you can see, despite being in a back alley, it's not really attracting crowds. It was beyond surprising. An all-you-can-drink deal with no time limit. You could enjoy cocktails, which normally take more effort to prepare than regular drinks, to your heart's content for just 2,000 yen. And it wasn't just cocktails. Beer and sake were also unlimited. It was the kind of generosity that made you question the sanity of the owner. Even if it was a promotional stunt to attract customers, it would surely be the perfect spot for anyone who loved a good drink. In reality, due to the eerie neon lights and its back alley location, there were hardly any people around. Sorry for the wait. Here's your peach fizz and cassis orange. Please continue to enjoy your time at your leisure. While we were talking, the drinks Senpai had ordered arrived. I downed the remaining fuzzy navel in my glass and handed over my empty glass along with Senpai's. Seeing my actions, Senpai spoke with a satisfied look. Now, you don't have to worry about money anymore, right? Even though they were sweet drinks, alcohol was still alcohol. My head, which had been clear until a moment ago, was starting to feel a bit fuzzy. At the same time, I felt a slight surge of boldness within me. Yes, that's right. Then, you'll be able to immerse yourself in drinking with me, won't you? It's our first time together at a bar. I want to spend a nice time getting thoroughly and slowly drunk with you. I, too, want to enjoy the drinks slowly with you. Senpai, hee, look at you, all excited and nervous. You're one to talk, Senpai. You're just as excited as usual. I responded to Senpai's teasing while casually throwing back a retort. It wasn't that I had planned to get back at her. It just happened before I realized it. Senpai's body was felt through our intertwined arms. It was her usual tactic to deliberately make me restless. However, it seemed Senpai wasn't as composed as usual behind her appearance, as her ears were slightly red. I knew very well that this wasn't the redness of being drunk. When Senpai got drunk, her cheeks would flush. The redness of her ears now was from genuine embarrassment. But I had let my guard down. It's natural. I've been looking forward to holding hands like this for a long time. Senpai, I should have known Senpai wouldn't just let herself be outdone. I gulped down the cassis orange placed in front of me immediately to avoid meeting the triumphant gaze of the red-eared Kura-senpai. Oh, hiding your embarrassment with a drink? It's not to hide my embarrassment. I just wanted to check the taste with a sip. Then tell me, what does it taste like? You can't even say it. Of course, I couldn't. I had taken a sip not because I couldn't look at her face. I just needed an excuse. The cassis orange I had taken a sip of quickly passed through my throat, only accelerating my intoxication. Still, there was no way Senpai, the confident Kura-senpai, would stop her attack. I thought getting a little drunk would make you more honest. Maybe I really need to make you understand with my chest." With those words, she slowly moved our clasped hands toward her firmly guarded chest. I knew what lay beneath the sturdy clothing. I knew it all too well. The time when my wrist was guided into that cleavage, softly trapped, and her fingertips circled around it. The sensation from that time came back to me without even trying to remember, and another layer of frustration built up. To shake it off, I began to spill my true feelings. Yes, that's right. It's my way of hiding my embarrassment. I wanted to go on a date holding hands with senpai like this, and I wanted to spend a leisurely evening together, so I can't help but feel incredibly happy right now. After speaking my true feelings, I felt as if a weight had been lifted off my shoulders. Nfufu, that makes me happy. When you say things like that, it makes me want to tease you even more. Senpai's teasing smile. Our hands still softly joined in a lover's clasp on the countertop. The taste of alcohol, coated with a fuzzy navel, on lips that casually nudge closer and hips that subtly press against each other. In this dark, mature atmosphere, I've completely fallen. It's okay. Tease me as much as you want until you're satisfied. Senpai, I wonder what would happen if I just let myself get drunk. As I ponder this, I sink deeper into a mire of thoughts. Today, I'm fine with being senpai's toy, admitting that even on my memorable bar debut, I'm no match for senpai. Section. Okay, open up. Why yes, it's a bit strong, so be careful when you swallow. Why yes, then, gulp it down. Phew, it's sour but easy to drink. Surrendering myself to the intoxication of the alcohol, I was at the point where senpai had to bring the glass to my lips for me to drink. By the third drink, without feeling any discomfort in being fed, I simply react to the flavor of the alcohol spreading in my mouth as if it's the right thing for me to do. Even as I swallow the Hasaku orange liquor down my throat, that feeling doesn't change. There, good boy. I'll do anything for you if it pleases senpai. Senpai gently strokes my head, and it's the best reward, making me think, maybe it's okay to just stay fallen like this. Nfufu, you're nicely drunk. You've got me feeling tipsy too. Senpai, you get all wobbly when you're drunk, huh? It's a bit of an unusual way to get drunk, but it's very you. If anything, you're the one who's too drunk. I love senpai in any state, so it's okay even if you get more wobbly. Kura senpai, in her tipsy state, seems somewhat restless, and her usual teasing expression is nowhere to be seen. The redness of her ears has spread to her cheeks, and the warmth I feel in the palm of my hand from senpai's body is a little higher than usual. Our entwined fingers begin to fidget as if trying to escape somewhere. There's no sign of turning away, but there's a sense that senpai wants to divert her attention. I recognize this peculiar behavior in senpai. Ahaha. Well, this is a bit of a problem. Kura senpai scratches her neck with her free hand, her mouth relaxing into a smile contrary to her words. That must be what it means. Senpai, are you blushing by any chance? The senpai who's always teasing is actually embarrassed now. Having found a way to tease senpai, I let myself get carried away by the alcohol, eager to get back at her for all the times she's teased me. As a result, I lost control over my emotions. That's right, Takashi-kun, I am blushing. You really have to be careful with alcohol. Even if I try to keep my feelings of happiness in check, I can't suppress them as well once I start drinking. Don't you think it's a bit much to direct your happiness into teasing? But you still enjoy it, don't you? But I want to see senpai being honest too. You're a bit too honest when you're drunk, Takashi-kun. Well, I like that about you too. I like you too, senpai. I know. Even when I'm overwhelmed by alcohol, even when I can no longer hide my feelings, even when I get too carried away, senpai remains calm. In contrast, I can't control my emotions well and end up saying exactly what's on my mind. I want to see an honest senpai more than being teased, and above all, I seriously like senpai. Even if I say I like you in our daily life, I feel like it's not getting through properly, and I worry that my like is being taken as just like and not love. Even though we live together, that anxiety doesn't easily subside. I still don't understand why senpai started going out with me. Because I like teasing you, she says, but that doesn't quite resonate with me. What about when she's not teasing? Right now, in this very moment, when she's not teasing me, does she still like me? Along with my feelings for senpai, my anxiety also spirals out of control, but I don't show her the negative side because I don't want to be disliked by senpai. No matter what senpai thinks of me, as long as I'm not disliked, that's good enough for me. While I'm thinking this, senpai casually raises her hand. Excuse me, could we get this next, please? Certainly, please wait a moment. Different from before, Kura-senpai points at the menu and orders something. Is it my imagination, or does senpai feel warmer than before? What did you order this time? Another sweet drink? Yes, a sweet drink. You really like them, huh? Yes, I do like sweet things. When I ask senpai out of curiosity what she ordered, her reply is somewhat monotonous, just repeating what was asked. The teasing senpai, looking for an opportunity to tease, was not present. So, shall we drink together? Together? In front of me is my older girlfriend, drowned in sweet alcohol, with her deep red hair tied to the side and an elusive smile that shakes my heart. Between us is just a single drink. Here you are. Kahlua milk with a couple's straw. A heart-shaped arch formed by two straws stuck into a sweet, easy-to-drink cocktail known as a lady killer. And the target this time is me, a man. Section. Senpai. My head's getting all fuzzy. That's because you've been drinking a lot, but strangely, I feel like I can keep drinking if I'm with senpai. It's easy to drink, but it's high in alcohol content, so be careful, okay? Though, I guess it's pointless to say that now since you've already had quite a bit. I have to remember all of senpai's favorite flavors. Don't overdo it, okay? Kahlua milk. Despite its smooth taste, it's actually a drink with a high alcohol content. Unlike beer or fruit wines, it has very little of bitterness or distinct taste often associated with alcohol, which has led to its misuse by men, earning it the nickname Lady Killer for its potency in intoxicating women. Ironically, the one being killed by it right now is me, a guy. Sitting next to me, Kura-senpai is like a cunning female leopard, making her prey feel good and slowly waiting for the chance to pounce. Just being on a date with Kura-senpai had me on cloud 9. Add to that the continuous softness of Kura-senpai I could feel against my arm and the sweet alcohol that could bring back memories of that kiss. All the conditions were more than enough for senpai to capture me. Well, I didn't feel bad about the situation at all. On the contrary, I was even hoping that senpai would have her way with me soon. Suppose I could dissipate the frustration from the incident with you over the barbecue right here. Even if I couldn't let go of everything, if it made senpai feel better, my melted brain was sinking further. In the midst of that, a familiar voice came from behind. Hey, are you okay? Oh, it's Takashi. What are you doing getting so smashed? Huh. You, what are you doing here? Well, this is where I work. I heard there was a lovey-dovey college couple getting wasted, so I thought I'd come over with some water to sober them up and check out the scene. That's so like you. I can't even find anything to retort. Thanks to you, I'm a bit more sober now. Rather, sober up completely. I don't want to see my best friend all love-struck. Yu's familiar tomboyish tone. I slowly turned my drunken head to look behind and there stood my best friend, Sonoda Yu, in her usual hoodie and waiter's outfit. Despite being in front of customers, she didn't seem to care and kept throwing insults at me as if we were back at the university. Gradually, my head began to clear. Probably because the space alone with Kura-senpai was no longer there. The unconscious reassurance that nothing could come between me and Kura-senpai might have been accelerating my intoxication. Then, things that hadn't bothered me before suddenly started to bother me. For example, Yu's outfit. I was surprised to find out that Kura-senpai's regular bar was Yu's workplace, but it was even more curious that she didn't take off her hoodie and wasn't even dressed as a waitress. She probably didn't think I would care about such things. She laughed carelessly, showing no signs of leaving. What exactly is your relationship with Takashi-kun? Perhaps reaching her limit of patience, senpai spoke to Yu with a displeased look. trying to fend her off. Kura-senpai probably wanted to be alone with me too. I could sense that, but it seemed that Yu didn't catch on to senpai's intentions. "Oh, are you this idiot's girlfriend?" "Yes." "Sorry for monopolizing him the other day. I was just so annoyed that this guy was having all the fun and skipping class, so I took it out on him by dragging him to a barbecue." "It's fine. I've heard all about it from Takashi-kun." Despite having finished our conversation, Yu showed no signs of leaving. On the contrary, she kept glaring back and forth between Kura-senpai and me as if she was appraising something. "By the way, aren't you going to take off your hood?" "I believe it's customer service time now," said my companion next to me, irritation evident in her voice. Perhaps triggered by senpai's words, Yu responded, "There's a bit of a situation, so I'd rather not take it off." "I know it's not the best look, but I usually work behind the counter, so please forgive me," Yu said, apologizing while pulling her hood down deeper as if she didn't want to show her face. Kura-senpai seemed to sense something in her behavior. "I see. You have your own circumstances too." "Circumstances?" "Never mind. We should be heading back soon." "Is the bill all right?" Suddenly, Kura-senpai stood up, ready to leave. In a rush, I also began preparing to leave. With the mood sobered, I had no desire to get drunk on sweet alcohol again. "Oh, don't worry about the payment. I'll have the manager cover it since a friend has come today." "No, we really shouldn't. It's an apology for the trouble I caused through Takashi the other day. Besides, I won't be satisfied until I do this." "Well, if you insist." "I won't refuse the service then." "Yes, just accept it." I couldn't help but feel a bit miffed watching my lover and best friend chatting away as if they were old friends. Interlude. I never imagined I'd actually meet her in person. I thought to myself, I hadn't considered the possibility of running into the girl who was the reason I ended up going to the bar with Takashi-kun. And of all places, it had to be at my favorite bar. What a coincidence. Just like me, she seemed to have her own issues. Of course, everyone has their own circumstances, reasons I couldn't possibly know. I'd like to have a proper conversation with her sometime, maybe even about Takashi-kun. I found myself taking a liking to her, to Yu-chan. Admittedly, my first impression wasn't great. Who wouldn't think so? It's quite rude to keep your hoodie on during service, but if the establishment is fine with her appearance, then I guess it's not my place to complain so much about it. Instead, I'm dying to know what's going on in her mind that she continues to wear her hood like that. I wonder what Yu-chan likes, what she likes, what she dislikes, and how she became friends with Takashi-kun. I want to know all sorts of things about her, because she's Takashi-kun's best friend. I'm desperate to know more about her. Maybe I can learn more about what kind of person Takashi-kun likes. If everyone knew what was in my heart, they'd probably find it creepy or weird. Without really knowing me, most people only know me superficially, but I don't care about that. Rather, they're not even in my sight. All I need is Takashi-kun. In the restroom of the bar, I quietly thought so as I touched up my makeup. Chapter 5, The Bathroom. "Hey, what kind of person is this Yu-chan we met at the bar? What's gotten into you all of a sudden?" Just a bit curious." "Is that so?" It was the afternoon. What I brought to my lips was senpai's homemade shijimi miso soup. As the effective shijimi extract for hangover relief seeped into both body and mind, I watched Kura-senpai in a good mood. My head was pounding, and my body was in terrible shape. I had drunk too much, and my mood was down. Kura-senpai, on the other hand, seemed unfazed despite having drunk just as much. Unlike me, who had slept until noon, she had woken up as usual, finished her assignments, and even prepared lunch. For some reason, Kura-senpai was showing interest in Yu. They seemed to have had some sort of interaction at the bar, but I couldn't remember the details. Honestly, I didn't even remember when I had come home. Rather, it was only yesterday that I learned Yu worked at the bar. And despite being in the middle of serving us, there was no sign of her taking off her hood. Surely, as she said, she must be dedicated to working behind the counter. When she approached us, she had a customer service-like tone, so it felt like she was properly doing her job. But as soon as she realized it was me, She switched to her usual tomboyish tone and seemed to irritate Kura-senpai. What does senpai want to know about my best friend? While feeling a slight unease, I watched senpai, who then pressed on with a bit of a prickly tone. So, what kind of person is she? You're close with her, right? We're just university friends. Yu is basically the only one I really hang out with. Oh my, that's a bit lonely. Except for the times I meet with senpai, I would have had a lonely college life if Yu hadn't spoken to me. I had no intention of hiding anything in front of senpai and conveyed everything as it was. I've always felt that I don't mind senpai knowing everything about me. Yu is more like a male friend than someone of the opposite sex. Even the thing behind the bed, we assembled it together. I might have said too much, but that's because it was in front of senpai. Somehow, I always end up inadvertently revealing more than I intend in front of senpai. I've done it now. By the time I realized it, senpai was almost always ready to tease. This time was no exception. The thing behind the bed? You mean where you had all those naughty books hidden? Right. What's wrong? Your voice is so quiet. Are you still worried about those naughty books? Well, I mean the erotic books hidden behind the bed, which would have been forgotten if I hadn't said anything extra, and the schemes to hide them must have sparked something in senpai. Her teasing tone gradually returned to her usual mischievous one. She must have forgotten until just now. At first, her expression was gentle, as if she was confirming something, but she changed as soon as she saw me flustered. I told you, didn't I? I don't mind at all. I like you, even the naughty side of you. It's not like I'm particularly naughty. So, you don't want to do it? You don't want to do naughty things with me? More than what we did yesterday? It would be a lie if I said I didn't want to. You do want to? Kura-senpai quickly brought the conversation to her own pace, and I was helplessly defeated. If I'm told I'm liked, if I'm asked if I don't want to do something naughty, I can't help but feel inclined. However, I haven't forgotten the decision I made to wait until the time comes to not go beyond kissing, to not fulfill my true desires. Yes, I haven't forgotten. But still, I do want to. Of course. So, shall we do something naughty to sober up? Eh? It would be strange not to feel inclined when your beloved lover suggests doing something naughty. I can't help but send a heated gaze to the place where those words were spoken. Naturally, senpai has noticed. It's completely obvious, but that doesn't mean there's anything I can do about it. How am I supposed to disguise my feelings for senpai? No matter what I try, senpai looks at me with those penetrating eyes as if seeing right through me. If I knew how to deceive her, I would certainly like to learn that. Hee. You're staring at my lips so intently. It's cute. Are you teasing me again? What if I'm serious and not teasing? I'm not falling for that again. I can't just be teased all the time. That's what I thought as I tried to shake off the teasing, and then I saw it. The erotic book that senpai had left out, now spread open before me. Senpai, pick your favorite page. I'll do whatever's on it for you. I couldn't quite understand what Kura-senpai was doing right now. It wasn't a punishment, but why was she offering something that felt more like a reward? I couldn't comprehend it. Of course, I was happier with a reward than a punishment. I need to remind you that I'm here, especially since you've been bringing girls to your room without me knowing. Takashi-kun. Why does she turn jealousy into teasing instead of anger? Even though we live together, I still know so little about senpai. Then, this page. No, maybe it's better that I don't know everything yet. Because isn't that right? So much more to learn about senpai, which means there's so much more to love about her. My love for her grows with joy at the realization that my understanding of love is still immature. I follow senpai's instructions, inserting my finger into the erotic book and pointing to the pages. Section. Here we are in the bathroom. The occasional sound of water droplets pitter-pattering on the tiled floor echoes in the space. If one speaks, the voice echoes as if we're in another realm. In such a place, I'm alone with Kura-senpai, both of us in just bath towels. Then, just stay still, okay? Sooner or later I'll show you, but I need to prepare myself mentally. I understand. No peeking at my breasts, okay? I don't think you need to say that. The mirror in front of us reflects everything without omission, including the figure of my lover wrapping a slightly damp bath towel around herself and the moving behind me. Thanks to the anti-fog coating, Senpai's unguarded figure is visible without even having to turn around. Of course, my own tense and rigid self is also reflected. Sorry, it's just that Takashi-kun is so cute when he's embarrassed. Your ears are all red. Kura-senpai peered over my shoulder. Her ears flushed red with tension as she whispered, "Cute." I couldn't help but twitch in response, much to Senpai's delight. How did it come to this? Let's go back to the living room section. Senpai was spreading an erotic magazine in front of my face. Of course, it was one of the things that make me conscious of Senpai that she allowed me to have. Whether it's due to a strong desire for self-expression or just insecurity, I can't tell, but one thing is certain, letting you into my room had made Senpai feel uneasy. I had no choice but to accept Senpai's desires. Still, there remained a slight sense of resistance within me. Why can't I choose? Because if Takashi-kun chooses, you'll probably pick something modest. It seems Senpai has seen right through me. I owe Senpai an apology. So it doesn't mean I can do anything. Either way, I can't control myself if I don't keep it modest. And even if I manage to keep control, there's no guarantee that Senpai won't stir things up. At least right now. In this moment, my heart is already racing. If it's modest, I can't properly make you understand that I'm your girlfriend. Then I think Senpai should choose. But that would make it seem like I'm the one who wants to do it. And that's a little embarrassing. I really don't understand what embarrasses you, Senpai. Anyway, Takashi-kun, you need to re-acknowledge that I'm your girlfriend. Got it? Yes. In front of me was a beauty dressed provocatively. If I shifted my gaze slightly from the magazine, I could see my beautiful girlfriend pouting. In such a situation, I had to choose something from the erotic magazine for Senpai to do to me. Of all things, it was a book that I had secretly enjoyed alone while thinking of Senpai. How could this not be embarrassing? Senpai had already mostly figured out what I did alone with the previous sorting of erotic books. In other words, Senpai had a clear view of my tastes and preferences. Let's stop here. Whether it was good luck or bad, we ended up on the taking a bath together page, which brings us to the present section. Then, I'll wash your back. Don't hesitate to tell me if it's itchy or painful, okay? Yes. Senpai's gentle voice echoed throughout the bathroom. It was comforting to hear her voice as if my whole body was listening, but it also made me feel even more ashamed about what was to come. If I turned around, I would see Kura-senpai holding a sponge loaded with body soap, wearing nothing but a bath towel. The humidity of the bathroom made the towel cling tightly to her body, forming a fan shape that I couldn't even look at directly. Are you still nervous? Of course, I'm nervous. Maybe it was too soon to bring you into the bath without a kiss. I think I'd be far beyond just nervous if you kissed me. Would that make you feel all hot and bothered? Well, yes. Takashi-kun, you're such a pervert. As I felt the dryness in my mouth, Senpai's breath brushed against my ear, and with a voiceless scream, heat surged through my body. Every casual remark from Senpai seemed to endlessly stoke the fires within me. Even though I hadn't drunk any alcohol today, my head felt light and reality seemed distant. Maybe it was because we were in the bathroom. Hee, your ears are turning red again. You're so cute, Takashi-kun. That's enough. Please just wash my back already. Okay. Takashi-kun is such a shy boy, isn't he? Unlike me, who felt as if I was under the influence, Senpai was her usual self. Yes, the usual teasing, slightly mean-spirited lover. Yet, she was a little more daring, and that only made my feelings for her grow stronger. I want to see you get even more embarrassed, so I'm going to wash your back in a slightly different way. Senpai's voice was in my ear, and on my back. I felt a softness different from a sponge. I immediately knew what it was. There was no way I couldn't recognize it. It was the softness I had always felt with her arms and shoulders. How is it? Does your back feel good? The soft warmth on my back was different from the usual body sponge. It was a warmth I would never feel when washing alone. Why yes, it feels good. That's good to hear. My mind was still in a haze, unable to think clearly. and I found myself honestly answering Senpai's questions without any pretense. Hearing this, Senpai let out a sigh of relief. The sound of water droplets falling from the faucet mixed with Senpai's voice, her breaths, and her movements, all of which seemed incredibly sensual to me. I should be controlling my heart with reason and keeping my composure, but my body was growing hotter in direct opposition. Say Senpai, isn't this going a bit too far? It's more than just punishment. Oh, now you say that? It stopped being a punishment the moment we entered the bath together. Not a punishment? Then, what is this? It's obvious, isn't it? I just want to be close to you! Exclamation mark. I let out another voiceless gasp at the words Kura-senpai released after a slight pause. That's right. If I think about it, there's no penalty for this to be a punishment. It's not like she's forbidding me to go to the bathroom like last time, nor is the teasing severe. It's just more physical contact than usual. Just a closer distance. The biggest proof is that Senpai is unusually honest. This time can't be a punishment. By the time I realized that, the softness on my back had already spread. Ahahaha, you're startled. Well, of course I did. Right now. You're not wearing anything. Didn't I properly wrapped in a bath towel? Isn't it just covering up? I doubt a single bath towel can really diminish the feeling. Takashi-kun, do you dislike it? I like it, but it's not that I like the softness feeling in general. I like it because it's Senpai's softness. Feeling Senpai's breath close to my ear, I questioned myself. Just a single bath towel. Yet, it's only one. The thinness of a mere bath towel is ignorant of Senpai's softness that refuses to be contained. Isn't it fine if you like it? Should I just take it off? No way. I said I like it, but we still need to keep it moderate. We're still students. Well, that's true. She tries to remove the bath towel whenever there's a chance, without knowing how I feel. I really wish she would give me a break. Rather, it's not just whenever there's a chance, but whenever there's like. Even though I said I like it, it doesn't mean it's okay to do it. If I were to feel Senpai's softness directly, our relationship would undoubtedly change. To avoid such a situation, I had been content with erotic books, but inviting you, my only friend, to hide those books has led to the current predicament. What to do now? I had a vague understanding of Senpai's jealousy over the Yakinaku matter, but to experience her jealousy as this softness is quite characteristic of my relationship with Kura-senpai. But I want to be lovey-dovey. It's not about but. At this rate, it won't just be lovey-dovey anymore. When that time comes, it comes. We have to make sure that time doesn't come. Trying to stop Senpai, who prioritizes impulses of the moment, is also typical of us. However, words alone won't stop Senpai, and even now, a softness is still attacking my back. While feeling her sultry breath in my ear, the softness assaulting me dulls my thoughts. As my senses are thrown into disarray, it even makes me think it will be okay with being overwhelmed by it. Every move Senpai makes is too fatal for me. It's not just because we're in the bathroom right now, it's because I'm hopelessly in love with Senpai. I've fallen for her, and I've even come to want to monopolize her. I wonder how much others know about Senpai's sloppy yet charming side. How much can others imagine the gap between the usual Senpai and the current Senpai? How much can others seriously take Senpai's affectionate behavior? After much thinking, pondering, and deliberation, I conclude that it's best if only I understand Senpai. That's what it all comes down to. I understand. I'll hold back. It would be pointless if I'm too selfish and you come to dislike me. I wouldn't dislike you, but, well, it would help if you could restrain yourself a bit. Sure, I'll be careful. Yes, I won't come to dislike her. Senpai and I will only part ways if Senpai gets tired of me or when there's no more fun in teasing me. While I want to keep the stimulation of Senpai's teasing, I also want to live a life that's harder to be teased about. With these complex feelings, I feel a sense of loneliness as the softness slowly moves away from my back. As our breaths parted together, my heart raced. Yet I felt a sense of calm settling in. It was too soon to think that everything was all right. Sorry, but can I do just this one last thing, huh? Just as the softness was about to completely leave my back, I suddenly felt a ticklish sensation on the nape of my neck. It was warm, reminiscent of the warmth I had felt in my ears. Gradually, that warmth drew closer, and then, resting on my shoulders, were the familiar, beautiful, slender fingers of senpai. They seemed so fragile that they might break with just a little pressure. These slightly annoying fingers had always been between our lips, interrupting our first kiss. Looking for the owner of these fingers, I could still feel her presence behind me. She was adjusting the bath towel wrapped around her body, and I could tell from the reflection in the mirror that her face was somewhat flushed. Then, right after she said it was the last time, something unexpected happened. "Thank you for loving someone like me." As she spoke, she gently, yet fervently, pressed her lips to my neck. It was a light kiss, nothing compared to the deep ones we had shared before, but it felt different from all the others, and I couldn't bring myself to leave the bathroom for a while. Interlude. No, what am I doing? Really? I'm such a mess. Left alone in the bathroom, I was in turmoil, agonizing over what I had impulsively done. The reason was, of course, what had happened in the bathroom. I just wanted to do something a little naughty and see Takashi-kun blush, so why did it turn out like this? The original plan was to enjoy seeing my blushing lover after teasing him a bit, maybe by flipping up my miniskirt to show off my more mature-looking shorts, or perhaps by having him take a photo of me half undressed. Of course, I wanted Takashi-kun to blush profusely, but all those plans fell apart when he drew the bath page. The situation turned against me, and my chance to tease my lover and heighten our affection was lost. Oh, I was planning to save that for later. It's not that I disliked the idea of being affectionate with Takashi-kun in the bath. On the contrary, I had dreamed of it and wanted to experience it someday. I just never imagined that such a scenario would be in an erotic book. And now, the scene I had been dreaming of alone was happening today. It was just a bit premature. Well, I eventually would have ended up in the bath with him anyway. If I had any wish, it was to do it after introducing Takashi-kun to my parents. Takashi-kun's back was bigger and firmer than I thought. I traced the soft skin with my hands, recalling the warmth and masculinity of my beloved. Despite being a cute lover who always had a teasing edge, when we faced each other without any pretense, just a cloth between us, I was confronted with the reality that he was a man. A sturdy frame, with no roundness, rough in places, and yet, his expression was adorable. The contrast was almost too much to handle. No, that's why I ended up doing what I did in the end. Takashi-kun probably won't notice. Well, it's better if he doesn't, right? The kiss on the neck. Surely, my oblivious boyfriend wouldn't notice. He must be aware that I kissed him. But he wouldn't understand the meaning. If he did, I wouldn't be able to tease him anymore. Now, it's really too late, but still, I'm not used to expressing my feelings in such a tangible way. So please, don't notice. If you knew how seriously I am attached to you, I'd be embarrassed and probably become even worse. Alone, feeling the ugliness of my own possessiveness, yet with no regrets about what happened in the bathroom. I even secretly hoped he would notice as I waited for my lover to return to the living room. Chapter 6. As much as Senpai desires. Some time had passed since the incident involving Senpai in the bath. During one lunch break, the faint heat on my nape still lingered, and my feelings became even more unsettled every time I saw Senpai. Senpai, for her part, had stopped teasing me as persistently as before. Instead, something else had changed. "Here, Yu-chan, say R.A.R. How is it?" "The limited time marron parfait." "Tasty." "Well, it's delicious, but, are you sure it's okay?" "Kure-san, you came all the way down to the lower campus cafeteria, and Takashi-kun next to you looks incredibly jealous." "It's fine. I like Takashi-kun even when he's like that." "Oh, is that so? If Senpai says it's fine, then I guess I shouldn't worry." "Of course, you should worry. I'm the one who paid for that giant marron parfait, you know." Somehow, my girlfriend Kura-senpai and my best friend Yu were flirting right in front of my eyes. Moreover, neither of them seemed to find anything odd about this situation, which was utterly baffling to me. My wallet was empty, save for a receipt showing the 3,000 yen I had spent on the parfait. Despite the fact that Senpai had taken the trouble to come down to the area where you and I were, I felt pathetic for not usually carrying that much cash around. Our university, Shirakumo University, was broadly divided into 3 areas: the cultural area where club buildings were clustered, and, separated by a large hill within the campus, the upper campus area where the humanities faculties were mainly active, and the lower campus area for the science faculties. The university might have official names for these areas, but at least among the students, such names have become the norm. So it was a rare occurrence for humanities students like Kura-senpai in the lower campus area. That's why I asked Kura-san, "Are you sure it's okay, Kura-san?" But you gave up right away after hearing Senpai's words. And Senpai, why are you having lunch with you and me anyway? I was a little hopeful when Senpai called me out. Now, it's fine. I just wanted to have a little chat with you chan today. Contrary to my confusion over the unexpected turn of events, my best friend and girlfriend were very casual about it. Yu acts as if it was someone else's problem, and Kura-senpai lets a slight smile slip upon seeing my annoyed expression. Troublesome enough on their own, the two of them together were naturally a force to be reckoned with. If you wanted to talk with Yu alone, wasn't there no point in calling me? Trying to escape the situation, I attempted to leave the scene by being a little blunt. Yu-chan suggested that maybe Takashi-kun could treat us to lunch. We planned to leech you off from the start, I guess. With a mischievous smile from my girlfriend and a guiltless, soothing voice from my best friend, I was easily defeated. Unable to stand up to or escape from the perfectly in sync pair, I decided to suppress the urge to get up and leave. By the way, was there ever an occasion that made you two get along so well that you'd even contact each other without me? While calming myself, I asked what had triggered their close relationship, but perhaps that was a mistake. It was when we exchanged contacts at the bar. Of course, we'll get along. You didn't realize? I was too drunk at the time. Pitiful. What do you think of having such a boyfriend? I think he's very cute. In fact, I was thinking of getting him completely drunk and devouring him. As expected, you're quite something. I asked the owner about it, and I heard that you can drink strong cocktails at a high pace without getting drunk at all. No, it doesn't show on the outside, but my thoughts are worse when I'm drunk. My best friend teased me for my low tolerance to alcohol, and Senpai, as always, mocked me in her usual manner. Moreover, Senpai's teasing went beyond mere jest to a declaration of devouring. Combined with the incident in the bath the other day, Senpai's declaration felt all too real, sending shivers down my spine. However, these goosebumps were not unpleasant, rather, there might be akin to a warrior's trembling from the desire to make it a reality. After all, my heart was racing uncontrollably just from Senpai's words. Of course, Senpai was well aware of how I was feeling. Do you dislike me being like that? It's not that I dislike it, but, you like it? Can I just say I like you instead? I'll forgive you if you give me lots of kisses. When I looked at Senpai after feeling a tug at the hem of my clothes, there was my lover gazing at me with a blissful expression. The words that came out were simple, straightforward words that came out because of love. The crimson goddess who seeks kisses. Are kisses really enough? Just like the time Senpai kissed my neck, showing me her feverish breath, the sweet atmosphere was slowly enveloping us. If you're going to flirt right in front of me, my parfait is going to taste too sweet, so please spare me. Sorry. Hee. We got scolded. I wonder how long it would have continued if it hadn't unfolded in front of you. With that thought, I put my now empty wallet into my left pocket and left the lower campus cafeteria section. Just walking, as if running away from something. Of course, there's no escaping that something. So, what did Senpai really want to do? There's definitely something, right? While avoiding Yu's chilly gaze, I asked Kuro-senpai for an explanation. Senpai may often be short on words, but there's always some kind of principle behind her actions. For example, wanting to tease, wanting to be lovey-dovey, wanting to punish. There must be some kind of motive this time too, something that doesn't fit into any of those categories. I couldn't help but think so while looking at Senpai, who looked somewhat apologetic while grinning. Well, I was reflecting on maybe having gone a bit too far last time. Last time? The bath incident. I wish she would at least think before she speaks. The bath. Wait, are you saying you've progressed that far? Sure enough, a stern voice came from my best friend walking beside me. Glancing sideways, I was met with an even colder gaze. That's why I wanted to escape. It's not like that, okay? I was just attacked by a slightly drunk senpai, and I couldn't help it, that's all. So, you admit that you took a bath together. You pervert. Now that's just unreasonable. I hurriedly tried to explain the situation to you, but it only made things worse. Why is this happening? I was just telling the truth. Ahaha. What a pervert. Whose fault do you think this is? Huh? Whose fault? My girlfriend, the cause of me being called a pervert by you, is giggling away. Even though her cheeks are flushed, there's a sense of apology there, so I can't bring myself to be angry too much. If anyone should be angry, it's not me but Kura-senpai. It's your own fault for letting Yu-chan into your room without my knowledge. That's your bad. Even if it was for the sake of hiding your erotic mags. Although I don't have romantic feelings for you, I admit it was insensitive of me. No matter the reason for hiding the erotic magazines, I should have found a better way, and I'm reflecting on that. Surprisingly, senpai isn't angry about the erotic magazines and even allows me to have them. Of course, not all erotic magazines are permitted, but they're still important for maintaining a healthy cohabitation with senpai. Well, letting you into my room wasn't something that could be brushed off with a simple I see. By the way, I recreated the bath scene from those erotic magazines for him. From the looks of it, did this guy react satisfactorily to you? He was so cute. Cute, huh? Lucky you. That's how it went. You think I'm happy being called cute? Senpai, please don't say unnecessary things. It'll just encourage you. But it's true. That's just senpai's delusion. I'm a man. I think it's okay for boys to be cute too. Even if you say that with such a serious face, I'm not trying to be cute. Is that really the case? I truly want to be manly. I can tell by your face, that you're thinking something weird. TSK. Faced with a relentless teasing, one for letting a female friend into my room and the other for joining in on teasing her best friend, I'm desperately trying to hold my ground as clicks her tongue in annoyance. Senpai, on the other hand, looks amused and is grinning. For my part, seeing senpai laughing so happily makes me feel a bit more honest with my feelings. Rather, senpai, you should be aware of how cute you are yourself. If you suddenly do something like you did the other day, my heart won't be able to take it. The other day? When exactly? I've tempted Takashi-kun so much. I don't remember when. It was during the bath. The bath. What comes to mind is the scene from that day. The reflection in the mirror of the bathroom when something soft was pressed against my back. The kiss on the nape of my neck, close to my back. I couldn't move for a while after that. The moment after feeling the warm breath on the nape of my neck, the softness that followed, senpai's expression melted away. It's a moment I can never forget, nor am I supposed to. It's not a shallow love that would allow me to forget such an adorable aspect of senpai. Kura-senpai says nothing. No, without uttering a coherent word, she just blushes and stammers. Oh. Seeing senpai like this, Yu corners her with a sly grin. Huh, so senpai did something like that, huh? Back kisses and neck kisses. Yu seems to know what these gestures mean, easily cornering Kura-senpai, who had shown a maidenly side. I don't understand what those actions mean, though. And so, senpai and I, having arrived at the university gates, bid farewell to Yu as she headed toward the station, and we returned to our rooms. Section. Really? To think that the day would come when Takashi-kun would get one over on me. I had no intention of doing that. If anything, I just wanted senpai to realize how cute that she is. Do you realize that's exactly what trying to get one over on someone means? Yeah, it seems like I didn't realize it. I knew that, but I also like that about you. Oh, thank you. You're welcome. The night after lunch with you, with my wallet completely empty, I find myself being scolded by senpai for reasons I can't quite grasp. I just called cute senpai cute, but what could she possibly be dissatisfied with? If anyone should be dissatisfied, It should be me. Even if she teases me, I wish she'd realize that her teasing expressions and gestures are what stir my feelings so much. Senpai's sly smile, Kura-senpai blushing slightly, my lover showing a hint of embarrassment. My heart can't stop racing. That hasn't changed even now. So, what time is it now? It's time for me to be spoiled by Takashi-kun. Of course, but still, there are other ways to be spoiled. Why do you have to sit on my lap to do it? Why is senpai sitting on my lap instead of her usual spot on the sofa? Why, upon returning from university, do we immediately switch to cuddle time instead of preparing dinner? Why couldn't I refuse senpai's invitation? There are so many questions. The person in question, with unwavering confidence, turns her face to me and declares, because last time I was spoiled, it was on your back. This time I want to be spoiled facing you. I see. I understand what Kura-senpai means. I too want to be spoiled by her face to face, without any teasing, with genuine feelings, but maybe it's too soon for that, as I might avert my eyes even more than usual from such genuine affection from Kura-senpai. This situation is not good for me, so why are you sitting facing away from me? It's kind of, does it bother you that my butt is touching you? Could you please move away for a bit if you know it does? Is it okay to move away? What do you mean by that? Well, if, hypothetically, you were conscious of my butt and I were to check on that, I wonder what exactly would happen to you. If that's okay with you, I'm going to move away. I'll find out if Takashi-kun is a pervert who gets excited by my butt. I am completely at the mercy of senpai's whims. And despite my best efforts to ignore it, the softness of senpai's body becomes unavoidably apparent as she presses against me more insistently. And it's not the softness of her chest, but a different kind of softness. Even through senpai's jeans and my pants, I can feel the two hills. The sensation of being squeezed between senpai's soft heels, and if I look down just a bit, there's my lover, her face slightly flushed with excitement even as she smiles playfully. The sensations become even sharper. What kind of face am I supposed to make at a senpai if she catches me in this state? No. More importantly, will I be able to watch senpai's back as she cooks breakfast in the morning with a fond smile on my face? I'm sure I won't be able to. The moment senpai catches me and teases me, I'll remember it forever and won't be able to look at her the same way again. In that case, my response to senpai is clear. So, should I move away? Or is it okay to stay like this and be spoiled? It's fine like this. I can't hear you. It's fine like this. That's more like it. I just need to calm down the sharp sensations before senpai sees. Well, the fact that I don't want senpai to notice is practically the same as her already know, but at that time, I was oblivious to such things. I can't let Takashi-kun get one over on me all the time. I was also unaware of senpai's quiet determination. Well then, shall we toast soon? It's a good thing I picked up some drinks and snacks at the supermarket. Now Takashi-kun can drink without having to show me anything important. Did you buy the drinks at the supermarket anticipating this? I thought it was strange. You said we were out even though there's still unopened alcohol in the kitchen. Yet you went through the checkout so smoothly. Weren't you actually looking forward to this? That's not it at all. Really now? Senpai, who doesn't want to move an inch from my lap, places the pre-purchased evening drink set on the table and turns a mischievous smile towards me. Her expression seems to say, "You got away without having to show me anything important," and it makes me even less willing to have her stand up. I'm even more acutely aware of senpai's soft twin heels than before. Besides, I enjoy drinking with senpai like this, messing around. I wanted to see senpai enjoy some luxurious food during the day, which is a secret from her, but I never imagined it would come true in the form of senpai sitting on my lap, snuggling up to me. Of course, I don't dislike this situation. I don't dislike it, but on the other side, being played with by senpai all the time has been bothering me lately. Will senpai continue to tease me like this if I just keep getting embarrassed? Will senpai keep smiling happily at me if I just keep blushing? Will senpai keep her affection for me if I can't make any moves towards her? As I felt uncertain about my future relationship with Senpai, she finished preparing the drinks. The cuteness of Senpai tapping on my knee and signaling, "It's all ready," vanishes my earlier anxieties. "So, what shall we drink first?" I bought a lot this time too. "Let's start with something sweet." "Yes, yes. I thought you'd say that." Before me, an array of various kanchuhai. Among the fruity kanchuhai that reminds me of Senpai's favorite canned juice, Mr. Pepper. I pick up the luxurious strawberry flavor that Senpai is eyeing with a particularly intense gaze and hand it over to Senpai. With a snicker, I expect Senpai to take the preferred kanchuhai, but Senpai's hand doesn't move toward the can. Instead, Senpai places a hand on my arm, which is holding the can. "Senpai?" I let out a voice tinged with uncertainty, unable to discern what my lover was thinking. However, the feeling from my arm suggests that Senpai's mood is far from anxious, and rather filled with anticipation. And then, Senpai verbalizes it. "I told you I'm going to be spoiled by you today." "Are you such a fool that you don't understand what that means?" "Ah, I see what you mean." In other words, Senpai is asking to be thoroughly pampered. I sigh lightly as I pull the tab to open the strawberry-flavored kanchuhai. The sigh isn't for Senpai, it's for myself, for I still do not fully understand Senpai. Although we haven't been living together for very long, we've been dating for over a year. Yet, I still can't anticipate what my love might be thinking. But now is not the time for that. What's important is to create the sweet time that Senpai desires, and I, too, want to spend a sweet time with Senpai. With that thought, I bring the freshly opened strawberry-flavored kanchuhai close to Senpai's face. As I move my arm, I feel a slight tickle from Senpai's fingers brushing against it. "Is this okay?" "Yes, yes. Now, let me drink from it." "Yes, yes, I'll let you drink." "Wait, you mean let you drink like this?" "That's right. I'm enjoying being in Takashi-kun's arms like this. Did I become a convenient chair now? How much to have you exclusively? Don't seriously try to buy me." Today, Senpai seems quite serious about wanting to be spoiled. Before I know it, Kura-senpai has snugly nestled into my arms and is rubbing against my chest. And Senpai seems to be quite pleased, looking at me with moist, pleading eyes as if trying to purchase me. I'm genuinely relieved that I haven't started drinking yet. Honestly, when I'm drinking, I tend to make decisions that are too honest with my feelings. I might just say, "I'll do anything, as much as Senpai desires." Rather, let me drink quickly. Come on, hurry up. "Oh, okay. Just make sure you don't spill it, alright? If I spill, will you take a bath with me again?" "I won't take a bath with you. Take one by yourself." "TSK, I was thinking of spilling a little on purpose. But maybe I won't. It would be a waste of good alcohol, so you better not." "That's true. Let's save the shared shower for another time." "You just can't give up on showers, can you?" Unaware of my feelings, Senpai always tempts me with her sweetness. No, more than usual. I can feel the softness of Kura-senpai with my entire body. With such sweet temptation, it might be impossible to endure without extraordinary patience. Section Phew. Delicious. That's good to hear. What's wrong? You're fidgeting so much. I'm not fidgeting at all. You don't have to be shy. It's okay to hug me tight like this, you know. I won't do that. There's no way I could easily embrace Senpai myself. I'm already flustered with Senpai fitting perfectly in my arms, and if I were to pull her closer, the sensitivity of my vulnerable spots might become even more pronounced. Senpai, oblivious to my turmoil, sips her strawberry chuhai with relish. Of course, I'm the one holding the can, and Senpai just pulls my arm to her mouth whenever she wants a drink. She could drink normally without any stress, but Senpai doesn't seem to mind. Rather, she seems to find bliss in the time spent nestled between my arms and knees, which I can sense even from behind. Kura-senpai, who weakly protests not being hugged, swings her side tail while complaining, "Eh?" Occasionally, the side tail brushes against me, filling my nose with the scent of the shampoo Senpai always uses, a sweet yet sexy rose fragrance. And then, I can't help but recall the soft sensation pressed against my back. I know I shouldn't remember, but I inadvertently recall the time we showered together. I can't forget, even if I want to, Senpai's echoing voice, the temperature of the bath at that time, and the scent of the shampoo, not to mention the soft touch on my back and nape. I wonder about the meaning behind Senpai's last kiss, but I try not to think too deeply about it. The more I think about it, the more the urge that surged through me when she kissed my back seems to attack again. Then, please feed me some snacks next. Ah, it's not just alcohol, huh? Of course, didn't I say? Today I'm going to be totally spoiled. You did say that. So, with that said, could you give me an R? As Senpai requested, I picked up her favorite sweet snack, a sweet and salty chocolate-coated bean snack called Cohabitation. It's a popular treat, both as a snack and as a side dish to drinks. I pour a few Cohabitation into my palm and hold them out in front of Kura-senpai's mouth. Is this okay? Hee hee. It's like I'm being fed. That's because Senpai is the one making it happen, but it's a little fun, isn't it? Ugh. Rather than enjoying it, I'm too busy responding to the situation at hand. If I let my guard down even a little, things could get worse than they are now. Just like what happened in the bathroom before. Well then, I'll help myself to the snack. With Senpai's cue, a warm breath blows onto my palm. It's as hot as what I felt against my back in the bath and just as sultry. In fact, the softness of the lips pressing against my palm amplifies the sultriness of the breath. Unable to contain myself any longer, I showed Senpai my vulnerable side. Senpai, it tickles. I'm just snacking. If you don't like it, you could just shake me off. Despite knowing that Senpai wouldn't simply accept my words of weakness with a yes, I understand. I had inadvertently given her an opening. And besides, I'm ticklish too, you know? Am I doing something to you? Senpai, your hips. Wow, hee hee, what a cute reaction. Kura-senpai presses her back against my chest, arching her body, and brings her mouth close to my face, whispering sweetly, making it impossible not to react. My lover blows a gentle breath into my sensitive ear, her demeanor more devilish than before she took a sip of alcohol. Hey, don't you feel like having a drink too by now? If you want, you can drink from mine, you know? Her expression, clearly implying, go ahead and drink, looks up at me. My eyes are drawn to Senpai's half-finished can of Chu-hai. At this moment, it's not just the alcohol-coated lips that make my heart race, but even the thought of drinking from the same spot on the can where Senpai's lipstick-coated lips had been is thrilling. Then I won't hold back. Before I knew it, I couldn't resist the pounding of my heart and gulped down the remaining Chu-hai in one go. Nowadays, I no longer get overly excited about an indirect kiss. Since living with Senpai, there have been far more thrilling things than that, and if I reacted to every indirect kiss, I simply wouldn't last. And that's still true now. How was it? Delicious. This is too sweet for me. Do you dislike it when it's too sweet? How could I dislike it? Rather. What is it? The strawberry-flavored alcohol lingers in my mouth, sweeter than I had expected, but it's not an unpleasant sweetness. I recognize this sweetness. It's the kind that could melt my heart from the very bottom. I like it, Senpai. I like you too, Takashi-kun. Embracing each other while exchanging words of love, Senpai and I, and soon, seeking the source of that sweetness, I forcefully push my tongue, coated with the strawberry-flavored alcohol, into Senpai's mouth. Even while drunk, my true desire to kiss Senpai is conveyed through the tip of my tongue. MMH. Kura-senpai's sweet, trembling tongue spreads through my mouth. The quiver in her throat echoes as a melting voice in my ears, and the sweetness on the tip of her tongue intensifies. As I pull Senpai's shoulders and waist closer, her tongue trembles even more, making me want to embrace her even tighter. Naturally, my longing for Senpai's kiss grows stronger. Senpai, I like you, Senpai. I know, I like you too, Takashi-kun. Can he kiss you more? As I pulled away from Senpai's lips, a transparent bridge that connected my lips to hers had formed. The liquid bridge quickly melted away, leaving droplets to fall between us with a soft plop. Seeing this, I yearned to witness that bridge once more, and I found myself seeking another kiss from Senpai. hoping she would accept. But senpai wasn't so indulgent as to easily grant a second kiss today. What if I said no? I'd kiss you anyway. Well, I'm not saying no. In fact, I'll be the one to kiss you. Kura-senpai, with eyes moistened, turned her body and, gripping my neck, brought her lips to mine as if pecking at my tongue, returning the kiss I had initiated. It wasn't that she was simply accepting my kiss, she wanted to be the one to kiss me. The proof lay in her expression, not one of mischief but the last one I had seen in the bathroom before the second kiss. Of course, there was no reason for me not to accept a kiss from senpai. Even if that kiss were to become a painful one. Senpai, you can call me by my name once in a while, you know. Kura-senpai, can you try a little harder? Yes, even if it meant leaping over the hurdle of calling out only senpai's name, I would continue to accept her kisses. For that purpose, I felt like I could do things I had been too embarrassed to do before. No, I would do them, now. In this moment, I would overcome the embarrassment. Kura. While I was thinking of ways to make kissing senpai more pleasant, I was still not used to it, and my voice came out haltingly. Naturally, senpai wouldn't let this pass. Once more, she stopped the kiss, prompting me to say her name. I couldn't back down now, so I continued, calling out senpai's name. Kura. More. Kura. MMMH. With each attempt I made at saying her name smoothly, senpai's cheeks turned redder. Even without the lingering effects of the strawberry liquor, her lips were red, now even more moist and inviting. Probably, even if I were to lean in now, senpai wouldn't kiss me. The reason was simple. I still hadn't done what senpai was asking for. If asked when to do it, I can answer immediately. Rather, now is the only time. I want to kiss you more, Kura. Well said. This time, Kura-senpai's lips meet mine slowly, as if syncing our breaths. Today's third kiss is the sweetest and hottest of them all. It seems it was a perfect hit. Empty cans roll on the floor, the bag of snacks in my hand is upside down, and the contents, korupi, roll out with a clatter. Without paying any attention to that, I continue kissing and hold senpai tightly. Before I knew it, we were embracing face to face. Senpai's hand is placed on my back, and she is tracing it intermittently with her fingers. My feelings naturally intensify. I want to connect with senpai more deeply. As I try to quell the rising emotions with a kiss, we're interrupted again. Hey, Takashi-kun. Do you really think of Yu-chan just as a friend? Are we talking about Yu again? Does it have to be now? I want to ask now. Why now? Of all times. While I'm left with questions, I can't withstand the pressure of senpai's earnest gaze. Surely, if I ask why, I'll just end up giving in to senpai's insistence. So I decide to be honest about what I'm thinking right now. If it makes senpai feel better, just friends. Of course, whenever I'm in trouble, I just ask that girl, and somehow it works out. She's been like a best friend since our first year. I see. A best friend, so that's why you carelessly let her into your room. That's how it turned out. Whether it's intentional or not, senpai's fingers teasingly stroke my back, and it tickles. That, along with the way I stumble over my words in my last response, makes me want to laugh. I didn't want to ruin the mood by laughing though. Kura-senpai doesn't seem to think I'm concerned about such things and looks very relieved. Thank you. Now I can kiss you all night long without any worries. Please spare me the all-nighter. I have classes tomorrow. Then try to make me surrender. Of course, you can do more than just kiss, you know. More than just a kiss? I can't hide my agitation at the kiss you all night long that senpai mentioned, feeling both allure and fear, and also at the mention of doing more than kissing. But Kura-senpai, unconcerned with my turmoil, focuses on stimulating a certain point. Like taking care of this? Exclamation mark. Ahahaha. You jumped. Of course I did. I hadn't been conscious of it while engrossed in kissing. The sensitive part. Senpai's soft bottom pushes against the hard part of me. When she flicks the tip of that with her toe, there's no way I wouldn't twitch. But senpai, with a sudden change from the serious expression just moments ago, now wore a seductive look again. I, who had long been captivated by senpai's ever-changing expressions, asked, "So, Shall we continue our kiss? Of course. With just a word or two, we shared our fourth kiss of the day. Interlude. Takashi-kun. Senpai, you don't have to be so eager. I'm not going anywhere. Really, Takashi-kun is so cute. I can't help it. I like what I like. Hey, is that so? My heart clenched with a surge of excitement. I'm so in love. Love. I love you so much. He is so cool that it makes me hesitate to tease him. Yet there's an adorable earnestness in how he continues to desire me. My affection is overflowing. Senpai, what's with wrapping your arms around my neck? I just don't want to let go. Is that bad? If you don't like it, I'll stop right away. No, it's not that. Let's just stay like this, and kiss. Shall we? If Takashi-kun says so, I won't hold back. Senpai, cool. My name, Kira. Hee. Well done. Now, as a reward, I'll give you a kiss. My overflowing feelings manifested as desire. I want to be more connected, to feel more passion, to have Takashi-kun call my name more, and even more. I love you, Takashi-kun. I want to fill his thoughts so completely with me that he has no time to think of anyone else. Chapter 7, Love Calls. Is it morning already? As I woke up, I found myself lying on a fluffy bed. The bed was always cozy just before falling asleep, thanks to the warm air blower that Senpai sets up every night. Sleep was comfortable, and breakfast was somehow always prepared without me noticing. Despite her bad drinking habits and excessive teasing, Senpai was a reliable lover. I felt unworthy of her. Today, as usual, I expected to leave the bed and find a warm breakfast while my beloved Senpai was waiting in the living room. That's how it was supposed to be. Good morning, Takashi-kun. Did you sleep well? Yes. Thanks to you. What do you mean by thanks to you? The futon or something else? Of course I'm talking about the bed that Senpai prepared. You could at least lie and say I slept well thinking about Kira. That's why my body and soul was refreshed, you know. But Senpai, you can always tell when I'm lying, can't you? Well, that's true. Senpai had been waiting for me to wake up right in front of me. As soon as my eyes opened and focused, she smiled at me. I couldn't help but smile back, and we chatted about trivial things without getting out of bed while I carefully avoided looking at a certain spot. Aren't you getting up? You have university today, right? I'll get up when Senpai gets up. But I was planning to get up when you did. For some reason, we were in the same bed this morning, but that was a trivial issue. Sooner or later, I was bound to spend the whole night on the same bed with Senpai. Of course, that was my desire, and Senpai probably saw right through it. That's why she must have slipped out of her prepared futon and into my bed where I was sleeping. I didn't mind. I liked being coddled by Senpai, and I liked her teasing. By the way, Takashi-kun. Yes. What is it? Are you not going to call me by my first name without honorifics? Maybe when I feel like it. Like when you're drinking? No comment. I had become quite accustomed to being reminded of the previous night's events fueled by alcohol. Last night you were all over me, or Takashi-kun was so cute last night, she would say every morning. So, I no longer got as flustered as I did at the beginning. I might avert my eyes, but it's only because I don't have the courage to look directly at Senpai's cuteness first thing in the morning. Surely, the day will come when I can look into Senpai's eyes and say good morning, Kira. But to get there, I have to overcome numerous obstacles. Can I ask for one more thing? Of course, go ahead. Why won't you look this way? For instance, consider this. Senpai has somehow ended up naked under my futon. No, maybe she's not naked. That's what I'd like to believe. But I've long since passed the stage of wishful thinking. Firstly, there's the closeness. The sensation of being hugged feels different from usual, as if there are too few layers of clothing. Secondly, the softness. A level of softness that distinctly surpasses what I've felt countless times before. Lastly, Senpai's tone of voice. That sweet, devilish tone she uses when she's clearly teasing me. Hee. Kura-senpai, letting the fluffy blanket slip to give a glimpse of her cleavage. The morning sunlight streaming through the curtains highlights Senpai's defenseless and soft form, accentuating the shape of her breasts. See. I knew it. Caught up in senpai's movements, I hastily turned my face away. If you're curious, you could just look, you know. Look. There's no way I can just look. Besides, if I did, I think I'd lose control over all sorts of things I'm trying to endure here. I, on the other hand, would welcome it. I'm the one who's not welcoming it. What started as a refreshing morning has turned into an overly stimulating one. I resist while vehemently turning my face away from senpai, who, for her part, tries to guide my gaze towards her. But we both know. I know I've seen. And she knows she wants to be seen. Yet neither of us can be honest, and we just continue this battle in bed. Senpai, taking advantage of being naked, rubs her skin against me, tempting me, while I, determined not to lose to the temptation, close my eyes and wait for senpai to get bored. The current time is 7 in the morning. Normally, it's time for breakfast, but neither senpai nor I give in. Of course, the advantage lies with Kura-senpai. While I can only endure, senpai is free to attack as she pleases. If she targeted the bulge against my trousers, I'd be utterly helpless. Come on, Takashi-kun, fight back. If you want me to fight back, at least put on some clothes. And why aren't you wearing any in the first place? That's obvious, isn't it? I wanted to see you flustered. This person just says it so blatantly. In bed, I'm still being toyed with by my naked lover. Or rather, I'm being kneaded and played with. From my stomach to my chest. Even if we have a playful relationship, being continuously manipulated like this does take its toll on me. Even if it's something that would please senpai. Just as senpai wants to tease me as senpai, I too want to behave as a boyfriend and a man should, regardless of how Kura-senpai might react. And Kura-senpai, far from being dissatisfied with my reaction, reveals a satisfied smile. Don't call me this person, call me Kura. Then maybe I'll consider putting on some clothes. Then she adds, could it be that you snuck into the futon for that reason? Of course, you're being unusually clear about it. The answer that came back to my tentative question left me with no choice but to be astonished. While I averted my face, my eyes still sought to capture senpai's expression. I tried to divert my attention from senpai's nakedness wrapped in the blanket, but I couldn't escape from senpai herself. And Kura-senpai had no intention of letting me go either. It had only been a few weeks since we started living together, but that was more than enough time to understand the extent of senpai's attachment to me. Still, there was a long way to go as I would continue to discover new facets of senpai. Geez, I've told you to call me Kura. I'm seriously going to make my move? I didn't say it before, but it's totally obvious that you're getting excited, okay? Isn't it good manners not to mention that kind of thing? And as for the name, please wait a bit longer. I'm not ready for that yet. So, when will you call me Kura-soba? In a week? I'll rub it if it gets big, you know? I'm sorry, but I really need time to prepare my heart. I'll let it slide for now. Phew. For instance, senpai had started to show an unusual fixation on being called by her name. Perhaps she liked it when I called her Kura in my drunken state yesterday, because now she was using my embarrassing excitement as a bargaining chip to make me call her by her name again. Luckily, my desperate feelings got through, and for now, I was spared from having to call her by her name immediately, but it was only a matter of time. It's not that I dislike calling senpai by her name. In fact, when I called her Kura yesterday, I felt an indescribable happiness. Even if that joy was alcohol-induced, I'm not such a fool as to feel nothing when senpai shows her affectionate side. However, a mix of resistance and embarrassment wells up inside me when it comes to casually saying it in everyday life. At the very least, I wanted some time to practice. I'll be waiting in the kitchen and make breakfast then. Takashi-kun, take your time and come to the living room when you're ready. Yes, thank you for putting up with my selfishness today. As I was lost in thought, senpai had already slipped out of the bed and the door to the living room creaked open. I glanced towards the door, keeping my gaze on the floor so as not to accidentally see senpai's body. In the corner of my eye, I could barely make out her slender arms holding jeans and a knit sweater. It was really good that I didn't let my guard down. Feeling a bit relieved, I also wished that I could be spared such intense mornings in the future as I watched senpai leave the bed. The selfish one is me. I muttered my own frustrating indecisiveness. Afterward, I began to relieve myself, which had become embarrassingly excited due to senpai's relentless advances. Even as I was manipulated by senpai, the target of my actions was not senpai but a few pieces of tissue I had prepared. I knew it was pathetic, yet I couldn't bring myself to act otherwise, feeling pitiful about my cowardice. I knew very well, I was painfully aware of my own cowardice. Yet despite that, the more I thought of senpai, the hotter my arousal grew, gathering moisture from within my body. Suddenly, the image of senpai's naked body crosses my mind. The soft yet beautiful skin of her chest that I glimpsed when the futon slipped open and senpai's outstanding proportions accentuated by the futon wrapped around her. My other self grows more excited as my feelings intensify. Unable to stop myself, I release my thoughts onto several scraps of tissue. Despite feeling pathetic, I somehow feel refreshed. After letting out my feelings, I head to the living room where senpai is waiting. Knowing senpai, a delicious breakfast is probably already prepared. With that thought, I open the door to the living room, and as expected, there's a freshly made breakfast, and did you have a refreshing morning, Takashi-kun? That's the one thing we agreed not to say. Nfufu, it's payback for not calling me by my name. Payback? Dressed in a pink apron, with her pert bottom clearly outlined even through her jeans, my one-year senior girlfriend, Kura, turns to me with a mischievous expression. I really can't compete with senpai, Kura. As I cursed my own weakness for only being able to call her by her name in my mind, I realized that I actually enjoyed being teased by senpai. It was a few minutes in the morning that made me feel this way. So, what got into you today? You were more aggressive than usual. I thought I was just being normal. Don't try to play it off. I know you were grinning and doing it on purpose. You're sharp, Takashi-kun. You wouldn't even look at me earlier. Well, I couldn't just look at you naked. While grumbling about this morning's incident, senpai and I enjoyed our breakfast. Raisin nut toast that belied its frozen food origins, stir-fried spinach and eggs, and potato potage soup. Ever since I started living with senpai, I've been looking forward to breakfast. It's a far cry from the quick-calorie bar meals I used to have. Though, ever since senpai arrived, I haven't been able to sleep in peace. Perhaps it's because of mornings like today, when all sleepiness is blown away for various reasons. It wouldn't have been such a big deal if senpai were just a beautiful woman. I might have had a heart-fluttering morning being gently woken up by her. But Kura senpai is more than that. Not to mention her sexiness, she's very affectionate. She kisses me when I wake up, hums scenes from erotic magazines into my ear if I don't wake up, and like this morning, slips naked into bed. Senpai always grins at me with a blush on her cheeks. Just one gesture from her, and my will to resist is blown away. That's why I've been at senpai's mercy every morning. Okay, let's stop joking around. It's a bit too strong for a joke. I was thinking of having a sleepover at Yu-chan's house today. At Yu's house? Kura senpai, having finished her breakfast before me, tells me about her plans for the day while soaking the dishes in water. Her expression is calm but also serious. It's not for teasing, she's serious about it. Yeah, I want to get a bit closer to Yu-chan. Oh, don't worry. I won't forget my love calls to Takashi-kun. She doesn't forget to tease me casually. Could you please stop saying things like you've always been doing this? I've hardly ever received such love calls from you, right? Despite confronting my senpai with the truth, her face unflinchingly confident, she doesn't show any signs of being perturbed. On the contrary, she grins as if she had been waiting for my retort all along. So, you don't want me to do it? I do want you to. It's as if she knew what my answer would be. A love call from senpai. It would be strange not to be interested. Not just for today, but every day. No, I'd want it 3 times a day if possible. I can feel senpai's love with just a whisper in my ear. The sensation is surely indescribable. She offered me an experience I'd never had before, so there was no reason to refuse. No, I never intended to refuse in the first place. Surely, Senpai must have seen right through me when she suggested the love call. I can't let my guard down. It's settled then. You can send me a love call too when you feel lonely, okay, Takashi-kun. So it's a given that there will be love calls. You won't do it? If you say you want me to, then I will. So, will you? Oh, okay, I understand. I'm sure I'll be the one to feel lonely first and end up making a love call to Senpai. Imagining all the possible futures as I ponder what Senpai does in Yuu's room during the times she's not with me, I reach my limit. Looking into Senpai's eyes as I imagine these scenarios, I can't help but feel a warmth deep in my chest. In the end, I was teased for it when I made an early love call during lunch break. Section. I'm so bored. University is over, and now it's 8 o'clock at night. Lying on the sofa with no particular purpose, I feel like a melting slime, lethargic, lifeless, and just existing there. I've become something in the shape of a person. When Senpai is not in the room, it's this boring. I finished eating in no time, and I've already completed my assignments at the university. What should I do now? Perhaps because I've gotten used to eating with Senpai, I've started to eat breakfast properly, and the smell of hamburgers I cooked lingers in the kitchen despite the ventilation fan running. Maybe because cuddling with Senpai in the room has become a daily routine, I've developed the habit of finishing my assignments and studies at the university first. As a result, I find myself with almost nothing to do at home because Senpai is not here today. Maybe I'll have a drink. After some contemplation, I decide to indulge in another of my daily routines, having a drink in the evening. I take out a sweet drink from the kitchen storage that Senpai likes, but I don't just stop there. I suddenly had an idea and went through it. Since I'm at it, why not mix them? What I brought from the kitchen was peach liquor and citrus liquor. I pour them 1-to-1 into a glass, both bottles already half empty. Peach and citrus. It's not an unusual combination. They're even sold mixed in canned forms. The thick flow of the peach liquor and the refreshing citrus scent of the mandarin orange liquor blend together, creating a tropical atmosphere in the glass. My mouth waters naturally, and I find myself desiring it. It's okay, just for today. Drinking alcohol in a place without Senpai somehow felt like a taboo that I couldn't shake off. Although I mixed what should have been Senpai's usual drink, the result was an unfamiliar liquor that exuded an even sweeter aura than usual. On reflection, this might be the first time I've ever drunk alone. With that thought, an unknown fear of the drink in front of me intensified. Usually, we're sweetly flirting when I'm with Senpai, so I've never felt strongly intoxicated. No, perhaps it was Senpai's presence that allowed me to disguise my drunkenness, and I never had to face the fear of alcohol. The drink before me now is 15% alcohol by volume. It's almost the same strength as what I usually drink with Senpai, but the quantity is different. The situation is different. The feelings are different. Just as I was about to distance myself from the tropical drink, the moment came. Ring. A familiar ringtone. And yet, it was a special one. Senpai? It was a call of salvation. The fact that Senpai would call me at the very moment I was feeling lonely made me mistakenly think that my feelings had somehow reached her, even from afar. Hi Takashi-kun. It's your second love call of the day. Unlike earlier in the day, it was a video call. A bright and cheerful Senpai appeared beside an unfamiliar silver-haired beauty who was blushing and waving her hand. Who might this be? What do you mean, who? It's me. You. The voice was unmistakably Yuu's own. The tone was undeniably Yuu's. And yet, I couldn't believe the scene unfolding before me through the video call. Yuu, who had always stubbornly refused to remove her hood in public, was now revealing her face. And her face was that of a beautiful silver-haired girl. So much so that I couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. No, it was difficult not to be surprised. After all, I had answered the phone seeking Senpai, only to be greeted by my best friend's unveiled face. Fufafu. Surprised? Of course, I'm surprised. What kind of trick did you use? Don't sound so suspicious as if you're doubting your lover. So you're saying you haven't done anything suspicious? Of course not. My lover confidently made a smug face, and I couldn't help but look at her with suspicion first. It was probably due to Kura-senpai's usual behavior. Rather than doubting Senpai, I was worried whether Senpai's usual antics had been directed at Yu. Kura-senpai says this, but what's the actual situation, Yu? Well, let's just say a lot happened. Yu-chan, I knew it. As expected, Senpai's teasing nature had also been aimed at Yu. On the flip side, it meant that Senpai trusted Yu enough to do so, which made me happy they got along, but at the same time, part of my heart felt a little cloudy. But don't worry, okay? My body and heart will always belong to you. Well, in the end, my unease is cured with just a few words from Senpai. Section. Let's turn back time to 6 in the evening. The location is a women-only 2-story apartment not far from the university. In a corner of this men-prohibited Eden, 2 female university students are giggling and enjoying each other's company. All right, we're going to have loads of fun today. Kura-san, keep it down. The walls here are thin. Rather, I think it's the perfect opportunity to show our neighbors how close we are. Don't you think? That's not the point. What if we get a complaint and are asked to leave? When that happens, we'll think about it then. If it comes to it, maybe we could crash at Takashi-kun's place? No, I really don't think that's a good idea. I prefer not to involve myself in such situation. I don't dislike a girl who knows when to pull back. Thanks, I guess. Flapping her limbs in high spirits, Kura contrasts with the room's main occupant, Yu, who is frantically trying to quiet her senpai down. Even within her own room, she doesn't remove her trademark hood and listens to Kura's jokes with an unfazed, detached demeanor. Satisfied with Yu's composed reaction, Kura turns to her with a contented expression. Yu lightly brushes it off and leads Kura to the living room. So, what brings you here today? Wanting to stay over at my place. Did something happen with him? No sooner had they entered the living room than Yu broached the main topic. The night before, she had received a sudden message from her best friend's boyfriend saying, "Let me stay over tomorrow," which had left her slightly worried. Could it be that the incident at Takashi's place still had repercussions? She had agreed to visit her best friend's boyfriend's place too readily. That was a mistake, wasn't it? I've done it again. Dark thoughts began to swirl in Yu's mind. Self-loathing, self-denial, a sense of inferiority. She felt as if Kura's presence here was entirely her fault, and she tried to shoulder all the blame while pulling her hood down further. However, the response she received was the complete opposite of what she had anticipated. Takashi-kun and I are still lovey-dovey. He even gave me a love call because he missed me at lunchtime. Is that so? I'm glad to hear you're both so affectionate. Yu's fingers relaxed as she listened to Kura's words, her grip on her hood loosening. Kura showed Yu the call history from Takashi, wiggling her phone playfully. Takashi-kun is so cute. Getting all flustered and hanging up after just repeating "I love you" over and over in someone else's home. Kura unabashedly gushed with cheeks blushing, while Yu awkwardly looked away. But Kura wasn't one to miss even the slightest change in Yu's demeanor. Okay, enough joking around. I thought you were quite serious. I came here because I want to know more about you. To put it plainly, I want us to become closer. Without being fazed by Yu's slightly blunt words, Kura declared her intention to become closer with a determined face. Before Yu stood a certain senpai, who had transformed so much from the person who had been agonizing over her lover just moments ago. It's really not interesting to know about me. I think you'd have much more fun teasing Takashi. That's a fair point, Kura said with her usual charm, though her expression was dead serious. Yu found herself unable to voice any strong objections to such a contrast. But I just can't leave it alone. Not with Takashi-kun, and not with you, Yu-chan. Is it because you feel sorry for me? Yu managed to ask, probing for Kura's true intentions. To Yu, people who approached out of pity were neither rare nor surprising. Those who habitually wore hoods to avoid the public eye were often treated as spectacles by society. There were plenty who sought to help such individuals, not out of genuine concern but in hopes of basking in praise. Some even tried to force Yu to remove the very hood that was essential to her, despite it being her choice to wear it. Because of this, Yu was exceptionally wary of people's gazes and made sure to wear her hood deep enough to conceal her caution. The looks of pity she received were now among the things she despised the most. However, The gaze and feelings Kira directed at Yu were not of pity. It's different. I simply want to know why you keep your hood on and push people away, Yu-chan. What will you do with that knowledge? Nothing. Yes? Because if it's something Yu-chan wants to do, then there's no need to forcibly change it. I feel the same way. Maybe it was pure curiosity. Kira was simply asking something without any harmful intentions or the desire to intervene. Perhaps that was all it was. I love to tease the people I adore. Even if they dislike it, I want them to love me for who I am, in my entirety. If it's a choice made to be oneself, then that's fine. That's why Kira is who she is and why she doesn't stop teasing, no matter how much Takashi may frown upon it. She teases because she loves. She wants to be loved for the teasing. That's all there is to it. That's simply who I am, and it's what I want to do, Kira stated with a smug look on her face. What about you, Yu-chan? Are you okay with how things are? Or is there something you want to do? Adding those words, Kira waited for a response. I just don't want to be treated as someone special, Yu confessed, her voice spilling out from beneath the hood, tinged with loneliness. It was a fragile tone, completely different from her usually assertive manner when speaking to a close friend. Yet, it conveyed her deep sincerity to the person she faced. Can you tell me more? It's okay. I'm definitely on your side, Yu-chan. Really? You won't change your mind? I like people who try hard. I love those who strive to change their situation. Like Takashi? Yes, Takashi-kun too. I always get butterflies when I see Takashi-kun trying not to be teased. Contrary to the affectionate talk of a lover, Kira's eyes were sharp. While occasionally steering the conversation away, Kira seemed completely immersed in Yu's troubles. There was none of the sloppiness that she showed in front of Takashi. On the contrary, there was even a coolness to Kira's overly serious expression. That's why, no matter how hard Yu-chan tries, I won't change my mind. Is that so? Yu couldn't help but falter in her words, taken aback by Kira's uncharacteristic attitude. Sorry, let me correct that. My feelings might change. Actually, because I might end up feeling all fluttery about Yu-chan, right? Haha. Yu stumbled over her words again as Kira abruptly reverted to her usual self. So? What's been troubling you, Yu-chan? Kira pressed on, seizing the moment as Yu wore a look of anxiety. But still, her intonation was different from when she spoke to Takashi, showing genuine concern for Yu's troubles. It was a voice meant to break the tension, nothing like the one she used when she wanted to be spoiled by Takashi. And Yu, who had witnessed Kira's changing tone in front of Takashi, understood the intention behind Kira's current voice. It was meant to calm her down. In response to Kira's thoughtfulness, Yu slowly began to reveal what she had been hiding. Well, it's this. Wow, it's white. The hair of the girl who removed her hood was pure white, just as Kira had exclaimed. It was a natural color, not dyed, but the girl's face was flushed with embarrassment. Hey, is this your natural hair? Can I touch it? Why yes, you can. Then I won't hold back. Yu, who hadn't shown her white natural hair to anyone outside her family for months, maybe even years, was at the peak of her embarrassment. On the other hand, Kira was curious as she reached out to touch the girl's head. As soon as she was allowed, she gently stroked Yu's head. Yu's hair, pure white and shimmering as if sanctified, was so fine and well kept that Kira naturally doubted it was natural. The quality of the hair is thin yet strong. It's nice. So silky. Well maintained and delicate. I'm jealous. Kira continued to stroke Yu's head with a covetous look in her eyes, reminiscent of her own hair. Kira had beautiful, bright red hair, but she didn't like her own hair, not the color, but the texture. Contrary to its lovely color, her hair was coarse and difficult to care for. That's why she couldn't help but feel envious of Yu's glossy hair quality. However, Yu was surprised by Kira's reaction. Is that all? What do you mean by is that all? Aren't you going to say things like you look like a foreigner or you don't look Japanese? Yu found herself unable to suppress her worries any longer. It was a complex, to say the least. She had a head of white hair, a rarity among Japanese people. Viewed as a curiosity by society and distanced by classmates, she gradually began to hide her true face. Her only solace was the words from her parents. You don't have to force yourself. Yet, the fear of the stares she had felt from those around her lingered to this day. It was a university senpai who also had an unusual hair color who broke through this barrier. Section. Why can't there be a Japanese person with white hair? I mean, my hair is red, but I'm still Japanese, right? Ah, that's true. Yu made a close friend who accepted her without her facade, and eventually, she even revealed her true self to that friend's lover. No one could have predicted it, and not even Kura knew that Yu was troubled by her hair color. At least, to Takashi, whether Yu wore a hood or not was of no consequence. Naturally, he wouldn't mention it to her lover, Kura. The catalyst was a mere coincidence. Did someone say something bad to you? Well, I've been wearing a hoodie like this ever since I graduated high school. I see. That must have been tough. I'm sorry for making you feel uncomfortable at the bar the other day. No. I used to get comments like that at my previous job too, so I don't mind anymore. Kura's favorite bar happened to be where Yu worked, and on that particular day, Yu unexpectedly had to step in to cover the hall. A series of coincidences revealed Yu's complex and a path to resolution began to unfold. Are you sure you're not just numbing your feelings? It's not good to be dishonest with yourself. Be honest, you say. Sometimes, even if you're not aware of it yourself, a close friend can provide the trigger for self-awareness. That's what the path to resolution is all about. However, the resolution method was very much like Kura's. You don't want to be treated specially, right? Then, you should be honest with someone who is close to you. Are you talking about yourself, Kura-senpai? I'm more likely to spoil you with special treatment. Then, you mean, that's exactly what I mean. Don't worry. Since it might be embarrassing to be sober, why don't we start with a drink in the evening? With that, a large number of kanchuhai appeared from her bag. Sweet, bitter, or maybe sour. I've brought a variety. So what will get you going, Yu-chan? It's not about what will get me going. What's with all this alcohol? I thought I'd have a drink with Yu-chan, so I picked these up from the supermarket nearby before coming to your room. You should have called me. Why would you carry all this by yourself? Because it wouldn't be a surprise otherwise. I'm more surprised by the fact that you carried all this by yourself than by the fact that you brought alcohol. Yu couldn't hide her astonishment at the many cans of chuhai laid out on the living room table. It wasn't just the sheer number of cans that surprised her, but Kura's decisiveness in bringing them all to Yu's room without hesitation. Moreover, these weren't just ordinary cans of chuhai. They were all tall cans. Rich peach liquor, Asahi super dry, frozen lemon, and more, all of them large and long. No regular-sized cans of chuhai emerged from Kura's bag. Kura looked thoroughly pleased with Yu's expression amidst this situation. Well, it's not so bad. Times like these call for a drink, don't you think? Yu-chan, you can drink, right? Takashi-kun said you were downing it at the Yakiniku place. No, well, I can drink, but it kind of feels like I'm being smoothly coerced into it. Do you think so? Well, I'll go along with it. After all, you're probably just trying to expose my true self to Takashi and make fun of me. Oh, you caught on? Senpai and I think alike. It's fine. Really, if it's with Takashi, I'd rather have a drink first since it's too embarrassing to do it sober. Hee. Of course, I understand. Knowing full well that Kura's invitation was a trap, Yu still picked up a bottle of alcohol from the table while muttering to herself, if I have to show my true face, I can't handle it without drinking. For Yu, there was a crucial difference between revealing her true self to Kura and to Takashi. Of course, there were similarities. Kura was somewhat shunned for her beauty and proportions, and Takashi was somewhat shunned for dating Kura. However, the nature of the estrangement was different. Was it directed at her own person, or at his status? And the comments Yu had received about her true face had always been directed at her. Perhaps that's why Yu could show her complex-ridden true face in front of Kura. Most likely, it's because she trusts Takashi that she's willing to reveal her true face. Just by letting herself go with the alcohol, Kura's face showed a look filled with affection, but it didn't last long. But I'm a little worried. With those words, Kura's expression shifted to one of teasing. However, Yu, who had already started drinking her Asahi super dry, didn't notice Kira's expression. She was also too busy munching on chocolate cookies she had taken out of her bag, thinking, what should I drink next? But this distraction wouldn't last long either. What are you worried about? Well, maybe about Takashi-kun's reaction. I can't imagine Takashi rejecting me after seeing my true face. No, it's not that. What if Takashi-kun falls for you, Yu-chan? What? Yu couldn't help but be shaken by the bombshell Kira had dropped. Hee. How about that? Did it surprise you a little? Of course it did. What's with that impossible joke? Sorry. It's just that Yu-chan doesn't seem to realize that she's cute, so I wanted to tease you a bit. Please, stop joking around like that. Surprised and accidentally spitting out some beer, Yu hurriedly wiped it off with a handkerchief while telling Kira to stop teasing her. Yu, who wanted to be cute as a girl and had been working hard to be cute even without showing her true face, found Kira's words bad for her heart as she still couldn't recognize her own cuteness. I'm teasing you, but I'm not lying. Then Kira said those words seriously. Yes? The anxiety that Takashi-kun might fall for you and the jealousy over your cuteness, both are real. They're not jokes at all. For you, this was uncharted territory. And Kira's expression, serious yet somewhat lonely, was also something unknown. No. There's no way Takashi could fall for me now. Haven't you seen how he usually is? He's totally smitten with you, Kira-senpai, but it's not like he wouldn't be swayed by other girls, right? Even so, it's impossible for me. We're just best friends, nothing more. He must feel the same. There's nothing for Kira-senpai to worry about. Really? Are you sure? Absolutely sure. Yu couldn't hide her surprise at seeing Kira so unusually downhearted. Yet, with Yu's repeated encouragement, Kira regained her spirits and impulsively decided to send a love call to Takashi. Now it was Yu's turn to be flustered upon hearing Takashi's voice. What are you up to, Takashi-kun? Me? Well, I was just spacing out a bit. Are you saying that? But in reality, you were eagerly waiting for a love call from me? That's I hit the nail on the head. Huh? Video calling. It's an intimate time where you can talk while seeing the other person's expressions. It's a blissful moment where, even though you're physically apart, you can feel as if your lover is right there with you. But the same goes for the other person. Any small fluctuation in your heart can be revealed through your facial expressions. Looking away, getting a little flustered, or falling silent when faced with the truth. Even though it's a happy time, it doesn't mean you can escape from the usual daily life. However, even with video calls where a slight change in expression can give you away, it doesn't mean your innermost feelings are conveyed. That is, if Kira-senpai hadn't called me, I might have called her in just a little while. At least that's something I can be thankful for with video calling. Otherwise, she would probably notice my restless demeanor not just from my face, but from my hands, my body language, or even from the tone of my voice. My lover, Kira-senpai, is that kind of person, but it's not just teasing that makes it difficult. Did you eat properly? I did. It wasn't just cup noodles, was it? I had a proper hamburger. Oh, and I cooked it myself. That's good to hear. Before we lived together, she would worry about my sloppy eating habits and check on my dinner like this. It's another aspect that makes me fall for her all over again. With her bright red hair fluttering softly, Senpai flashes a charming smile. Ever since I started living with Senpai, my eating habits have completely changed, and now I feel uneasy if I don't have a proper meal. As a human being, it's normal to have proper meals, but before living together, I prioritized pondering over Kira-senpai much more than eating. Even now, it's not like I don't spend time brooding. However, I've improved my lifestyle so as not to sadden Senpai. Suddenly, I felt a bit of unease. It was the redness in her cheeks. Clearly, it reminded me of how she looks when she's had alcohol, and I couldn't help feeling a twinge of worry. To dispel that anxiety, I decided to ask casually. By the way, have you eaten, Kira-senpai? I'm worried you might be drinking too much and not eating. Mwahaha. No need to worry. Today, It's just this one can. I'll be eating soon too. Along with Senpai's words, what appeared on the screen was Senpai's favorite peach liquor. My anxiety grew, but a part of me still wanted to believe everything was okay. Suppressing those feelings, I tried to offer some supportive words. You say it's just one can, but it's a tall one, isn't it? Well, if it's really just that one, there's no way that's true. As her boyfriend, what exactly do you think you know about Senpai? My best friend interjected with a sharp tone before I could continue. Yes? Look at this disaster. Before I could reply, you must have snatched the smartphone from Kura-senpai because the screen shook violently. In the meantime, I could hear my girlfriend and best friend causing a ruckus on the other end of the call. Wait. What are you doing, Yu-chan? Resign yourself. This is your punishment for all the teasing you've done to me. It's your fault for being so cute. Yu-chan. I couldn't tell if they were on good terms or not as they bickered without seeming too angry. Amidst this, I was shown a sight that made me stunned. Senpai, isn't this a bit too much? It can't be helped. I didn't know how much Yu-chan would drink, yet you had such a smug look on your face when you pulled it out of your bag. Yu-chan. Senpai. The scene presented to me over the screen was a row of tall cans, clearly more than what two people would normally drink, and Kura-senpai had brought them all by herself. The excitement I felt when Senpai first called me had now vanished, replaced by a sense of obligation. Shall we keep the call going until we start eating? That's okay, right? Yes. Could it be that Senpai's eating habits are lax when I'm not around? Frustration towards others builds up unnoticed and must be vented before it explodes. This varies from person to person, in both capacity and triggers. But inevitably, frustration accumulates towards others, including towards a significant other. As I realize today. Now, Senpai, show me how you cook. Let's see the cool side of Senpai when she's had a drink. You're hitting where it hurts. I thought I could just get by with drinks and snacks. After all the effort to regulate your diet, you're going to let yourself go? What happened to the Senpai from this morning? You have to eat properly in the morning, right? I think you have to eat properly at night too. Still, it's satisfying to be able to vent my usual frustrations by teasing my girlfriend in return. Teasing Senpai over the video call, I get to see her become a little downcast, flustered, or surprised when I hit the mark. Expressions of Senpai I don't usually get to see. If there's one complaint, it's that I can't record this scene. Since it's a video call, this moment is fleeting, visible only now. That's the only dissatisfaction. If possible, I'd like to tease Senpai face to face, but that's probably a wish that won't come true. That's why I thought we should make the most of this moment. But then, hey, haven't you forgotten about me? Well, I guess it's fine. You can flirt with each other like you always do. But, Senpai, remember that this is my room and Takashi. I also haven't eaten yet. My best friend, who had just shown me her bare face, barged in while clearly irritated. Okay. I'm sorry. Neither Kura-senpai nor I could find any fault with Yu's words. Instead, we were suddenly overwhelmed with guilt and apologized in unison to the silver-haired beauty. It's fine as long as you understand. Removing her hood and revealing her silver hair, Yu remained her usual self, even over the video call. Each gesture she made was somehow reassuring. It's the same old best friend, I thought. And the next words she said were also typical of her. So, I have a question for Takashi, who seems to be enjoying his revenge on his girlfriend. Please stop phrasing it like that. It's not wrong, but just please don't do that. Caught off guard by her words, I suddenly switched to polite speech. Unperturbed, my silver-haired friend smiled at me through the video call. What should I do? Should I entice Kura-san to cook? Or should I make the food and feed Kura-san? I hadn't seen my friend's mischievous face in detail before. Usually hidden under her hood, she narrowed her eyes, giving me a sharp look as if she had spotted her prey. She even put her index finger to the corner of her small lips, adding a touch of mischievousness. I wasn't foolish enough to miss the true intention behind Yu's words despite the act. I'd like Yu-chan to cook for me. Senpai, please be quiet for a moment. I need to think seriously. When you look at me with such serious eyes, It makes my heart race. What you're saying is that you're consulting your desires, right? Kura-senpai melted with a look of ecstasy, while Yu wore an expression of exasperation. As I ignored my girlfriend's words. In the midst of this, I pondered deeply. Should I let the drunken Kura-senpai cook, or should I have the still composed Yu make the meal? Should I continue my revenge on senpai, or should I go along with Yu's rhythm? I was torn with indecision. Amidst my contemplation, I was further troubled by the friendly exchanges between Kura-senpai and Yu, such as, "LNGH smells good. Hey, stop it with the alcohol smell. It's peach liquor. It's not that strong." After much deliberation, I reached a conclusion. "All right, Yu, please get Kura-senpai to head to the kitchen." "All right." "So Takashi wants to see the useless Kura-senpai, huh? You have peculiar tastes." "That's part of it. But, what else? I also want to see how flustered you get, Yu." It was a decision to observe both. "You should be looking at your girlfriend, not me." Little did I know that Yu would be furious with me afterward. Section MMM. The smell of bonito flakes is so nice. It kind of makes me want to strip. "Can I take off my clothes?" "Of course not. Please keep your clothes on. Otherwise, the pervert on the other side of the screen will see everything." I wouldn't mind being seen, though. Both members of the couple were perverts, huh? I was misled by Kura-senpai's wild claims. Moreover, through Yu's anxious voice on the phone, it became clear that those words were quite serious for senpai. As if to add to that, the phrase "I wouldn't mind being seen" came up. My judgment, already skewed by living with senpai, conjured up the image of Kura-senpai slowly undressing in my mind. With a gentle release of her clothes, the laid-back Kura-senpai smiled slyly, imagining me blushing in embarrassment, becoming bolder, even in front of Yu. She doesn't stop teasing me. My head is completely filled with my beloved senpai. I'm totally immersed in thoughts of Kura. Of course, I can't let Yu realize that, so I have to bluff. "Wait a minute, I'm not a pervert." "Even though you leaned your face so close to the screen when senpai was about to strip, you saw that? I tried to bait you, but you really did lean in. That's seriously off-putting." Just like that, it was embarrassingly confirmed that I was a pervert. Yu's gaze felt cold. What I had previously sensed only through words and behavior, I now felt through her gaze and expression. So the destructive power was immense. But Kura-senpai, unconcerned with my feelings, continued to act in her own way. "So, what have you been doing all this time, senpai? You've been rustling around behind me for a while now." I'm just wearing a naked apron." "Naked apron?" Thud. I involuntarily leaned forward and shook the table vigorously. That's how shocking the words Kura-senpai uttered were. Rather than being shocking, it was as if the fantasy I had been restraining before was now accelerating. She's probably smirking with satisfaction right now, grinning at the thought of teasing me. A single piece of cloth draped over her chest to protect it from oil splatters. Naturally, since she mentioned a naked apron, her back would be completely defenseless. The image of her white back spread through my mind. Even though there's no point in doing this, I imagine poking senpai's back. As I remember the soft sensation, I hear senpai's seductive voice in my head. "Hi you. NN." The image of senpai's face when she's naked crosses my mind, and I find myself wanting to hear more of senpai's seductive voice. What would be next after her back? Her nape? Her chest? Or perhaps something that I had just glimpsed through her jeans this morning? Just as I'm about to reach out towards my lover's trembling bottom, which seems like it would crush if touched. "Hey, you pervert." I'm snapped back to reality by the stern voice of my best friend. "You, I'm not a pervert." I'm not angry about being brought back to reality. In fact, I almost want to thank her for it. But that's a separate issue. I am definitely not a pervert. Your expression gives it all away. Pervert. Even as I deny it, Yu calls me a pervert again with a sharp look in her eyes. However, there's something else that's bothering me. Gives it all away. What does? It's as if Yu can see right through me, knowing exactly what I was thinking. Naturally, I'm dying to know. What do you mean? You were obviously imagining senpai in a naughty pose, weren't you? It seemed that Yu had seen right through me. She had called me a pervert, fully aware of it, without knowing how much I struggle on a daily basis. Listen, what happened earlier was beyond my control. Oh really? I'm not expecting much, but do go on. It's going to be my first time seeing Kura-senpai in a naked apron, so naturally, I was curious about it, and this morning, she was naked and started attacking me while I was sleeping. It was quite the ordeal. You know how lively you two are. It's all senpai's doing. She's the one who went out of control. Strange. I was only trying to explain myself, but Yuu's gaze was becoming even more severe. I might be mistaken for a monkey. I needed to explain myself better, but before I could think further. Still, you were all excited, weren't you? Senpai dropped a bombshell, one that I couldn't possibly defend against. You too. No. Wait, how does senpai even know about that? I just had a feeling. Even if you had a feeling, you don't have to say it out loud. Do you see how Yu is looking at me right now? First, get your face away from the screen. How long are you going to keep showing me that perverted face? Sorry, I was only trying to explain myself. Moreover, I just wanted to see senpai cooking over a video call. Why is it that even though we're apart, I always end up being tossed around by senpai? Yet, as I think about it, instead of disliking senpai, I find myself thinking about her more and more. It must be because I'm too far gone in love with senpai. Kura. As I snapped back from my daydream, the two words that senpai once uttered came to mind, even though they should still be far off in the future. Okay, it's done. Mew. I took it off to make Takashi-kun happy. Then at least do it in your own house. Have some consideration for me who has to see it. Okay. Yu scolded her, and Kura-senpai, while complaining, started to put her clothes back on. I could only confirm this through the call, but it was easy to imagine senpai pouting with her cheeks puffed out, her sulky, glaring eyes like a puffed-up blowfish. Perhaps it was the influence of my earlier fantasy that led me to such unnecessary imaginings. And you, the pervert, don't make such a disappointed face. You're not a pervert, right? Can you please stop calling me a pervert? Then don't make a face that looks like a pervert. Why are you disappointed when she's getting dressed? You should be relieved, right? Because I was aware of it. I couldn't say anything back to Yu's spot-on remark. I like Takashi-kun even when he's being a pervert. Senpai, please be quiet for a bit. It's complicating things, and frankly, your lovey-dovey talk is annoying. Senpai's attempt to back me up was futile, swept away by Yu's irritation. Or rather, was it my imagination that senpai's words only increased Yu's annoyance? I don't think it's just my imagination. Before I started dating senpai, every time someone gushed about their love life, I found it sweet but also felt a tinge of jealousy. Yu must be feeling something similar right now. Of course, even when dealing with senpai, there are times when I want to dismiss it all as annoying, but senpai herself doesn't seem to mind being brushed off. Just continue with the cooking, will you? We've only got the miso soup ready. Don't worry so much. I found just the thing in the fridge. Well, as long as it's fine with you. She's always so laid back. Rummaging through someone else's fridge without any hesitation. I'm worried not just about the cooking, but I can't shake the feeling that she's going to slip up in some other way. Despite how much I trust you, seeing senpai's overly relaxed expression through the camera fills me with anxiety. I'm even worried she might start a fire. However, reality is different from my fears. Far from causing a fire, there's no screaming, no clumsy senpai cutting her finger and whimpering, "Ow, it hurts." Through the phone, I see the serious side of my lover, which I usually only glimpse from behind. Every time I see it, my heart flutters uncontrollably. It's a side of her I'm not used to. Today, my heart is fluttering even more than usual. I'm sure it's not just the alcohol. You're quite skilled, aren't you? Well, my mum made sure to teach me properly back at home. I see, that explains it. Chop, chop, rhythmically cutting the daikon into large pieces. The peeled skin is quickly soaked in water, and the daikon itself goes into the pot. Thanks to Yu's thoughtful arrangement, I can see every move senpai makes. Her skill is not just that of an amateur, it's like watching a professional chef at work. It's almost like being shown a documentary about a cook, but still, Those hands belong to senpai. Every day. Every day. Thinking of Takashi-kun makes time fly by. As she says this, the familiar rhythm of her knife is comforting to my ears. It's the sound that greets me first thing in the morning, the sound that accompanies senpai's "good morning." As I open the door to find her waiting, it's a sound that has become essential to my life, one that would make me feel strange without Kura-senpai. Before I know it, I'm calling out to my beloved, without any particular reason, just wanting to call out to her. My feelings just keep swelling. Every day would be filled with happiness if I married Kura. Once I start to realize this, I can't stop, and I blurt out something outrageous. Marriage. I knew full well what that word meant now that I was a university student. That's why I should have been careful when speaking about it. I should have been careful, but every day would be filled with happiness if I married Kura. Before I know it, my feelings have gotten ahead of me, and the words slip out. Of course, the call is still ongoing, and it's a video call, no less. I can see every expression on the other side. That includes Yuu's "what are you talking about now?" look, and behind her, Kura-senpai's blushing face. Wait, blushing? I'm taken aback by senpai's unexpected reaction, and her words are just as surprising. Takashi-kun, what's with the sudden marriage talk? No, seriously, why are you like this? When we talked about moving in together, you were all excited, saying, "Why don't we just get married?" Weren't you, senpai? That was just, going with the flow. I mean, it's not that I don't want to get married, but it was more about lightening the mood. Because of what senpai said back then, I've become serious about it. Can you believe it? Senpai's usually composed voice is now filled with unmistakable agitation. Her voice, usually teasing with a grin, is now trembling through the speaker, filling the room. It's the voice of my adorable lover, sounding like a whining child on the verge of tears. It's not the first time I've heard senpai's flustered voice. I've seen senpai get flustered and retaliate many times, only to be defeated each time. However, this time the agitation is different. There's no sign of a counterattack. It's as if senpai had completely accepted defeat, just like when I gave up after being continuously mocked by senpai. Could it be that? Strangely, my heart is racing. I feel even more nervous than when I blurted out marriage. I've often thought about deepening my relationship with Kura-senpai, especially when I see senpai playing with someone else, even if that person is Yuu. I like senpai so much that I could blurt out marriage. Senpai, let's get married. That's why I decided to consciously convey my feelings to senpai this time. Surely, my feelings must be reaching senpai. Otherwise, this situation wouldn't have happened just like this. Wow. Your hands were moving so smoothly just a moment ago, and now they're shaking so much. It can't be helped. It's because Takashi-kun is just too cool. Even so, the daikon that was being cut so beautifully is now completely shredded. That's okay. It's going to be cooked later anyway. You're calm about that, I see. I mixed up the sugar and salt, even making a classic mistake. It's okay. I only added a little, so it shouldn't make much of a difference. Besides, all that's left is to add the main fish and simmer it gently like this. Senpai, that's high heat. This is a bit hard to listen to. I was hoping for the adorable clumsiness of senpai, but I never imagined it would go to the level of mixing up seasonings and misjudging the heat. I do love such a klutzy senpai, though, but even so, there's a limit to klutziness. I feel like I might ruin senpai if I keep doing this. Of course, I have no intention of giving senpai to anyone else, and my love for senpai's klutziness hasn't changed. It hasn't changed, but I can't help feeling that this can't go on. That's what I was thinking, and my words were already decided. Senpai, you don't have to answer right now. Whenever you feel like responding is fine. Postponing the response. Maybe senpai is flustered because she thinks she needs to answer right away. Even if that's not the case, it's fine. Either way, I felt that senpai and I needed to take a step back. Otherwise, I felt we might both end up ruined. Is that okay? Of course, a confession's response isn't something you should rush. Hearing my words, senpai seemed relieved. Her voice regained its composure, still slightly high-pitched but much better than when she was making blunders. I couldn't help but feel relieved at Senpai's voice, but still, I had reached my limit. So, I'm sorry, can we end the call now? If I keep watching Senpai, I might say something strange again. Senpai is so dear to me, and I feel like I might make her do something odd again. Wanting to avoid that, I decided to end our fun time. Is that so? Then it can't be helped. For some reason, I'm sorry. Senpai, in her own way, seems to have something on her mind, her voice rising again as she agrees to end the call. Senpai, good night. And sorry, for dragging you into this. It's fine. Takashi-kun, see you again tomorrow, okay? Yes, see you tomorrow. Before long, the three-way call between me, Senpai, and Yu came to an end. It was a long, blissful time that left me with complex feelings. Interlude. He was drinking my alcohol, wasn't he? When I close my eyes, I can't help but picture my lover, who usually wouldn't drink, choosing to drink on his own. The fact that he prepared alcohol when I wasn't looking, by his own volition, was surprising. I wonder what he was up to. I'm not angry. I'm not upset that he drank my alcohol. After all, I bought it for us to drink together. In fact, I want him to drink more. By seeing which bottles are getting emptier, I can tell Takashi-kun's preferences, which is quite convenient for me. Still, I can't deny feeling a bit lonely that I couldn't drink with Takashi-kun. No matter how much I want to get along with Yu-chan, the loneliness is still there even if we could drink together over a video call. But, that aside, marriage, I never imagined that Takashi-kun would propose to me. Even if it was spurred by the alcohol, I was incredibly happy, and yet, there was a shock. I hadn't anticipated a proposal from Takashi-kun at all. Feeling unusually nervous, I spent the whole night awake. Chapter 8, Reflections After a Night. Damn it. Why did I say something like that yesterday? I was drowning in self-loathing the morning after. And for good reason. Yesterday, I got drunk on Senpai's alcohol because I missed Senpai. It was only natural to writhe in the harsh reality that awaited me upon sobering up. Even if what I said was bound to come out eventually, with or without the influence of alcohol. And Senpai still hadn't returned by morning. The only message I received was, "I'll be back around noon, so don't worry." I hadn't replied yet. I didn't know what to say. Should I just respond with okay? Or should I express my true feelings with I'm worried? No good. My head was filled with thoughts of Senpai. It was Sunday, and there were no classes, but my heart couldn't find rest. This was far worse than being constantly teased by Senpai. This painful, suffocating feeling. I didn't want to experience it ever again. I should make breakfast. Following last night's dinner, I decided to make breakfast for the first time in a while. I never thought I'd find solace in cooking, but with this unusual morning, I wanted to try something different. Perhaps a fancy breakfast. It was just before 7, around the time Senpai usually woke me up. The fridge was stocked with bacon, eggs, butter, and chilled bread. Perfect for breakfast. Seeing the ingredients Senpai had bought made my heart tighten again. I wanted to see Senpai so badly. I wanted to hear the response to yesterday's confession. I wanted a deeper relationship with Kura-senpai. To suppress these continuous thoughts, I slammed the fridge door shut. It was pointless if I didn't know Senpai's feelings. Did I want to restrain Senpai? Did I only like Senpai when she did as I wished? No, that wasn't it. I loved Senpai for being true to herself. Whether it was the usual Senpai, the slightly bewildered Senpai when caught off guard, or the clumsy Senpai from yesterday, my affection grew because she always reacted in a way that was unique. What was I trying to do by taking away Senpai's freedom? As I mixed the eggs, sugar, and milk in a bowl, my thoughts began to settle. With each ingredient blending together, my mind calmed down, and I realized how selfish I had been. Yes, I wanted to live with Senpai more, but I had to consider Senpai's pace, or it would all be for nothing. I'll make some for Senpai, just in case. The breakfast base was ready in no time. All that was left was to soak the bread in the egg mixture for a while and then fry it. Ideally, it should be soaked for a few hours to a day, but this was just a casual breakfast. Today's breakfast would have to be made with the bread barely soaked. Resigned to this, I took the bread out of the egg mixture in the container and dropped it onto the hot frying pan, where the butter had just started to melt. The sizzling sound of the bread frying was different from what you'd see in a store. Flipping it over, the uneven browning was a clear sign of me being bad at cooking, but the smell of the egg-soaked bread and the rich aroma of butter were still irresistible. I couldn't care less about the uneven browning. I waited eagerly for the other side to finish cooking, wanting nothing more than to eat it right away. And so, today's breakfast, French toast, was complete. It's dark, monsieur. With the long-awaited breakfast in front of me, I put my hands together and reached for the French toast with my fork, trying not to focus on the empty seat opposite me. Section. Sorry for causing you so much trouble yesterday. I'll make it up to you next time. The morning after, I left Yu-chan's room. On my back was the alcohol I couldn't finish, and in my tote bag were the remnants of last night's cooking disaster. You could have just left it here. Mistaking sugar and salt happens to anyone sometimes. No. This is my way of taking responsibility. I have to settle my own mistakes. Well, if Senpai insists, I won't stop you. Yu-chan had been telling me since this morning that it wasn't necessary to take it back, but I couldn't forgive myself. I couldn't let Yu-chan deal with the results of my training with my mother and my own weakness. I had to bear my own failures. Perhaps understanding my feelings, Yu-chan didn't say anything more about it. Hey, Yu-chan. What kind of face should I show Takashi-kun when I meet him? How should I return to his room? With these thoughts, I prepared to face whatever came next. The time was 9 in the morning. Normally, I would have already finished breakfast, and it wouldn't have been strange to be cuddling with Takashi-kun. Pretending to hold hands, I could be pressing his arm into my chest, enjoying the expressions of my beloved. It was a time when I should have been sharing wonderful moments with my lover. None of this would have happened if I hadn't hesitated to surprise Takashi-kun by returning to his house early. To put it more precisely, if I hadn't been shaken by Takashi-kun's words, by the mention of marriage. As I was thinking about this, I realized I had asked Yu-chan a strange question. Huh? Yu-chan raised her voice in surprise at my question. I like how Yu-chan always reacts honestly in times like these, so I don't have to worry about her being overly considerate. Her response was straightforward. What kind of face should you make when you see him? Just be your usual self? Tease Takashi like you always do. I know that, but I just feel so pathetic. Are you still hung up on what Takashi said yesterday about getting married? Of course. I haven't seen Takashi-kun that serious in a long time. My agitation settled down as I continued the straight-to-the-point conversation with Yu-chan. Are you still hung up on what Takashi said yesterday about getting married? Of course. I haven't seen Takashi-kun that serious in a long time. My agitation settled down as I continued the straight-to-the-point conversation with Yu-chan. It was hard to believe that I was the same person who had been fretting over last night's blunder upon waking up. It's not like Takashi-kun would get tired of me just because of 1 or 2 mistakes. If the man I truly loved was that fickle, I wouldn't have even thought about seriously learning to cook from my mother. At most, I would have stuck to simple dishes. I would never bother to learn something as complex as simmered dishes just for myself. It was because of Takashi-kun that I could become serious. Yes, I was supposed to be serious. I thought I was ready for this. I hadn't expected him to come at me with such seriousness. Maybe the words from yesterday were just blurted out in the heat of the moment. But he was completely earnest the second time he spoke. His face was red, and if I hadn't been so flustered, I would have definitely teased him, saying he looked so cute like an apple. I could just heat you up. He was so adorable and yet, so cool that I fell for him all over again. That's why I was surprised at myself for not being ready to accept Takashi-kun's words. Despite my daily advances, this was how I reacted when it was my turn. But it seems that my reaction was considered normal by society. Ready? We're still university students, you know, but we're adults. It wouldn't be strange for us to get married at any time. Are you really serious? Yu-chan looked a little, no, quite puzzled. Of course I am. I seriously think it's okay for me to marry Takashi-kun. No wonder I lose. Lose what? No, It's just something on my side. I didn't quite understand what Yu-chan meant by losing, but it seemed my resolve was a bit different from the norm. But I think that's okay. Just as love doesn't need a reason, there's no need for a reason to want to monopolize someone you love, right? As I thought about this, my feelings naturally calmed down. For now, I'll go back to Takashi-kun's place a bit earlier than the lunchtime I told him, tease him a little, and then think about it. So, it's the usual after all. I just won't feel at ease if I don't stick to the usual. Indeed, the most fun and thrilling part of communicating with Takashi-kun is when we're teasing each other. With that excitement, I'll continue from where we left off yesterday. Surely, Takashi-kun will forgive me. I couldn't wait to see Takashi-kun. Even though our conversation at the entrance was ongoing, my feet were already pointing me back to him. Seeing me like this, Yu-chan asked with a smile. Senpai, can I ask one last thing? What's the matter? You're being so formal. You mentioned that you saw Takashi's serious face for the first time in a long time, but where did you see it? Well, I couldn't tell what Yu-chan's intention was with her question, but I had my answer ready and responded immediately. I guess it was when I first received a love confession from Takashi-kun. After that, Yu-chan told me, I see. You can go now, and I left her room. Heading towards my beloved Takashi-kun section. I want to make Takashi-kun my bride. As soon as I returned to my lover's room, I blurted out such a thing without much thought, just reflexively. Instinctively, I wanted to be with Takashi-kun. If you're shown such a display of feminine prowess, whether it's a boyfriend or not, you'd want to make them your bride. Senpai, I know my marriage remark yesterday was sudden, and I do apologize for that, but are you so confused that you don't even know your own gender anymore? You're the bride, senpai, but with things like this, how can you tell who's the girl? What? While Takashi-kun was bewildered, I was in shock, staring at the ingredients for French toast that he must have prepared for me. Meanwhile, in my hand was the failed pot dish from yesterday at Yu-chan's house. It was supposed to be a simple throw in the pot dish where you just cut ingredients, put them in a pot, and simmer with soy sauce, mirin, and sugar. Yet, even such a simple dish was a failure in front of the stylish homemade French toast. Any girl would crave such an ideal breakfast menu that Takashi-kun had prepared. It's clear who the girl is. Yes, Takashi-kun, a boy, is the girl. Senpai, I understand that you're shaken by what I said yesterday, but you're overreacting. I'm a guy, and you're the girl. Senpai, a boy can become a bride too. No, they can't, and I won't. The bride is supposed to be you, senpai. Both of us as brides. There's only one bride, senpai. Despite my agitation, Takashi-kun calmly unraveled my confusion with a part of my heart admitting, I'm no match for him. I gradually began to calm down, but as I calmed down, a wave of embarrassment washed over me. Moreover, Takashi-kun was too calm, making me feel as if I were the one being teased. Please forget what happened just now. No way, that's impossible. Besides, you were cute when you were flustered just now, senpai. I'm always flustered, so that makes it sound like I'm always cute. That's what I meant. Exclamation mark. Takashi-kun's eyes were simply staring straight at me, with no malice to be felt. They were nothing like mine. Just pure eyes that I love so dearly, eyes that seemed to draw me in endlessly, the eyes I fell in love with. I remembered the time at the drinking circle when I was pestered and he came to my rescue, the eyes he had when he confessed to me in the heat of the moment, the eyes of the clumsy him that I fell in love with. Back then, Takashi-kun said, I didn't intend to say it at such an embarrassing moment, and tried to take back his confession. His sincerity only made me fall deeper in love. Before I knew it, I was asking my mother for advice on how to win over the boy I liked. One result of that advice was the pot dish I had attempted at Yu-chan's house. Can I open the pot? Sure, but it's a failure, you know? That's fine. I'm in the mood for senpai's cooking. If that's the case, I'll start making a new one. Oh no. I left the ingredients behind. It's okay to eat what's in the pot, but I'm not okay with it. But you devoured the French toast I made in no time at all. I even prepared enough for tomorrow, and now it's all gone. Well, it was delicious. I want to eat senpai's delicious cooking too. That's what I'm saying. It's not delicious because it failed. I'll still enjoy it. Why does Takashi-kun stubbornly want to eat it even though I say it's a failure? Even though a newly made one would taste better, he wants to eat the failed one. Moreover, he's insistent, almost as if saying, since you ate my cooking, you have to let me eat senpai's cooking too. Does he understand that I can't refuse him now, and that's why he's doing this? I won't compensate you anything if it's bad. With that, I lift the lid of the pot to reveal its contents. The completely cooled, less sweet and more salty than usual, buri daikon. Section. Senpai, shall we have a drink together now? As soon as he saw the contents of the pot, senpai's handmade buri daikon, he suddenly said that, no, perhaps it's more accurate to say he couldn't help but say it. Now? It's still before noon, you know? Even if we don't have school today, you're getting a little too excited. I can't help it. The drinks yesterday weren't fun at all. Not fun. Ah, I knew it. Some of my alcohol is missing. I'm sorry. I miss you and just went for it. If you were that lonely, you should have just told me to come back earlier. I would ruin senpai's fun if I did that. I don't want that. But you went ahead with a proposal. Kura senpai's mood starts to return after I show my weak side. I could clearly see her spirits gradually lifting from her previously disheartened state. Otherwise, she wouldn't be checking the canned chuhai in the fridge while scolding me. And now, senpai's mouth starts to curl into a smirk. I'm certain of it. And senpai in that state is relentless. Why did you start talking about marriage? Because you're just so cute, senpai. And I thought how nice it would be if this life could continue forever. And before I knew it, the words just came out. Senpai's mood is rising again. The corners of her mouth are turning up even more, and the teasing begins again. So, why do you want to drink now? Tell me, and maybe I'll join you? You're saying that, but you're totally ready to drink together. And not just a little. You've even brought 4 cans with you. Well, it's a direct invitation from Takashi-kun. I have to drink a lot, right? The senpai who had been fretting over the failed cooking just moments ago was no longer there. Instead, standing right before me, there was only the senpai who adored alcohol. My beloved senpai, who never hides her love for the things she adores. She teases me whenever there's a chance, a lover who seems almost too good for someone like me. So, what's it about? The reason part? My lover sits right beside me on the sofa, her sweet scent wafting through the air. But it's not just that, there's a faint smell of soy sauce as well. Yet still, my heart is completely taken by senpai's presence. Even through her shirt, there's an alluring softness that draws me in. So much so that all the thoughts I had been pondering vanish completely. I'm utterly smitten with every little movement senpai makes. At that point, I had nothing left to lose. When I saw senpai's buri daikon, I just wanted to get all lovey-dovey with you. As I said, I just wanted to get all lovey-dovey with you, senpai. Even after spilling my true feelings, I felt neither pain nor rage. On the contrary, it felt as if a fog had lifted from my heart, leaving me feeling refreshed. But that moment was fleeting. So, you mean, you thought if you said you wanted to get lovey-dovey in your drunken state, you could blame it on the alcohol? Yes. Hearing senpai's words made me feel a bit embarrassed about my current situation. Blaming it on alcohol? What kind of man does that? Such thoughts crossed my mind. However, reality was different. To senpai, such things were trivial. Ahahaha. Takashi-kun, you've started thinking naughty things, huh? You don't need to do that. Getting lovey-dovey with Takashi-kun is always welcome. Kura-senpai laughs off the idea of blaming it on alcohol. Moreover, she even goes as far as to say she's been waiting to get lovey-dovey. It seems Kura-senpai has already made up her mind. After all, we're going to get married eventually, aren't we? I still have some embarrassment about the words I said yesterday. Section. NNGHH. The alcohol tastes very nice when you drink in the afternoon. Even after all that, you're still eagerly drinking. What was all that earlier exchange about? Completely opposite from when she returned to the room earlier, senpai is now more carefree than ever. She takes a can of chuhai from the fridge and drinks it heartily, savoring it with a pleased hum. Watching senpai like this, I feel even more pathetic for fretting over the words I had spoken. Well, Takashi-kun, you never asked me to drink before, so I got a little worried. I thought maybe something was up. Despite that, you brought 4 cans, and you're already on your second one. Senpai places the empty can on the table in front of us and starts guzzling down the newly opened drink. There's no sign of worry from the cheerful senpai before me. At least, not from the current carefree senpai. And it seems that's how senpai sees me too. Takashi-kun, you're drinking heartily yourself. It looks like you've really gotten used to the taste of alcohol. Well, yeah, it's fun to drink with you, senpai. You say such nice things. Do you want to drink more or get lovey-dovey? Am I not already getting lovey-dovey, with my hand being held, my arm being pressed against your chest, and you occasionally breathing into my ear? And yes, I'll have another drink, please. Despite my strong words about getting lovey-dovey, I don't try to escape the situation. Instead, I grip her hand back firmly, snuggle up to my lover on my own, and even lean into her hair, seemingly enjoying the current situation. As if seeing right through me, senpai momentarily pulls away, but it's not because she's fed up with my behavior. She simply went to get a new drink. Here, a strong one for you. Thank you. Senpai hands me a can of Chuhai with a significantly higher alcohol content than what I usually drink, and in her other hand, she holds another one just like it. It's something I definitely wouldn't drink normally. Even if it were handed to me, I probably wouldn't drink it if I were in my usual mood, but I'm not in my usual mood today. So, you're saying you want to get more lovey-dovey? No, that's not it. I'm saying, isn't this already lovey-dovey enough? Takashi-kun, don't you want to be more lovey-dovey with me? It's not that I don't want to, but what's the matter? I just think that maybe this sort of thing should be reserved for when we're just a couple. Even after you proposed to me? Teased, seduced, and gazed at with longing. Senpai's every gesture and her ever-changing expressions all shake my feelings, making it impossible to stay in a normal mood. It's to the point where I can't handle it without drinking. Yet, there's still a part of me that tries to hold back, not wanting to rely on alcohol. I think to myself, what am I saying after I proposed under the influence of alcohol yesterday? And as always, senpai sees right through me. Maybe I should pour you a little more drink. I'll bring some buri daikon. It's a bit salty, but that should help the alcohol go down. I'm not planning on getting any more lovey-dovey than this, okay? Don't worry, I won't do anything like attack you. I wouldn't do anything to you that I wouldn't like to do to myself. I would never, if you say so. Senpai stands up for the second time and retrieves the buri daikon from the refrigerator, bringing it over steaming hot, as if it were just made, looking glossy and perfect as a snack to accompany the alcohol. How about we talk about the future today? We have plenty of time, after all. With that, she places the buri daikon on the table. It's saltier than I expected when I try it, but not so much that I reject it. Rather, it's just the right amount of saltiness to accelerate the intoxication. The conversation about our future, which I can't have without a drink, is about to begin. Or so I thought until the doorbell rings. Hello? Who is it? I've come to take my daughter back. Why yes, bring Otani Kura to me. I am her father. You. What are you doing? Hurry up. Standing at the door is a man in a suit with a stern expression. Despite the wrinkles on his face, his solid build is clearly visible even through the suit. Faced with such a man, I can only meekly comply. I knew I had to confront the strict father of my lover eventually. Who was it? Did you order some naughty magazines or something? You can't do that. You know, you should pick them up at the convenience store. Unaware that her father is approaching, Kura-senpai says this as she walks to the entrance. Her atmosphere is always the same, no matter the situation. Her expression remains serene and unchanged. To such a senpai, my pathetic self from moments ago vanishes. I can't remain bogged down by those pitiful feelings forever, especially since conversations with senpai are far from boring. I haven't ordered any recently, okay? Besides, that's the least of my worries right now. Teasing Takashi-kun aside, what could possibly be so important that you're in such a panic? Senpai, your father is here. Conversations with senpai are always fun. Since I never know what topic will come flying out of senpai's mouth next, I find myself both nervous and excited. But this time, it seems difficult to feel excited because the man who arrived was far more imposing than the one I had heard about from senpai. Why? It's obvious, isn't it? Because you haven't been contacting us properly! Exclamation mark. The moment senpai sees her father peering in from the entrance, her expression turns stern. The usually cheerful senpai now has a furrowed brow, clearly showing her displeasure. I always tell you, no matter how busy you are, to at least keep in touch with us. But I have been keeping in touch with Mom. It's not just Mom. I've told you to contact me as well. It should be enough that I'm contacting Mum. Why do I have to report everything to Dad as well? But you used to contact me properly at the beginning of university. Why has it suddenly become just Mum? Because you're always so nitpicky and persistent, Dad. Persistent? Yeah. It's time to stop this. The argument is escalating, and senpai's irritation is becoming more apparent. Seeing senpai talking in this tone is rare, and while I feel a sense of nostalgia, I can't bear to watch her father showered with shocking words any longer. Let's calm down for a moment. I'll prepare some tea now. Okay, senpai. Father? You have no right to call me father. He's right. To him, I'm neither a son nor anything else. I understand that he doesn't want to be called further by me, but I wish he'd at least pretend a little. Also, I wish he'd stop looking at me like I'm his mortal enemy. Then, what should I? Still glaring at me, I face him head-on and ask. I respond sincerely while looking him in the eyes, hoping to show that I am a lover worthy of Kura-senpai, even if just a little. Kouta, it's Otani Kouta. Perhaps my feelings have reached him, even if just a bit. Kouta-san lets out a small sigh, and the sharpness in his eyes softens. As expected of senpai's father, he could change his expression quickly. With just a little nudge, he becomes calm in an instant. Then, Kouta-san, let's sit down in the living room and talk calmly. I'll prepare some tea, so please go ahead and make yourself comfortable. I guess I'll do that. We don't have much to offer, so please forgive us for that. No, thank you for inviting me in. From the beginning, Kouta-san presented himself with the composed demeanor of an adult. Instinctively, I straightened my back in response. However, as I proceeded with the preparations, senpai, who was at the center of it all, seemed to be plotting something during a moment of her father's inattention. This is the perfect chance while Dad's off guard. What are you up to, senpai? Just a little cleaning request, maybe? In senpai's hand was a smartphone, a glimpse of a messaging app visible, and the mention of a cleaning request. Honestly, I couldn't quite understand, but I had seen that expression on senpai's face many times before. It was the same one she wore when she teased me. Don't worry, Takashi-kun. There's absolutely nothing for you to be concerned about. Senpai reassured me with her words, but I couldn't shake off my unease. It wasn't that I didn't trust senpai, I just didn't trust myself. I wasn't sure I could endure the anxiety that maybe it wasn't just me she was teasing. Once we've dealt with your father's situation, we can cuddle as much as you want. Senpai, seemingly oblivious to my worries, floated with light steps toward the living room where Kouta-san awaited. Still, even as I sit here, my mind is unchanged. I will take Kura back with me. That's all there is to it. Kouta-san crossed his arms as soon as he sat at the table, signaling his unwavering intent. However, Kura-senpai had her own determination to continue living with me. You say you'll take me back, but I have no intention of going back home. I want to live with Takashi-kun. Live together? Who gave you permission for that? Mom did. Your mother is always doing things on her own. From Kouta-san's tone, it was clear that this was not the first time there had been a misunderstanding within the family. Moreover, I was strongly convinced that senpai's free-spirited nature was inherited from her mother. I had sensed it during the birthday phone call, but now I truly realized just how excessively carefree the mother and daughter were. Of course, I couldn't afford to dwell on my realizations and feelings, as the person before me was not the gentle Kura-senpai, but her father, whom I had heard was quite strict. Don't stay silent. Why don't you say something? From what I saw at the entrance, it seems Kira has been causing you trouble. Hasn't she? Me? Yes, you. What do you think? Well, yes, I am often caught up in senpai's whims. That's true. I thought so. But it's not like I find it bothersome. Is that so? Kauta-san's behavior was hesitant, perhaps because he didn't receive the response he was expecting. Indeed, I am constantly being tossed about by her moods. It's no exaggeration to say it's all the time. Constantly, around the clock. She's moody. One moment she seems mature. The next she's jealous like a child. I'm always at the mercy of such a richly emotional senpai, both mentally and physically. But that's not to say I want her to stop, let alone that I've ever found it bothersome. After all, I can't help but love such a senpai. What's so funny? This is a serious moment. But it's okay if we do it secretly, right? Secretly? What are you planning to do? Don't worry. I just want to touch Takashi-kun a little bit, that's all. Kura-senpai's hand reaches out to mine, secretly yet firmly. No matter how close our seats are, we won't get off easily if Kauta-san notices. I should let go. I know I shouldn't continue like this, yet, I can't shake her off. Senpai's mischievous voice tickles my ear, dulling my senses a bit. Fufu, Takashi-kun's hand is quite soft and squishy, isn't it? You're one to talk, senpai. Your hand is soft and squishy too. That's right, a girl's body is soft and squishy. You know that well, don't you? Well, it's okay to be honest, you know? I couldn't deny it. I couldn't deny it because I knew all too well the softness of senpai. Fufu, Takashi-kun is really cute, you know. Really? This senpai is so free-spirited. This freedom is characteristic of senpai, and I can't really say anything since I was drawn to such a senpai. What's this? What are you two laughing with over there? No. It's nothing. If you panic like that, even I will feel hurt. I'm sorry, Kauta-san. As long as you understand. Called out by Kauta-san, I was brought back to reality. My melting reason solidified, and I returned to my normal state of mind. Kauta-san frowned slightly with a touch of loneliness. I sense a similar loneliness in him and can't help but see my beloved Kura-senpai in him. They really are like parent and child. I'm going to stretch my legs a bit. He's a serious person. I felt that keenly in just a few minutes. The intimidation I initially felt was no longer there, but I soon realized that it was merely being overlooked. Why you guys, what do you think you're doing during this serious discussion? It must have been when he stretched his legs and stood up that he caught a glimpse under the table. His expression suddenly turned to one of anger. What do you mean what? We're just flirting, that's all. It's not just flirting. How many times do I have to tell you? Be more careful with your relationships. Despite the serious situation, senpai remained completely unfazed. Without showing any sign of disturbance, she confronted her father. In contrast, Kauta-san, who had just confirmed that our hands were clasped together under the desk, suddenly began to lose his composure and started to get angry, a stark change from his previously calm demeanor. Amidst this, senpai was unusually calm. She managed to maintain her characteristic senpai-like presence. That's why I'm seriously and carefully considering my relationship with Takashi-kun. Do you have to be so close to each other? What if something happens? What do you mean by something? If you can't explain it, then don't complain about my relationship with Takashi-kun. Wait. Senpai? An emotional clash between parent and child. Kauta-san raised his voice to separate us as we publicly displayed our affection. On the other hand, Kura-senpai kept getting closer and closer to me. Watching this, Kauta-san's emotions escalated, and in response, Kura-senpai pressed even closer. My heart raced as I felt her pressing against me, and then suddenly, she pulled my arm tightly towards her. Since it's come to this, why don't we show just how much Takashi-kun and I love each other? Show? Kauta-san will get even angrier at us. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. I found myself pulled towards senpai's stomach, ending up in an embrace around her waist. A sweet scent tickled my nostrils, a dangerously intoxicating aroma that almost melted my reason away. I tried to straighten up in a panic, but a gentle stroke from above made me lose my strength. Gazing down at me with a mischievous sweet smile, my lover made me feel like giving in, thinking this might just be alright. Soon, I think Dad won't just be angry anymore. What do you mean by that? What could she mean by not just angry? If anything, this situation seemed like it would only make him angrier. As I was gripped by this anxiety, it happened. You're so bold. Let go. You two are still kids. It'll be too late if something happens. Ring. An inopportune ringtone sounded from inside the suit, completely ignoring Kauta-san's earnest persuasion. What's this? At a time like this, as Kauta-san checked the caller, his face turned pale. In contrast, Kura-senpai smirked, seemingly having anticipated this. It was clear that senpai had set something up, but who could make a grown man turn pale? As I pondered this, Kauta-san put the smartphone to his ear. Why yes, hello, what's wrong? Haruka, it's rare for you to call me. No, it's not that I don't want you to call. I would never think like that. Haruka, stammering and exaggerated. Kauta-san's reaction left me unable to hide my surprise. And so was the person next me. This person called Haruka is amazing. Isn't she? Yeah, she is. My mom is pretty incredible, right? My surprise doubled. I mean, I kind of expected it. I knew that senpai's mother, Haruka-san, must hold significant decision-making power in the family. But who would have thought it was to this extent? That the strict father of my lover would be so weak against his wife. I have to go back now? That's a little. I'm in the middle of an important conversation with Kura, okay? Please stop saying things like I'll have to skip meals. What am I supposed to do if I can't eat your cooking? Haruka? The atmosphere seemed to be turning ominous. Or rather, it was somewhat pitiful to see Kauta-san getting teary-eyed. It's good to be a loving husband, but at this point, it makes me wonder if it's a different situation altogether. All right. Okay, I get it. I'll be home soon. So please, cheer up. I don't know what I'd do if Haruka started to dislike me. It's like witnessing something I shouldn't see. Like secretly sneaking a peek into matters that were meant to be hidden. That's how it feels. And yet, I couldn't take my eyes off Kauta-san. Nor could I leave the scene. Don't worry about Dad, just pay attention to me, okay? Pay attention to me? As if to make it clearer, she kept pushing her palm against me. No, it was more than just her palm. Her belly was pressing against my face. The soft and fluffy sensation was a different dimension of touch from what I usually felt against my arms or chest, and I knew it would be bad to get sucked in. Normally, I wouldn't have felt this sense of danger. With senpai, I might have been swept along until just before crossing the final line, but now it's different. This isn't a space just for senpai and me. Senpai's father, Kauta-san, is in the room. If we started our usual flirting now, the now calm Kauta-san might explode again with anger. That's the last thing I want to happen. All right, I understand. I'll make time for Kura on another occasion. So please, wait for me with dinner ready. As I endured the temptation of senpai's palm, Kauta-san's phone call ended. Phew. I wanted to offer him words of comfort, but before I could, senpai spoke up. I don't have anything to say to Dad. Kura, you're acting like a child again. Don't you ever think about growing up? Even if Dad doesn't acknowledge it, I am now a proper adult. Where exactly is the adult in you when you snap back like that? Hey, senpai. Let's not go any further, okay? Please. Are you worried about me? That's sweet. Of course I'm worried. While I was soothing senpai, Kauta-san noticed a forgotten can of Chuhai. Really? Drinking Chuhai in the middle of the day is why you're still a child. You're an adult now, so grow up already. As Kauta-san picked up the empty can, I couldn't pull myself away from Kura-senpai. It's at times like these that I realize it. No matter what, I always prioritize senpai. Not that I've ever thought it was a bad thing. Anyway, I'll be heading home for today. Haruka told me to let it be, so I won't insist on taking you back, but we'll have a proper talk later. Until then, be ready to come home at any time. Got it, Kura? HMPH. And you, make sure you don't do anything weird to Kura, okay? Kauta-san's stern gaze fell upon me as I reluctantly replied to senpai, who was still clinging to my waist. Do anything weird. Kura is still a child, so make sure you maintain a proper relationship with her. Understand? Yes, I understand. Well then, I'll take my leave. Having said his piece, Kauta-san turned on his heel and headed for the entrance. Senpai and I could only watch him leave from the living room. After Kauta-san left, the mood for drinking had completely dissipated between Senpai and me. We silently ate the buri daikon that Senpai had specially made, and then we each busied ourselves with our university tasks until it was suddenly time to go to bed. Sorry about my dad showing up so suddenly, okay? No, it's fine. My mum will handle it, so don't worry about it. Takashi-kun, all right. It was a day that felt both long and short, and yet it was full of turmoil. A proper relationship, huh? Perhaps it's a bit late to be telling me that now. I reminisced about Senpai's action today, ruminating on my honest feelings along with the enchanting scent. Interlude, a proper relationship, huh? The next morning, as I was up early as usual making breakfast, I mulled over my father's words from yesterday. Make sure you maintain a proper relationship with her. I couldn't help but feel annoyed at those words directed at Takashi-kun. My father thought he knew him without knowing anything about him. He was just rejecting everything outright, casting a prejudiced view not only on me but also on the person I liked. How could he possibly understand the good in Takashi-kun? The person I like is only understood by those who try to understand him. He's the type whose charm you only feel when you accept him and try to get closer. To someone who doesn't try to understand, Takashi-kun's qualities will remain unknown, and it feels like it's hard to make an effort to explain to such a person. What should I do? I never imagined my father would be the type of person I have trouble with. Normally, I wouldn't care and would just keep my distance, but I don't want to treat my father that way. After all, he's one of the two parents who raised me. That's why it's frustrating that he doesn't understand. I don't want to be interrupted again. A bad idea suddenly crosses my mind. I know it's wrong in my head, but I can't stop it. The more I think about it, the more I want to act on this impulse. It's not that I want to trouble anyone. I just want to be alone with Takashi-kun. That simple wish lends a sense of reality to my bad idea. Today is Sunday, and tomorrow is a holiday. I check the calendar and calculate the minimum amount of time we can spend together. The more I think about it, the more unstoppable my thoughts become. There's no reason left to stop. Well, I'm sure I'll have fun wherever I stay with Takashi-kun. As the rice cooker chimes, I make up my mind to go somewhere far away without telling my parents. If I want to snuggle up with Takashi-kun without anyone disturbing us, then a bold move is necessary. It's okay. After all, I'm an adult, not a child anymore. I'm looking forward to it. For breakfast today, it's dashi chazyuk. It's a special chazyuk seasoned with the saltiness of yesterday's failed attempt at buri daikon. It's my way and a manifestation of my feelings to put an end to yesterday's matter. Epilogue. Takashi-kun, how about we go on a little trip and stay overnight? An overnight trip? Yeah. Sounds good, right? I've already got everything ready. Without even asking me, when faced with an important decision, it always comes suddenly, and yet, there's no time to think it over. With her ever-present smile, Kura-senpai is rolling a carry-on bag from the back room. All I can do is watch her as I wash the breakfast dishes. Senpai looks especially cute today. She's wearing a white knit sweater and jeans, impeccably dressed for going out. The denim clings tightly but can't fully contain her curves. Knowing all too well what lies beneath those curves, I can't help but feel my heart race. Of course, it's not just her clothes that leave me searching for where to rest my eyes. I was thinking maybe Takashi-kun would say okay. Well, I will. But, that's my Takashi-kun. I love you. Those direct words catch me off guard. Even when I'm prepared, even when I expect them, I'm still incredibly weak to Senpai's sweet nothings, affection voiced through those slightly parted cherry pink lips, those soft lips that always tease me, then melt into a sweet kiss. I've stopped trying to think. Last night, as I lay in bed, I thought about Senpai and Kauta-san. Should I just leave their quarrel alone? Is it okay for the emotional distance between parent and child to remain? Should I leave everything to Senpai's mother, Haruko-san, I pondered various things. I thought and thought until I woke up this morning, but all those thoughts vanished with senpai's words. By the way, have you decided where we're going? How about a zoo? I was thinking that might be nice. That sounds good. It's close yet distant. Plus, there are hot springs, you know. Hot springs? Ah, you just imagined something naughty, didn't you? No. Nfufu. What happens will be a surprise once we get to a zoo. Senpai seems to see right through my shallow thoughts. Hot springs. Upon hearing that word, I couldn't help but imagine Senpai soaking in the water. Her already smooth skin would be polished even further by the minerals in the water, and the unique sulfur scent of the hot springs mingling with Senpai's sweet fragrance. I couldn't stop my mind from wandering to such wicked thoughts. But, of course, that's all put on hold. Senpai pointed out with her index finger that my mouth was hanging open foolishly. Well then, shall we get going to a zoo right away? And just like that, our spontaneous trip begins. At that moment, I had no idea. I couldn't have known that this trip to a zoo would become the catalyst for deepening the relationship between Senpai and me. Side story. For now, it's still in my own room. Which one should I choose? One afternoon, I, Otani Kura, was deep in thought. I wonder which one would make Takashi-kun happy. In front of the mirror, I kept changing outfits, my mind racing with thoughts of my boyfriend. It's always like this before a date. No matter how many times we go out, I just can't seem to get this part right. I ponder what Takashi-kun's reaction will be when he sees my outfit. Just the thought of it makes it impossible to decide what to wear. Surely, no matter what I wear, Takashi-kun will be happy. Regardless of my clothes, he loves me for who I am. My Takashi-kun is that kind of person, and that's one of the reasons why I fell for him. Should I go casual or maybe sporty? It's so hard to decide. While imagining Takashi-kun's reaction, I pull out various outfits from my closet. From clothes I wear regularly to those I've never worn, from baggy to form-fitting, and even some that are a bit more revealing. I envision different styles and imagine his reactions, but in the end, I always come back to the same responses. It suits you. You look wonderful. I love you. I can't help but grin as I think of the straightforward words from my lover. He always says the words I want to say to him first, and I love that about him. No, I can't do this. The date is soon. I need to get my feelings in order. I realize I'm running out of time with less than 30 minutes left before I have to leave. This always happens. Just thinking about the person I love makes time fly without me noticing. I'm still immature, always worrying about not disappointing Takashi-kun. But I don't think that's a bad thing. Because isn't it true? As long as Takashi-kun is always there to see me, I can keep striving to improve myself, to be a lover worthy of being by his side. After all, I'll go with what I'm used to wearing. In the end, I decided to go with my usual outfit, a black inner top paired with a navy denim skirt, a long grey jacket worn loosely over my shoulders, and my favorite necklace to add a little extra effort. It's my special outfit, and Takashi-kun has often said it suits me well. I wonder what kind of date it will be today. How will he show his love for me? I'm off, with my heart fluttering in anticipation of the date with my lover. I leave the house earlier than planned, just like always, forgetting all the worries I had just moments ago. I walk with a slight skip in my step. Such is the story of an afternoon at a time when we haven't yet decided to move in together. End of Volume 1.